Hello. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I thought I figured out what the fuck, dude. Hello. Thought I figured out, what the fuck, bro. The mic is driving me nuts, dude. The mic's been peaking lately off of just like seemingly regular speak, so. Thought I figured it out. Apparently, I did not. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. I hope everybody's doing good. Tonight, we're diving back on into some Dune Awakening. We got to clear down last week's base, and we've got some extra things that we need to take care of. Most mainly on Do Gap. We've got some things that we need to do on the Gap. There it is. There's the old man. We're back. We are back. I didn't see anything on the right side of the screen indicating any sort of downtime tonight, aside from your typical reset downtime. It's been about a week since we've been over here on Dune Awakening. I'm wondering exactly what's going on in the market, what's going on with the player base, what's happening with the PvP. Has what I said already come to fruition here, or are we hanging in there? Are we hanging in there by a thread? I don't honestly know. You think so, Mick? Dune is done, says Mick. You know, I've always said for the past couple months at least that Dune Awakening's 24-hour player cap peak player cap was going to bottom out between 12 and 15,000 players. And Himeros, who was in the chat previously, was continuously saying that Dune Awakening was going to hit 8,000 by December. And this was all even before they had come out with like the Deep Desert loot pool update and the whatever else. And, you know, week by week, they keep dropping updates that make me think that him might be onto something. They might genuinely push the 24-hour peak player base to 8,000 by the end here, which is it's a bit absurd if you think about it. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. So we've got several things going on today. We need to go break down the base. We need to get some power cooking up over at this base. And we need to move Do Gap into the bank, because I don't know if you guys have seen, but they have added in the functionality of moving your stuff into the bank. So from your vehicle. So we're gonna break down our Do Gap server entirely and put as much stuff into the bank as we possibly can. Like Mick's saying, just preserve what you can. We're gonna massively power up the base over here on Harmony, and you know, we'll just kind of ride it from there and try and figure out exactly where everything goes from here, because I mean, it's just we've only been out for a week, so I don't exactly know what's happened to the player base. I don't know what happened to the PvP. I don't know what's going on. What's the scuttlebutt inside of the Deep Desert this week? I honestly have no idea. Even with all of the changes, there's been a decent, you know, in and out flow of guilds inside of Harmony. So when we lose guilds, we also gain guilds. So I don't know if that's still happening. I don't know if people are still just massively running around the Deep Desert, you know, hammering down schematics like free. Let me know if the mic audio's coming in weird. Some weird balancing things I'm trying to get done with the mic audio. I pulled it and unplugged it and cleaned it the other day, and I think I fucked with the gain when I did that. I think I accidentally twisted the gain knob. We knobbed it. Let me take a quick look as well here. Let's go ahead and pop out the season pass on Dune to try. Man, the mic keeps peaking. I don't understand why. Yeah, the new repair glitch is vehicles only, so it's useless. Doesn't solve the problem that people are having with the durability. I don't have a problem with the durability, honestly. So between January and March of 2026 is when we're expected to receive the next DLC, and if we take a look at what they gave us in the last DLC, well, I guess we'll just see. We'll just have to see what they managed to come up with, I suppose. I can't imagine that the deep desert's popping off too heavy, but I mean, it's really hard to say because even with all of the changes, like I thought they killed off PvP when they made instance deep desert. They didn't, so they killed off PvP when it came to harvesting, but not in the labs. What's going on with the duning? Nothing much. What's going on? We're breaking down the base. We're also moving the Dew Gap base off into the bank. Yurizim, my man, good evening, good evening. Dakota, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Let me know if the mic's coming in weird because it keeps peaking. It keeps, like, smashing into the red bar. I'm about to just, like, take that tracker off of the list here because every time I see it happen, it's triggering my anxiety. Same when we were dropping frames, even though the stream was seemingly not lagging. And we have 457 people inside of Harmony right now. Presumably all inside of the Haga Basin, considering that we are 7 hours and 50 minutes from this thing hitting. Seeing, like John saying, he's hitting the caves out here one last time. Probably a few people doing the one lasters, but there's still 457 people on Harmony, which is why it's like it's hard to say exactly. I think we still need a couple weeks of this deep desert to hit before we really know exactly how people are gonna react to this. I missed this entire week of the deep desert, so I don't know what sort of like bases are popping off. I don't know. What do you mean, Eurism? Aside from the fact that they instanced all of the loot, they've got mole people. They've added all of the schematics to the deep desert all of the time. We'll have to swing through the market for sure. We'll have to swing through the market and see what's up with that. This should be a one-trip sort of thing, had I not already had all of this shit on me, but realistically, we didn't do anything out here, so this hopefully should be a one-trip sort of thing here. Yeah, they won't have the MK, they won't have the Mark 7 gear released until the first expansion. We'll see, and John, you're right. After they've messed up the spread of the loot pool, I agree. If they more heavily weighted the loot pool in the labs, it would have been better, because previously I think that the PvP was finally in a decent spot where it was like heavily relegated to the labs. And you could basically guarantee go to any lab and find some PvP. Whereas now you're going to go to any lab and find a ghost town. So But even then, inside of the labs, if the loot was good, people are just moling inside of the lab. If you can get under the map, which there are several ways that you can get under the map, then my guess is that there's still 3 or 4 labs, 2 or 3 labs that you can absolutely just mesh into and mesh out of. Boom, bing, bang. I wouldn't be surprised if that's been happening the whole time. Hey, HB coming in, dropping that sub over on YouTube. Welcome, my man. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. With the YouTube subs, I never know if it's bot Ricks catching up or if they're live. But either way, we appreciate ya. Like Eurism said the other day, John, it's almost like they did it on purpose. Genuinely, it's almost like they did it on purpose. In order to, like, pull attention off of them, almost. It's just, you know, we're very quickly running out of things to do. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I can basically guarantee that at least I can fly around and go look for a base to raid. Like, that, for me, is, like, the one thing where it's like, all right, we're still cooking in some way, shape, or form. I can always find a base to raid. You know, that's fairly reliable. Especially over here on Harmony. You know, there's always little things and bits and bobs you can get into, but if I was like a hardcore PvP guild who wanted to chase down schematics and get into group versus group PvP, it's not this game, bro. It's just not, unfortunately. Cock and balls. Cock! Good evening, my man. At least there's Arc Raiders. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm super excited for Arc Raiders coming up. Unfortunately, if it does launch on the 30th, we're going to be a bit late on the Arc Raiders streams. We're not going to be able to hit it with that day one live stream, unfortunately. We're going to have to play some catch up, which sucks, but you know, it is what it is. You can't always dictate life and schedules, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But the test went by so well, maybe they shadow drop it, like, maybe they shadow drop it here in, like, 3 days. And then we're cooking. I really wish they would have opened up the second tier of the workbench, if I'm being honest, so I could kind of have a better grasp of what sort of materials were important. But aside from that, the game's fully got me hooked. Grey Wolf's jumping on the Eurism bandwagon and hitting the refund on the Arc Raiders. I feel like there's probably a lot of people that are going to do that. I'm assuming the gear loss Grey Wolf, if I had to guess, back on Dune, but still talking about Arc Raiders. That's a good sign. Psych, my man, my man. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, we're taking this stuff back to the base. We need to power up the base. We need to power the base up just a little bit, and then I'm hopping over to Dew Gap, because we're going to put Dew Gap all inside of the bank. No, we're talking about the refund on Arc Raiders Wars. And I've been playing the shit out of Megabonk, but I think I gave myself motion sickness last night. Dude, I fucked myself up last night playing Megabonk. I think. It's like we were just jamming and then all of the sudden it just hit me like a brick, dude, and I had to lay down and I was like so nauseous. It was wild. But that might be a bit my fault. We were playing the Skeleton Man and that guy be flying around the map. We're just flying around the map, jumping in the air, doing circles. It was a bit much. It was a bit much. Gave me motion sickness. To be fair, Grey Wolf, I really feel like the same with the market. I'm curious and somewhat concerned with the market inside of Arc Raiders as well. I was talking about this during the live streams. A couple people were saying that they think that they've upped the rates of specific things just because of the fact that it was the playtest. But I think you're kind of right. We did get to level 15 pretty damn quickly. I didn't like the fact that a lot of the times it felt like buying stuff was more viable than crafting stuff, so it almost felt like selling items was the more reasonable route, like say going and hitting up the control point tower or whatever that place was over and over and over again just for the valuable items out of the lockers, to sell those to then buy upgrades rather than like grinding through your upgrades. I really prefer the grinds for the upgrades. Grey Wolf, there's not going to be a single game that comes to the market that doesn't have day one hacks hit the market. You're living in 2012 if you think that there's going to be a single game in the future from here till whenever that doesn't hit with day one hacks. People were cheating in fucking Black Ops beta, in Battlefield's beta, and the Battlefield beta made you do that kernel level shit, and people were still cheating inside of it. What's crazy, Psych, is I never like genuinely felt like I was being hacked on. You know what I mean? And hopefully they get a handle on that, because nothing kills a game faster. I'm with Grey Wolf. Yep, cheats are a killer, and it's what killed Apex Legends for me. It's what killed Warzone for me. As soon as I play a game and I'm convinced that I have a cheater in every single lobby, I'm out. That's another big reason why I won't even think twice about trying to step into Tarkov. You want a wish list system in Dune so you know what to sell? Unfortunately, John, I don't think anything's worth selling anymore. Let's go take a look at this market real quick and see what's up, because if I had to guess, it's not going to be pretty. If I had to guess, it's not going to be pretty. Honestly, I'm so excited for Arc Raiders. We're fully in. We're fully locked in. I want to work through that progression system a bit. I want to experience the new maps. I want to like full send it on the game. So we've gotten a little bit of taste. Now I want to eat the full meal, and we'll see how I feel after the meal. You know what I'm saying? Dune looks sick. Comes to console next year, right? Yeah, comes to console at some point in time if they can manage to get their shit together. It's meant to come to console. When it comes to console players are going to eat this shit up. So, okay, so take this take into account still that we've got over 1,000 hours into this game. So when I start bitching about this game, I'm bitching about it from the perspective of somebody who's played it for fucking too long. But there's a good 200 hours of progression content inside of Dune Awakening that I think console players are just going to eat up. Not just because they're console players, but just because the progression system is really solid. And once console players get into the end game, bro, I think that I think they'll just be moved on to the next thing. They'll have fully enjoyed the couple hundred hours that they got into Dune Awakening, and they're just this game is gonna do really well. As much as I hate to admit it, and trust me, I hate to admit it, this game is gonna do fucking great on console, and it pisses me off if they can get it to launch on console in a relatively bug-free state, which I'm not confident that they can. But that's another topic entirely. Are they gonna merge servers? Have they said anything about that, Light Ray? We're not going to be going full bore arc, but yeah, we're most definitely going to be splitting the live streams. We'll be bouncing in and out of Dune Awakening. Another thing to point out, Sil, is a lot of like the rough patches that we've had to deal with when it comes to the updates and the changes and the this and the that and the other. Console players aren't even gonna fucking know about. They're not gonna know a deep desert that was fully PvP. They have no idea what that is. You know what I'm saying? So they're not gonna feel like they got kicked in the nuts 10 times over through the course of like 6 weeks of updates or whatever. Jeez, bro. Fucking bending you over a barrel, I feel like, you know? Jeez, man. Jeez, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. What about just regular fuel cells? That was gonna be yeah, okay. All right, all right. No, we won't buy any. We could just farm some of those. Relax. Settle down. I didn't buy the fuel cells. Ooh, gross. Shake your arm at me. It didn't take them long to cave. Psych is so right. And I said it. I said it as soon as they turned. I said they turned way too quickly. They're going to abandon PvP. And week after week after week after week, I've been proven correct.
Would you like to dip?
Crossplay with PC players. Yeah, rumor is they confirmed it. Ooh, so Light Ray, that's interesting. See, this is how I expect it to go down, and I don't wanna piss on your parade here, but let me tell you, if I'm gonna piss on you, I'm gonna tell you I'm pissing on you. I'm not like Funcom. I won't piss on you and tell you it's raining. So my prediction when it comes to if there is any form of crossplay, it's gonna be that console players have their console-only fresh start servers, is what we're gonna call them. Console-only fresh start servers. And then console players are also going to be able to jump onto PC servers if they want to. I don't think PC players are going to be able to jump onto a fresh start console server. I don't think that's how it's going to work. Oh, they confirmed merges. When did they confirm mergers? When did they confirm server merges? Because last I heard, it was like a month and a half ago. They were like, we're going to talk about it in a couple of weeks. And it's been about a month and a half, and they've been completely silent about it. But I haven't been paying attention to Dune for about a week now. Mm. Man, the people who missed out on the week one when the deep desert week one, week two, I think they changed it on week three. The people who missed out on the first couple weeks of the deep desert being full PvP, oh, those were the glory days, dude. Those were the glory days, man. That's where you would find people processing their ores out in the deep desert, meaning they were harvesting water out there. Oh, what a day. What a day. Do I think PvP will be overwhelming if PC and console get crossplay? I think that there's both a hardcore cheater and a softcore cheater problem inside of this game. And I think that if PC and console get crossplay, I think this will be the type of game that affects console the most with cheaters. And typically I'm the type of person who will tell you don't fucking fool yourself. There's plenty of cheaters on console. But stuff like the Cronus Zen and that stupid sort of fucking technology isn't really going to help you out inside of Dune Awakening, I wouldn't imagine. So I bet console-only servers have a little bit less of, like, the closet cheater problem. But, when it comes to PvP in this game as well, it's very much so in tune with, like, the people with the numbers, you know, who has the most numbers, essentially, almost essentially, which isn't, like, bad intrinsically because it's meant to be a guild versus guild PvP game, but does, you know, lend to frustration, obviously. What the fuck? Yeah, when you had to run more than 3,000 meters to be safe. Exactly. You caught somebody slipping, then you really caught somebody slipping, you know? Yes. Yes. Indeed. Indeed. Oh, I got you, Light Ray. I mean, they've all but confirmed last I checked, but I don't very much so keep in touch with what these developers are doing and saying. They're not very organized in their announcements. So I wouldn't be surprised to see server merges. Exactly what they end up looking like, I guess, is the question. Well, that's Eurism. The first day being the best, the exploration being the best, and all of that is why Dune Awakening is going to do so good on console. And like I've said time and time again, the progression system is the best system inside of this game. It's maybe one of, like, the best progression systems I've seen. Viable solo, again, you haven't seen much of the game. I mean, yeah, it is viable solo. Now, if it's like 1v3, you're going to have a really hard time if they're even somewhat competent. You know, if it's 1v4, you're probably cooked. You know? But we play on this server that we're getting ready to clear out solo. Fuck, dude. My assault ornithopter broke or something. It, like, broke and completely disappeared, or I left it in the deep desert. I don't fucking know exactly. Oh, good, we're out of power here again as well. Good, good, good. This is why we're coming to Dugap to move it. The slimmest of chances that goes down and down the more you're going against. But yeah. Really, Grey Wolf, I had a couple of the tagging grenades that I was trying to get to work, and maybe I just completely and totally, like, misunderstood exactly how it was meant to be marking them. Or maybe I missed it or threw it wrong. But yeah, no, I made a video breaking down. There's like 20 plus different grenades inside of Arc Raiders. And a lot of people I think were discounting their use case. I think they were more useful than a lot of people were giving them credit for. Fuck, dude. Oh, I do have a storage. Okay, well, we can at least do this with the scout. Because I do not feel like getting water to make an assault ornithopter again. Fuck that. Oh, I see. So you actually kind of have to hit them with it? Hmm. I noticed that grenades are more valuable than I thought, especially when those people cleared us out of that room that we were holding down. God, you know what? You know what? Fuck this. You know what I'm saying? Fuck this. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna move that scout 12 times over. What are you, crazy? What have you lost your mind? What are you, nuts? What are you, insane, man? What are you crazy? We're gonna do something even more wild. Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna need some things. First off, I'm gonna need to empty the scout ornithopter. Hiya! If phase one is launch the game and then completely shut down the game, then yeah, I would agree we're still in phase one. Awaiting phase two, which is going to be the extended silent period inside of the game. Followed by phase three is the weak and pitiful relaunch onto consoles, trying to sucker any poor console players into wasting fucking 300 hours of their life in this game. And then it's going to be phase four, which is get completely and totally shut down from Tencent. Did I lay it out there proper? Did I hit it? Did I hit it? Did I hit? I think I hit all the points on the head. I think I just about nailed it. What I forget? What did I forget? See, John, I'm never gonna sit here and glaze for no reason. Like I'll say that the console players will get 200-300 hours of solid progression that they enjoy. They'll enjoy their time doing that. If they continue down that dark path of playing, though, eventually they'll be a fucking cynical 1,000-hour player who's just pissed off about all of the changes that keep coming into the game. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I fucking can't find some water bottles in here, somebody's gonna get schmacked. I thought I had 31 days of power here, you know? Where the fuck, like, what happened? Why are we out of power? Impacts are very underwhelming for you since the radius is only 2.5 meters. Also, hard to hit directly. Yeah, Sil, I totally agree, especially after being mocked by a robot relentlessly. I couldn't agree more. Indeed, I couldn't agree more. A little bit more spread on those would be great, but at the same time, if they give those too much spread, it's going to be too powerful in like the PvP side of things. And then we also have like the fuse grenades and stuff like that, which could come into play. Like we were working with like the very bare bones stuff. Like I'm telling you, I think we're gonna look back at that test and be like, oh man, remember when we were talking about the Pharaoh being like top tier and like the impact grenades, like or grenades not being too good because of like the radius from the impact. But it's like, yeah, obviously the impact grenades suck because you're meant to use the big boy fuse grenades or whatever, you know. No, we don't pretend around here. We're very realistic around here, J Show. I'm always gonna lay it out like it is, which is don't hold your breath. If you hold your breath waiting on Funcom to do something competent, you are going to die. You will die. You will pass out from no oxygen. Also, do not make any bets. If you make any bets that Funcom's going to pull off some sort of competent move in sort of like a quick turnaround fashion, you will lose your ass off. Is there a possibility that Funcom pulls like a No Man's Sky scenario, or possibly like a is it possible that Funcom pulls a No Man's Sky scenario, or possibly even Cyberpunk scenario? Yeah, it's a non-zero chance, but it's most definitely under 5%. You know, if I was gonna range the percentage chance of that happening, it'd probably be like 1.2% chance or something like that. What future are we prepping for? We're closing down the Dew Gap base. The Dew Gap base is getting pumped on into the bank here. I've got to figure some things out before I do that, but it's getting pumped into the bank. Oh, you're right. Tanit's right. Actually, huge quality of life. Maybe they are going to make a quick turnaround. I can now F2 swap in my vehicle 3 months into the game. Right. Yep, huge. The vehicles can go into the bank now. That's good. That's good. Ordnance is going to be the meta in Ark. By ordnance, do you mean grenades? Vehicle can load into the bank now? Indeed. Duping killed the game. Many things killed the game. Let's not undercount the work that the developers put into killing the game. I mean, they worked really hard. You know what I mean? They busted their asses off trying to kill this game, you guys. So let's give them some credit where credit is due. Fantastic job. Good job, devs. But no, you're right. There's a whole massive list of things, most of which the fucking console players aren't going to have to deal with. At least not at the start. But let's be real. It wasn't just duping that killed the game. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but I spent, let's say... Oh. Did I shut the power off? I spent the first week and a half of this game progressing like a normal player would. Harvesting dew, putting dew into my containers, harvesting more dew, putting more dew into my containers, Does anybody remember what happened and what sort of bug was inside of the game for like the first 3 days of the game that basically gave people unlimited water? Meaning that their progression was not locked to needing to collect water? Because you were able to get unlimited water, I want to say, for like the first 4 or 5 days of this game. No effort, unlimited water. And your boy missed it. I'd have fucking taken advantage of that unlimited water like crazy. There was a bug. It was just like this. I could extract water constantly, and it wouldn't stop. You could just fill your liter johns with water. Even past empty. It was there, Chaz. I guarantee it. I assure you, my friend, I promise you that. Oh, look, we did set one of these up. We did set one of these up. Oh, damn it. Fringe is the commander level. To be fair, I did, like I said, I missed this bug. But from what I understand, that was a confirmed bug. Confirmed. Oh, yeah. Still, that used to craft launcher ammo was one that I was consistently selling because I was like, we don't have access to launchers yet, so I don't need to worry about this. And, yeah, after getting blown up inside of that little hole inside of there, yeah, I think especially in trios, maybe less so in solos. You know what I mean? Maybe less of something that you can work on and take advantage of inside of solos, just because you're more likely to get a group trying to hold down like a small room or an area or something like that. You're more likely to get a group trying to hold down an area, in which case your grenades could splash damage the whole group, really cause some mayhem. Whereas with a solo, they've got more options than needing to stay in a room with their boys. Mm-hmm. Even that being said, though, if a solo's holding down a room as well, I think the snap grenades, like I forget who was bringing it up, the snap grenades I think were surprisingly effective. Also, the mines had a huge area of effect, but they affected you as well. So, like a give and take, a little bit of a give and take there on the mines. Are we mining aluminum? No, I'm getting batteries so I can put some spice-infused cells inside of this base so we can have it powered. Because I do not feel like managing this base anymore and keeping this base up and running. So we're just gonna get some spice-infused cells, get some power running, and then we're going to get some water built up. I just need some fucking batteries to spawn. Then we're going to get some water built up, and once we have some water built up, we're going to boom, bing, bang. Snowball the water by, wait, why do I, oh yeah, right, crafting, right, no, sorry. Then I'm going to build some water with a death still. And then we're going to turn that death still into an assault ornithopter, and then with the assault ornithopter, I'm going to move my shit out of here. Because we lost our assault ornithopter. I think I left it in the deep desert a week or two ago. I don't fucking know. I don't know, to be honest. I'm on Dugap, my friend. We're on a completely different server right now. We're on the first server before we re-rolled on Harmony. I've been taking care of this one passively. Even more so in solos, it allows you to split holding multiple angles, especially with the remote detonation grenades. Ooh, that's a decent point that you bring up there. See, now we're getting into, like, I'm just thinking in the low-tier grenades still because that's all we had access to. Yeah, I'm still thinking in the low-tier level of grenade, like your snaps and your impacts. But we've got mines, we've got laser traps, we've got all sorts of stuff. The door locker tool, yeah, I wish we'd have taken more advantage of that, and that actually got us caught up one time. That actually got us caught up one time in a bit of a predicament. Art, my man, good evening. Good evening. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope that you're doing fantastic. What am I looking for again? All right. A body. Surely we have one body lying around. Yeah, the Pharaoh might get nerfed. It was doing so much damage. And that's the interesting part is because, so between Tech Test 2 and this server slam, I didn't think there was going to be any massive changes to the skill tree system. And in the original skill tree video that I put out, some people were speculating that they were going to overhaul the system. But then the general consensus was like, that doesn't really make sense that they would pull like some sort of like massive overhaul. And then, holy shit, they did a massive overhaul of that system. So, like, damn. The race was a success again on Sunday. Evan, my man, excellent. Glad to hear it. I never did the single shot into the Stitcher. I was running single shot into the hairpin, and I don't know why. I just enjoyed the hairpin. Anything new on Dune? Not much new. We do have one sort of thing. We can now transfer items from the vehicle into the bank. So there's that. So we're going to, whoa, did you guys see that? It said that my sub fee goes down in 14 hours and is at risk of being destroyed. Have we checked to see if Haga Basin rating is back? I don't know. To me, still, I never got to experience the tech test too, but from what I was hearing from everybody else, it seemed like they really front-loaded the skill tree inside of Tech Test 2, putting some of the higher tier skills on the front end of that tree, almost for testing purposes. Just like with this server slam, like I was talking about with Grey Wolf, experience could have been boosted by like 4x for all we know. There could have been so many different things that got boosted and shifted around. Certain items could have gotten put into the shop that aren't typically in the shop. There's a dozen things that could have actually been going on there. So it almost seems like it was for testing purposes. So who knows what the skill tree might get completely reworked again, and all of a sudden the game launches with the fourth skill tree, because some people have been speculating a fourth skill tree. Like J Show brings up, if they are not I don't even think J Show brought that up on purpose, but if Arc Raiders isn't built off of one giant strand of spaghetti code like Dune Awakening, he's right. He's right. A lot of things could be shifted around in the matter of 10 days. Fucking could be just a matter of moving things here and moving things there. Where inside of Dune Awakening, if they move one thing over here, the whole game shuts down, bro. The whole game breaks. All of a sudden, textures aren't loading in. People are meshing through things. All they did was move the. All they did was add a 0 to the one sort of skill breaks the game. Uh, they modded Conan Exiles. Who did? Oh, they did inside. Dude, J Show. I wish I could remember what it was. Something. You're right though. Something the other day. We were doing something in this game the other day, and somebody compared it to Conan Exiles, and we were looking into it a little bit, and it was like almost a one-to-one functionality from Conan Exiles. And I was like, oh my god, did they actually just copy that over in a one-to-one format, just straight copy and pasted? I can't remember what it was though, but it was such an egregious display. Like somebody, it wasn't water, but somebody was talking about this the other day. Water. Absolutely massive, still absolutely massive. You know what? I'm kind of hoping, this is a bit selfish of me because unfortunately I'm going to be out of town on the 30th. So I'm hoping one of two things happens. They delay the game. Okay, I know that's an unpopular thing to say. Or they drop it in 4 days from now. A drop 4 days from now would be huge. Yes, sir. Wait. What's today? Yeah, 4 days from now on Friday. Mm-hmm. Is the dodge animation the same? I don't think that was what we were looking into either, but if that's another example, it just is another tick on the board, and it's like, man, I'm just at what point does it become like, at what point do you start to become surprised? You take your vacation for the wrong day. I'm saying, bro. I'm saying. That's why I said it is a bit selfish, because unfortunately I got to be out of town. I got to be on the out of town on the 30th. So an early launch or a delayed launch would end up working perfectly for me. Elite, my man, welcome. Dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. Hey, it's entirely selfish reasons why I want to delay. Entirely selfish reasons. In reality, the game's probably gonna launch on the 30th, and your boy's just gonna be running a 24-hour catch-up live stream in order to try and catch up to the progress. But that's all right. That's all right. Not a problem at all. We'll probably be running the first couple of live streams solo. I liked the solo. You know what? I was really impressed by how good their matchmaking system seemingly was. Now, we'll see what happens, you know, as the player base goes up and down and up and down. You know, we'll see what happens when it comes to whether or not, you know, it still is able to match solos with solos and duos with duos, etc., etc. But man, it was doing a really damn good job at that, like surprisingly well.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Nah, they wouldn't do early access. That'd be too much of a blow to the community. They wouldn't do early access. That would piss a lot of people off, I feel like. That's crossing a line. A delay, that's one thing. People have been hating on the solo PvP inside of Arc Raiders for real. I was enjoying it, and I actually really liked the matchmaking. Like I said, I was impressed. I was impressed how good they were at making it to where the PvP was 1v1s, or where the matchmaking was 1v1s and shit like that. I was surprised. Well, then there you go. The game's going to launch on the 28th, then. Sil confirmed it. They're going to early launch it on the 28th. Unfortunately, he's going to be at work, though, it seems. Damn. Just don't show up to work and be like, what? You guys scheduled my vacation wrong? What do you mean? What do you mean you scheduled it for the 30th? I said I wasn't going to be here on the 28th. No, we're not doing any... I don't need any help over here. We're not doing anything. We're not doing anything. I'm just looking for some cheeky residue to make some fuel. And also, you know, waiting on this reset. We're going to pull up the weekly map here in a minute and see what sort of map we're dealing with this week, where we could possibly build to maybe run into some confrontation. But like I said, I've missed this week, so I don't know what's going on in Dune. I don't know what's going on over here. Yeah, and then you just call in to work on the 30th, you know what I'm saying? You just call in. You just call in. Well, fuck. There's no residue here. Yeah, no, realistically, it's probably going to drop on the 30th, and then we'll probably be running a live stream on either the 1st or the 2nd of October. It just depends on what exactly goes on out of town and how the scheduling for all of that works. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on with the aftermath. But we are out of town on the 30th. But like Jay Show's saying, I'm not even worried about people having like the progress head start, because even inside of the test, it's a lot to do with timing. It's almost like a bit of some three-dimensional chess. You can easily lose a fight, you know, fully geared out to somebody who's not fully geared out. Now, somebody who's in a free loadout might have a hard time taking down somebody who's in like a tier 3 shield loadout, but somebody in a free loadout could most definitely take down somebody running 2 solid weapons and just a regular shield, even a medium shield, again, if you just catch them. I told you, Evan, that tread wheels have got to be one of the hardest vehicles to try and make a racetrack out of. Did you just end up having to swap to sand bikes? Because the tread wheels turning is just so fucking poorly thought out. Let's go dump these things onto the market real quick. I don't even know what they're selling for. Hopefully a pretty penny. All right, I'll definitely have to check that out, Evan. Never lucky. What happened, Jen? What happened? Old man, put your clothes on. Your wrinkly body is shameful. Seriously, though, put some clothes on, old man. Nobody wants to see that. I'm so glad the copy and paste functionality works here. That's actually huge. Bro, Sil, see, fucking, we've got to get these motherfuckers out of the game. Like, look, I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. I don't get it. I completely and totally understand, like, okay, you know, you jump in, you're like, okay, the gear fear is not for me. Because I get it, man. I have the gear fear as well. But, you know, I'll just quickly forget about it, get over it. I can totally understand getting in and being like, all right, the gear fear is not for me. Extraction shooters aren't the genre for me. But you cannot come into an extraction shooter and do that. That's fucking crazy, man. You can't do that. It has to be full loot. It just has to be. That's like by definition what an extraction shooter is. Is there an extraction shooter that's not full loot? Yeah, we'll definitely have to swing through one of these times, Evan. For sure. Oh, you had to do all 50 for the head. Ha! Yeah, that sucks, Jen. I had to do like 43 or something, I think. I was definitely not... I was not happy. Yeah, well, sure, Psych. Like, if somebody's running a tier 3 shield, you're not going to be able to take them out with a free loadout unless they make some sort of massive mistakes or are already low. But if somebody's already low with a tier 3 shield, somebody who's in a free loadout could easily take that. And somebody in a free loadout versus somebody who's full health in a free loadout versus somebody who's full health in, like, let's say a medium shield even, I think the free loadout, depending on what weapon they had, could still definitely end up taking that fight, depending on timing and all of that. But you're not wrong. Absolutely, being juiced puts you at the advantage. I know the whole gameplay loop is items, and if all of a sudden you're not losing items anymore, what the fuck is the point? What sort of Dune Awakening player base is fucking jumping over there? Are they gonna start bitching about the durability that happens to the weapons and shit too? Oh, fuck, dude. I think that they're in the wrong genre and possibly even on the wrong like platform. Like the Nintendo's new Pokemon might be up a lot of these people's alleys. So the people pitching that bitch should go and check out Nintendo's Pokemon. They probably really fucking like that. Maybe like Heart and Soul, like they're Roblox players. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. I don't know why the fuck or how the fuck they ended up in this genre, but we've got to make sure that the developers, and I'd imagine that they won't, but be damned if they pull some like Dune Awakening type shit and then just completely left turn off of their fucking original goal, original thoughts. Alright, there's no way I did that fucking math right. Hold on. What's it take to make a spice-infused cell? $65 spiced residue, so I did do the math right. If we had 1,000 spice residue, we would be able to make 15. If we multiply 15 by 10, we walk away with 150. And then we need to divide what would be 14 million divided by 150. There's 93,000 per fuel cell. But then the fuel cells themselves are being sold for 37,000 a piece. So technically whoever's making these is losing money, but presumably they have the spice. Presumably whoever's selling these has the residue and is crafting them. And then if we go and take a look at spice, because this doesn't help us either, we would need 1,000 spice sand in order to get, I think, 1,000 residue, and we would need to pay 6.25 million by 4, which is probably right around, what's that, like 25 million? 25 million is even more. We'd be paying even more. Exactly that, Psych, I agree. Extraction shooter without a full loot would just not even... I don't even think you could consider that to be a proper extraction shooter, which is why I don't think there's one out there. Pharaoh and the Rattler are getting diffed 90% of the time. What do you mean by diffed? But very possible with the Stitcher. Fucking hell, is the Stitcher better than I was giving it credit for? Shit, bro. I didn't give the Stitcher more than like one shot, and I think that's because when we first loaded in with a Stitcher, we tried to shoot a robot with it, and it doesn't do fuck all to the robots. Hey, very nice, Evan, very nice. My cousins and stuff do a lot of 3D printing. They make some pretty cool things with it. I'm not that into the Dune universe, Evan, so the reason we jumped into Dune in the first place, group versus group PvP, survival. I'm into survival crafting, building games. I'm hella into PvP. Dune Awakening does decent on one of those aspects. Building, basically. But I don't know squat about the Dune universe. I don't know anything about the Dune lore. If you told me we were flying hummingbirds around, I'd be calling them hummingbirds. Psych, my man doing my job for me, coming in, asking for some likes. I mean, we've been much lower than 10. We've been much lower than 10, so I can't complain. I can't complain, but I appreciate you. I most definitely do. AO3, good to see ya. How is that grid treating ya? How is that grid treating ya? We got bandos. Where did we end up on the grid? Oh yeah, we was waiting to do construction and stuff, unlock that last combat mastery, and then just kind of cook on through the rest of the game between... Basically, we just need to, like, level up in boss. Level up in boss, you know? I'm running out of days of membership, though. We've got probably, like, 1.5 days of membership left over there. Stitcher is bad against the arc, but great PvP weapon. Nice, nice. I'll have to keep that in mind. So we were running the hairpin, and I didn't mind the hairpin because most of the time I feel like the hairpin was taking the people I was shooting at it off guard. Because the silencer on that thing does a pretty damn good job. So somebody will be like staring at you and ADSing at you. It doesn't even look like they fired at you. You like barely heard a noise. They barely flinched, and all of a sudden you got hit with a bullet. It's almost like you're a bit confused for a second, you know, and that tiny window of being confused and off put is sometimes all you need. Six out of 6 combat masteries. Very nice. Very nice. I'm assuming that you did the smart thing and tied fletching to construction and herblore then. Am I right? Because that's where I made my biggest mistake. If we would have tied fletching to construction and herblore, we would have fucking blitzed through the construction and already been done with that shit. Ah! You just, you know, sometimes it's like, nah, you just can't look back on it. Fucking pissed off. I'm pissed off, though. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pissed. Cooking was the better play, you think, Jen. You think? You gotta get the fish. You tied it to cooking. That's crazy. You guys are fucking crazy. You can buy fletching. You can buy fletching. Rune arrows, as a matter of fact, which are fast as fuck. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Oh, Sharks and Zaya. But you also have to have Production Prodigy before you can... Oh, I guess I had Production Prodigy with fletching already, too, so we'd already been cooking with that. Oh, you're right. How many sharks are in the shop in Zaya? Yeah, do it up, Evan, on the Discord for sure. Oh, max level in Arc. You think it's around 50? No way. That's got to be just a prediction, right? Because 50, like, hardly even gets you to the end of one tree. 25? Oh, okay, that's way better, because you can buy one shark in Canifis as well. But Banker's Note. You would have to have Banker's Note to get that running and cooking, like, super fast. Is there a bank right next to where you buy the food? Took me about 7,500 shark to get all 3 skills to 99. Yeah, you can cook it inside of Rogue's Den, Jen, but you have to buy 7,000... Oh, you can buy the shark noted. Right. No, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Juiced, man. Actually juiced. Was cooking better experience, though? Because you can genuinely push upwards of, like, 70 million experience per hour in ranged making rune arrows, can't you? Because that's if you're genuinely pushing 75 million experience per hour doing fletching, 90 million for sharks. Sheesh. Fucking either way. Okay, either way, cooking or fletching, either way. Either way, I fucked up making it fletching. That's where I made my biggest... There's always one, dude. There's always one mega mistake inside of Leagues, bro. You can't fucking play Leagues without making a mega mistake, I swear. Bio, he's taking down some abyssal demons. Very nice. Alright, we've got the power cooking over here, which is fantastic. The water's probably getting close to being done crafted on Dew Gap. We can focus on transitioning that. We've got too many hours left until the reset here. What What's funny, Bios, if I was going to train Slayer in leagues, I think I would just go train Thieving. I have Thieving tied to Slayer, and it was like power leveling it. Let's go ahead and pull up the Dune map. '21st through the 28th. 2 days off of Arc Raiders fully launching, hopefully. Well, hopefully it launches earlier. Oh, you're on your main. Very nice. You've never tried a leagues, huh? I'm telling you, you're missing out. But that's coming from my perspective, which is from a PvP perspective. I've always played RuneScape to PvP, so I've never much partook in the main game. Give me a second here. Let me get this map set up. I've never much partook in the main game grind, so leagues actually gives me the ability to do that, which is really nice, where typically I don't even bother. All right, well, this is what we're cooking with next week. As you guys can see, we've got a lab on H6, we've got a lab on G3, and we've got a lab on F8. However, the labs are very under-hit because, like we were talking about earlier, you can get most of the schematics from everywhere else, so why go through the trouble of hitting up a lab? Nobody likes the PvE in this game. It's very uncreative, copy and paste, redundant, and then artificially inflated difficulty when you get out into the deep desert. So why the hell would you even put yourself through that? I don't blame people at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, I won't partake in PvE in this game anymore. We're done with it. We're absolutely done. That one person that I killed to get a body earlier better be the last person that I ever have to even fucking do, and every last PvE I even have to do in this game. We're done with it. I'm not even playing. We're not playing. I said it like 2 weeks ago, and we've yet to do it. I will not do it. It's not what we play this game for anymore. What we are playing this game for is to possibly try to set up some base versus base combat, but most importantly, getting into the base rating. And as you can see this week, we've got a lot of land masses out here, which is good. That's good for us. We've got 3 instances to search. I would say most likely the hotspot this week is going to be at these ships right here, which unfortunately for us is right next to the safe zone. Makes you wonder how that's going to play out. With this being so damn close to the safe zone, it's good and bad for us in so many different ways. Like, say we set up a base right here on this little island right here, and we were trying to hold down this. Say we set up a base right here, and we're trying to hold down this, and we're trying to hold down this. People could literally just funnel in from up here and attack us and not have a problem, which would like be opposite of what we're going for, right? We're trying to base up right here and cause such a nuisance to over here and such a nuisance to over here that team number 2 decides to come and base up right here so they can cause a nuisance to us over here. And then team number 3 decides to come and base up right here. So now it's like a 3-way form of like base versus base combat, if you will, where we're all kind of just picking at each other and these ships. Now, if people are just able to roll straight up from the south, I don't think that we're going to be able to actually realistically be facilitating that, which kind of defeats the purpose, which makes me almost want to push all the way up here into the I-1 region. This is going to be a ship that's not very well camped, not very heavily hit, because you're going to have to go so deep in. But because it's not very heavily hit, we may be able to get down a mega base right here fairly seen and undisturbed, at which point we can definitely harass anybody who decides to hit this up. But then we can also possibly go and hit this up and then use this base to temporarily store the schematics that we get out of here and out of here while we're in the process of pissing these people off. If we're all the way out here and we piss people off enough, you know, there might be somebody who comes in bases right here or right here or right here even to try and mount some sort of like fight. Now, realistically, all of these bases that we put together are going to be one-day bases because as soon as we end the live stream and we're no longer here defending the base, I mean, it's just going to get taken as soon as a storm hits it. So all of it's very temporary, but that's kind of like what we're working towards out here and what we've got going on. And I guess next week's map isn't terrible. It's hard to get excited when there's no sort of schematics fight to go for, and I don't exactly know how it's going to work out. Ah, see, you don't do any PvP, so you're all about that main game. See, at that point in time, if you're all about the main game and the PvE grind in the main game, honestly, leagues might just be like a big waste of time, you know? Because, yeah, it's fun. Yeah, you got the boosted whatever's, this, that, and the other, but it's almost like XP waste, which we all know XP waste is forbidden for any RuneScape player to partake in. No XP waste allowed. What happened with the worm? Entropy, have you been playing on Harmony all week? So I haven't been here all week. When I last checked the player count on Harmony, it was still pretty high, which makes me think that, you know, there was still a decent ebb and flow. I'm assuming there was still some action happening out in the deep desert this week. Exactly what happened? How'd it go? Did I see the clip where Echo was chasing someone in an underground base, and then the guy he was chasing just went off in the abyss of white mist from under the map? No, Kato, no. But I'd imagine these rage hackers are just going to be coming out more and more. Because that almost sounds like some sort of, like, speed whatever. You don't think the no-wipe system is going to work? It's going to make the game stale since you don't think resetting will be worth it? They said you won't get a combat advantage and extra skill points is. Expeditions and Arc Raiders might be an incentive for you not resetting your character, especially if you're able to max out the trees. Extra points? Extra skill points? Is that what you're saying? They didn't say no combat advantage. They said it was going to come with some form of advantages that capped out. You're meant to get some form of advantages from the resets inside of Arc Raiders, but they cap out at a specific amount. And I don't think they're meant to be significant. But you guys bring up a good point. It'll be interesting to see how the wipes work. This is my first extraction shooter, so I don't know if the game does eventually get stale and turn into, like, okay, they have to force a wipe to kind of, like, reforce the excitement, if you will. But I'm kind of with Syl. Even something like bragging rights and unique cosmetics will incentivize a good chunk of the player base to just go ahead and do that. Yes, 100%, Kato. All the playtest data better be gone. I was playing as if the death data was going to be gone. Oh, you focused on death races this week. Okay. I see. I mean, totally fair enough. It's entirely a make-your-own-fun game. So it's kind of turned into that, hasn't it? Where it's like, what the fuck are we going to do, I guess, this week? What's going to happen this week? My guess, Syl and Psych, is that they're going to allow us to cap out that skill tree. I don't think there is going to be a level cap per se. I think that the experience scaling might make it to where, you know, the level feels like it's capped because of the experience scaling, but it's not. Yeah, entropy, that seems to be the new form of excitement being put together. And what's funny is before the durability got fixed, I think the main form of PvP was the organized PvP. Yeah, you had the people running the labs, but they were mainly running the labs and they were probably doing more PvE than they were doing PvP. The organized PvP is what was popping off, which is why I think in the first expansion, they're gonna do the first expansion, all tier 7 is gonna be all coming out of a PvE zone, and then the PvP portion of the update is they're going to come out with some sort of like battlegrounds style update. My concern, Psych, is if you cannot max it out, there has to be some form of system of respecking other than a full reset. Because otherwise, people are going to soft lock their fucking characters, I guarantee, and they'll quit the game. Like if there's got to be something. Because if you go down the wrong tree and you just completely put yourself in a shit path, then you're basically at a massive disadvantage compared to people who took the meta path, let's say. So there has to be some form of respecking that's not tied to... Yeah, respecking has to be a thing. Because I don't mind if they do a cap. I don't care. I don't care one way or another. And I think it's less of an advantage to doing the reset. And even if you could cap out the skill points, I think that cosmetics and bragging rights would draw a lot of people to push it anyways. I'd honestly prefer that respecking was made very as simple as possible. Like possibly um as absolutely simple as possible, like cost of monies, just a bit of some money. I think that would give people a chance to at least experiment, see what they like and what they don't like. But I don't mind them locking it out either, because that also that adds some form of specialization. Ugh, I fucking still there's a 48-hour cooldown on skill respecking over here in Dune Awakening, and I absolutely hate it. Now, granted, over here inside of Dune Awakening, there's skills like Planetologist that make it to where my vehicle mining produces more, yield. So it's like, do I want to decide if I'm farming for the next 2 days? Because if I slot my skills into farming, then I can't go out and PvP without being put at a massive disadvantage. And that whole system really won't that same problem won't apply inside of Dune Awakening, or inside of Arc Raiders, thankfully. But still, I'm like, I'm just like, I hear cooldown period, and I'm like, ooh, I get a little skeptical, because I do not like the way it functions over here. When do you think we'll know what the incentive for wiping will be? Do you think they'll end up dropping some big blog post prior to the game's launch? Do you think they're going to leave it completely up for the players to find out for themselves? That'll be interesting to see. Whoa, what the fuck? I didn't need to make 10 storages. Oh shit! We had enough water to craft the whole ornithopter anyways. See, day of sucks. Do you mean by day of it'll be like the players have to look it up in game and we'll be able to see like day of, or like day of that's when they'll drop the blog post? Because I really, if they're gonna do a blog post, I really wish they would do it a bit earlier. Gave us a little bit of time to digest it. And again, that's like on the selfish part of me, because like as a creator, obviously, like a blog post talking about like the ins and outs of the game a little bit in more depth would be the exact type of thing that I want to cover, and I can't necessarily cover that if it's coming out the day of. Like, even if I wasn't out of town and let's say I was running a live stream, I can't like shut the live stream down to go make a video real quick. Hold on, guys, I'll be back in about 3 hours, depending on how long it takes me to put this video together. I'll be right back. Everybody hold on. Yeah, probably at launch. That's honestly, I'd prefer it to be that way. I'm out of town at launch too, so gonna be behind in those regards as well. Come on. Well, now this has just gotten ridiculous. You can place the chassis on the wall of this fucking game. Good. No, I did not obviously know that, Evan. If you see me struggling here, I would have placed it on the wall had I known that. Either way, I'm gonna have to do some digging in to the game anyways, to kind of take a look see at what sort of like materials it requires to upgrade the bench, because like that's my number one question coming out of the test is like what's going to be the actual grind for upgrading the bench into tier 3. Like what does that actual grind entail? Also, the quests have solid rewards, but with the way the item shop was worked out, you absolutely, like, didn't need to do the quests. If that makes sense. Yeah, no, I know there's a wiki with that info because all of that info's been on test too. Yeah, no, I know that. That's why I'm saying I'll have to dive into all that shit and process it in my own brain. We'll have to process that one in the old noggin. Well... Let's start unloading. I don't know if this... I don't know how much the bank can hold. I don't know if we're going to be able to fit all of this in here, but we'll see. We'll see how much we get in there. What sort of new items got added? What do you mean? What the fuck am I missing? Oh. I don't think we have an engine or a generator. We're moving everything over on Dugap into the bank, Landshark. Oh, that's gonna be a problem, because I don't know if I have fucking particle capacitors. Fuck. Yeah, 30,000 volume, but how many slots? Oh, none of those... Yeah, see, Psych, that's what I was saying. Like, the Pharaoh was so good inside of the, inside of the test, but is it going to be that good inside of the main game after, you know, like you said, a week or two? Probably not. Can I break any of this shit down into a particle capacitor? I don't even know. Nice, we got some. We're cooking. I don't know if I get shit from these broken ones, but we'll find out. Yeah, we had that Grey Wolf grenade. I so desperately wish that I used that Grey Wolf grenade on that group that was attacking us while we were inside of that building. Because they were outside of that building, and I don't know if that grenade targets players, but if it does, it would have been Like, it would have been like a bunch of, it would have been like a hellfire missiles coming down on these guys who are sitting out there on us. I just don't know. I wish I threw it then to find out, because I threw it at the buffalo to try and take that down. I know it's not called a buffalo, but that's what we're calling it now. We've renamed it yet again. It's now officially a buffalo. $500 bank slots, nice. Well, thankfully, I found a decent way for me to salvage some particle capacitors. Oh, Wolfpack. Okay, good, good, good. So I'm glad I didn't throw it at them then. It did a shitload of damage to that buffalo. It beat that buffalo's ass. If we didn't get third-partied by that team, we would have easily nabbed ourselves that buffalo kill. That's how much damage it did to that thing. I'm convinced that we had the kill in the bag. Especially because we were in the swamp and we would have been able to just hide in the building and pick at that thing. I'm so... damn, bro. That team had to come up and third-party us at the worst possible time. That buffalo was so jacked up. I was yelling at them to kill the buffalo, but I don't even know... I don't know what they were doing. I don't even know if they were still there. They were probably like, I don't want to shoot the buffalo, I'm too scared. But that thing was fucked up, dude. That thing had some armor plating missing off of it. I think it was not destined for this area. We had that thing in the bag. Idiots came and third-partied us. Oh, see, right. Psych. Yeah, that's weird as well. So that'll be, I think, another point of possible contention inside of the game. Like, that might be something that gets a little bit old. Again, like, I'm just not used to... I haven't played extraction shooters, so I don't know if that's norm. It doesn't feel normal. You know what I mean? It feels like it throws off the gameplay loop more than anything, which just kind of sucks. Exactly, Psych. So if you... And I don't even blame them. If you spawn into a match and there's only 18 minutes left of that match, you're probably going to do one of two things. Hit it with a quick loot and get out, or you're probably going to go running directly towards the closest noise that you hear. I honestly don't know still. I have no idea. Like I said, a Dune or Arc Raiders is my first experience with... So I don't even know. Right. Well, that's what you do. That's what you do, you know, when you have 48 hours to play the game. You know, if we're in the main game, it's like, what did I roll in here with? Did I roll in here with a fat stack of items that I was preparing to take down a bunch of Arc with, and I don't want to just go possibly instantly lose these items to a fight that I wasn't prepared for? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's one of two things is going to happen. You're going to hit it with that quick loot and dash, or you're gonna go run straight towards the combat. But either way, even having the possibility of, you know, you got 15 minutes left on the raid, you've already fought two teams, and you're now trying to do a bit of some, like, the PvE shit. Oh, here comes fucking team number 3 that just spawned in, ruining your buffalo kill. It should be only free kits that load in mid-raid. I actually like that idea still. I like that idea. That makes more sense, actually. Yeah. Scavs, yeah. I'm excited for Arc. We got a lot of big things coming up that I'm really excited about, which is why we're going through this whole process right now of fully breaking down the Do Gap base. I've been running this second server, but not playing on this second server for months now, and it's just, it's not that hard to get on, every 14 days and pay the taxes and do this, but if we could just take this off of our plate entirely, fucking huge, because we got a lot of shit coming down the pipeline. We've got Arc Raiders coming out on the 30th of October, and then it's November, December. Deadman mode might be dropping, I don't know when Deadman mode is coming out. Jen, are you still in the chat? I gotta look that up, bro. We'll look that up here in a little bit. If there's a speculated month even as to when Deadman mode is coming out. Because I'm telling you guys, I lose a shitload of viewers when I swap over into RuneScape, but it's just the game I grew up playing, and I'm hella passionate about it, so it's gonna keep happening. I hate to say it, it's gonna keep happening. And I tell ya, I really get into the competitive PvP seasonal game mode that Deadman mode is. And this year, I'm really excited for what our game plans are for Deadman mode in the first place, so... Fuck yes, dude. So leading into Deadman mode, we're gonna be taking probably 2 weeks of live streams to jump into old school RuneScape on our hardcore Iron Man and just go play some Last Man Standing, which is it's a PvP game mode inside of the main game where it's basically free PvP kits in order to practice your tribe ridding, and 98% of the time you're practicing it against bots. But that being said, I gotta get back in the swing of things and get back on the tribe ridding kick there, because I've never been much of a tribe rid PKer, so we've got a lot of shit coming down the pipeline, so clearing Do Gap off of our plate is essential. And that's not even to account for I want to play Clockwork Revolution, but I forget when that's coming out. And Outer Worlds came out, didn't it? How's that game been going? That was another one that I was somewhat interested in checking out. You can't wait to try the Jupiter rifle. That's definitely one that I've got my eye peaked on the absolute most. That'll be a weapon where after we get it, I'm going to be nervous as fuck taking it into raid. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be nervous taking it into raid. I got to do a little bit more research to figure out what it takes to get the electromagnetic cores, or whatever those were. Because there was 2 ingredients that you needed to craft the Jupiter. The purple heavy weapon parts, which you can find randomly, as well as the electromagnetic core. If that electro core comes from the queen, we're in trouble. Having to kill the queen in order to craft the Jupiter. Oh my gosh, that is going to enable the gear fear in me so steep. That is going to trigger gear fear like no other, genuinely. But if the electromagnetic core is like, oh, it's from a rocketeer. Don't say that, Sil. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't fucking say that. Because that means, like, I'm not taking a Jupiter in raid. You're fucking crazy, dude. You know what it takes to kill a queen? It takes too much. It takes too much to kill a queen. No way. No way. Nope. No. Nope. Nope. It's gonna come from the Rocketeer or something, which is almost more scary. Let's be real. Let's be real. When we did the queen puzzle, you and Pomelos, I believe it was, were inside of that queen for like 5 minutes while I was on the outside shooting at the queen from way far of a distance, so it wasn't targeting me with all of her attacks, but it was targeting me with rockets, and it would shoot a laser at me every so often. And its attacks were fairly easy to dodge. I was dodging the queen and surviving being attacked by the queen for about 5 minutes. And you want to know what got us killed? That fucking Rocketeer. The second the Rocketeer locked onto us while the queen was attacking us, it was game over. It was game over. And it was game over like immediately. Rocketeer blew us up. You won't need a queen part for the rifle, but you will for workbenches. See, that's all right because the workbench isn't something that you lose. So I can survive that, you know? And if I don't need a queen part to craft the rifle either, I'll be, you know, less stressed out taking one of them into the raid in the first place. Hell yeah.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, and the refinery. Oh, okay, okay. See? See, there's a lot of stuff like that we just completely missed out on. Yes, indeed, indeed. Very good to hear. I like hearing that. I like hearing that. Yeah. So, like, the way the server slam played out is going to be nothing compared to what the main game plays out like. I don't know if the experience rates will end up being the same, but it won't be viable for you to sell green resources that you could need down the road for money to buy an anvil. You know what I'm saying? You'll have to go about, because that's a lot of where my money was coming from initially, was selling those components. But you'll have to go about heading into the control point on Dam and hitting up those chests. However, that's a bit of an interesting thing there, because you could just run free loadout after free loadout after free loadout with each one of those free loadouts pushing that, just hoping that you manage to get in and out of there one single time. And if you do get in and out of there one single time with all of those valuables, you could all of a sudden go from free loadout to anvil. And like, let's say your very first raid of Arc Raiders, you rolled into the control point, took control point, and walked out of there with all that shit. You'd be in your second raid with an anvil already, which would put you probably just miles ahead of the competition. But even with that being said, an anvil can get taken out by a pharaoh if you guys are both running the same level shield and they land their shots on you first. So there's always a little bit of give and take. I'm so pumped up, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You killed a Rocketeer and it had 5 pieces to raid, and I'm pretty sure it came from it. Damn, like the Rocketeer had 5 different loot spots. Sheesh. Oh, and that's where you got the electro. Oh, shit. Well, fuck. Honestly, I don't know enough about extraction shooters and what a player market does to the game. I've heard people say they don't want one. I've heard people say they do want one. I'm 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. I'd prefer a player market before I preferred like the NPCs selling all all of the gear, even as to the extent that they were selling the gear. I think it was a bit much, which could have just had everything to do with the fact that we were in a 48-hour test. Damn, that's actually crazy.
Welcome. Would you like to dip?
I think that I think Arc Raiders is in itself casual enough. I think it needs to be careful with the line that it toes with the casual player base, because if it toes too tight of a line, casuals might convince the devs to do something stupid like take full loot out of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't get a kill on somebody and take a Jupiter from them, which would be a massive kill. Like, imagine killing somebody. You go to loot their body. Boom. Jupiter. Huh. Huh. Bro, that's just peak right there. And you can't have that if it doesn't go both ways and you don't lose your shit on the receiving end of that. You know what I'm saying? But, bro, pulling a Jupiter off of somebody would be like smiting an AGS inside of old school, you know what I mean? Maybe a bit of a dated comment comparison, because Armadale Godsword, not as expensive as it used to be, but... See, and, psych, typically when it comes to people who make that argument where certain games are mainly PvP players, like people tried making that argument with Dune Awakening, and typically I don't let that argument stand, because PvE players are the lifeblood of the PvP players. But for extraction shooters specifically, that's not the case. This is also not the case for full loot MMOs. Like, there's specific types of games that what I'm saying is completely opposite of the truth. Albion Online, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is not a PvE friendly game. And I would argue that the majority of the player base in Albion Online are PvP enthusiasts. Whereas in Dune Awakening, I would have PvP players who are like, oh, we're 90% of the player base, but they're not. They're not. They're at most 50% of the player base. Like, that's at most what I'm willing to give them. Yes, you're right, but the PvE in Albion feeds into the PvP of Albion. Does that make sense? It's still, like, at its heart and soul, Albion is like the only MMO that I can think of where the full loot aspect of it is hardcore as hell. Which is why I would say the majority of Albion players are PvP enthusiasts. And same with, like, Rust, for example. But even with Rust, there's a hardcore roleplay player base that has their PvE only servers and shit like that, and those guys make up a good chunk of the concurrent player base. But with extraction shooters, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Oh, what's funny though is even with games like Tarkov, Nikita would just said not too long ago that towards the end of the wipes, the player base is more closer to a 50-50 split PvP versus PvE. That has less to do with the game having like a super heavy PvE player base though, and more to do with the PvP players getting bored of the PvP towards end of the wipe and just shifting into dicking around in the PvE. Anyone on Harmony know if your power is out at your base? I'm on Dugap right now. I was just over on Harmony and I didn't notice the power was out. Yeah, Psych, I'm hoping that God, I'm really hoping that Arc Raiders doesn't suffer from the same problems as Tarkov when it comes to the massive cheater problem. There's gonna be a big cheater problem, but I'm hoping they can fight back even just a little bit, because getting cheated on in Warzone and losing the progress that you made in that one match, okay, that sucks. Getting cheated on inside of an extraction shooter where you say rolled in there with some high tier loot and you just get cheated on and lose that high tier loot because of that, like that's peak frustration. This honestly shouldn't take me too long to move all of this shit over, Eurism. We don't have that much over on Dugap. After I clear this component chest, it's going to be basically done. And I'm not going to worry about taking all of the stuff like the titanium and the stravidium and the ores, you know. Evan, my man, you take it easy, my friend. You take it nice and easy. I spent the entirety of yesterday getting the house into a little bit more of a functioning order. My wife has now been gone for this is the second week, and the first week my wife and my kid were gone. So let's just say nothing got done around the house. Now that I got the kid back, we had to get shit done around the house yesterday. We had some housekeeping we needed to take care of, and a lot of it.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
You bald fucker. Yeah, cheaters ruined Warzone for me and Apex for me, and those games don't have as much weight behind them as something like an extraction shooter does. Like, there's a little bit of weight behind your life, but, you just run it back and you hope you don't run into a cheater in your next match. It's not like you're fucking down a Jupiter in a torrent or something crazy like that. So, yeah, there is going to be a cheater problem, but hopefully it gets nipped in the butt as much as it can be anyways. It's always a back and forth, which sucks. Fuck, I keep going in the wrong side. Yep, I predicted Dune's player count to hit 12 to 15 all the way through the first expansion. Himeros in the chat has been saying 8,000 by December for a while now. I haven't seen him in a while. But he might be right. He might be right. I don't know. I wish the game was functioning proper. I think what irritates me the most about this game and is like almost an irredeemable flaw in my opinion, and this is where it turns in from incompetence to like neglect, and these guys should almost be like punished for their performance. 60 to 70% of these skills and these passives and these techniques don't function either at all, or they don't function as they say they function with the same like amount of percentage effect wise. And that's just a problem to me. You know, if you can't, you know, get your fundamental skill system to actually just be fucking functioning as it says, what else are you doing wrong? And then you see time and time again what else they're doing wrong, so it's a bit rough. But 10 more days, we got Arc Raiders coming out, which I'm wildly excited for. We're big hyped for Arc Raiders. Should be good. The one saving grace in this game, and I'll keep bringing it up, is that somehow, some way, we keep continuing to have bases to raid week in and week out. And the bases and the types of bases that we get to raid have, like, been shifting. Started off with processing bases right at the start of the game, then it shifted into, like, forward operating bases for mining operations, mixed with a little bit of, like, lab bases. Now it's like forward operating schematic bases. Kato, I'm telling you, man, I'm massively stoked for Arc Raiders. I don't know how Game of the Year works, but that should be in the running, in my opinion. More so than Dune Awakening for sure. If they keep the cheating under control, Arc could be big. You wish I knew the player count for the test. I wish we got an actual real player count for the test, psych, because with the way Steam was all fucked, with the way Steam was all messed up, I'd imagine that there was a lot of people who decided to go through, like, Epic Games, which isn't being tracked on Steam, obviously. So it's like even me, for example, I typically would never use Epic Games, but we did, so we could play, but when we play the main game, we'll be on Steam. I'd be a lot more interested to see what it actually got up to. It's a bummer that Steam kind of, I don't know what happened there. It was a weird way to roll it out. Oh, right, console did have the, console had a bit of a delayed launch as well. I wish it was just industry standard that each of these platforms were forced to divulge game launch information. So what games are up for vote this year? I don't know how Game of the Year works. I never pay attention to it. But I forgot Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That probably will end up taking Game of the Year, to be honest. So here's the thing, Psych. It took hours. It took hours for the game to finally, like, launch on Steam. So I wouldn't be surprised if the game did fully launch on Steam during the test, if it would have gotten up to 250,000 concurrent. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I think that that's actually even I think that's somewhat of a conservative guess. It might, I don't think it would have quite have doubled, but it might have gotten up to 300,000 even on Steam. I don't think it quite would have doubled to the 180,000. But it was down for hours. Steam wasn't out for hours. I mean, like, I think for the first 3 hours of the live stream, that was like the main thing we were talking about, is how people could go about getting the game via Epic. And then I forget who it was. I think it was Eurism or somebody else came up with that weird backwards way of getting the game to be enabled. It might have been Hayden. I don't remember exactly. They copy and pasted some weird ass thing, and that got Steam to like enable the game or something weird. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So it'd be another 50 to 75, possibly even 120, just because of the amount of time that it took. So Steam might have easily peaked at 300, probably more realistically like 250. But we'll see. We'll see. But and there's also a lot of people like Eurism and Grey Wolf who got their hands on the game just and Chuji, who got their hands on the game just to realize that it's not for them, which is why I was excited for the playtest, because I wasn't sure if it was going to be for me either. Because I have the gear fear as well. Like, don't get it twisted. Full loot PvP is intense, bro. It really is. Even inside of RuneScape, where it's like 90% loot PvP, it still gives you that 10% of loot to work with, right? What games are on the list this year? Eurism says, I am not Wall-E. All right? Oh, no. I think the amount of people that decided the game wasn't for them was not a substantial portion. But it was a portion. Exactly. It's almost like a prep. It's a prep game, Eurism. Yeah. It should get you nice and prepared for for the near future, if you will. Should the deep state plans go through, that is. I'm not convinced the deep state's in control anymore. Though time will tell. What's the future of Dune? I don't know. You tell me, weak. I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, the title of the title of the stream. God, there's been like 3 people that have asked that question, and I'm like, I don't fucking know. Doke, I don't know. Do I look like an oracle to you? I don't fucking know. Oh, I got it. We're breaking down the Dew Gap base. We're putting the Dew Gap base into the bank. That's our future for Dew Gap, at least. We're putting Dew Gap into the bank, and we're setting up Harmony's power, so Harmony's got plenty of power. I forgot I named the stream that. Yep, that's my bad. Yep. So the future of Dune Awakening for the Dew Gap base is inside of the bank until some sort of server mergers happen, and then over with Harmony, we're setting up the base over in the main guild base to have plenty of days of fuel on hand, because we do have a lot of games coming down the pipeline. But for what we've got going on this week, we're going to be messing around in the deep desert, looking for some base raids, maybe building up a base or 2. We'll see what happens. Oh, Death Stranding 2? Oh, fuck, I hate exclusivity. And maybe this isn't fair for me to say, because on PC, we get a lot of games that don't come out on console at all. So maybe it's not fair for me to say, but fuck exclusivity. You know what I'm saying? Stupid. I never finished Death Stranding 1, though, but that's not the point. You're a corner peeker as well, but I push a lot, and I'm getting corner camped and losing to a scrub, which is frustrating. Oh my god, Kel. That's actually maybe my number 1 complaint. That's maybe my number 1 complaint with a third person shooter, is people just fucking wall camp, bro, and it puts you at a disadvantage if you move. So me and this guy are just gonna kiss a wall for 5 minutes to see which one of us moves first. Stupid. I don't like it. Yeah. That's a major thing. I'm trying to think of another third-person shooter game that I enjoy playing. And all that I can think of is Fortnite, but Fortnite, you can counter those wall huggers with a wall. Oh, you want to hug walls? Well, here's another wall. Hug that one. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome. Would you like to deposit?
I can't think of another third-person shooter that I truly enjoyed. We played a lot of Marvel Rivals, but that's like comparing apples and oranges, really. I'll be back, Baldy. Nope, no Division, no Battlefront. I never played Gears of War. All 3 of those sound like games that came out when I was pretty deep into grinding old school RuneScape, and then even Fortnite. I was deep in old school RuneScape, and even had a channel that was explicitly old school RuneScape content. And my buddy put me onto Fortnite, and he was like, "You should make videos about Fortnite because it's starting to pop off." And I was like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And I played Fortnite at his house, and it wasn't like a week later I had to go get a console, because I was playing RuneScape on a laptop. I couldn't play Fortnite on a laptop, so I had to go get a console. And the rest is history. Oh, you know what? Battlefront is the Star Wars game, isn't it? I played a lot of Battlefront as a kid, but that's when I wasn't taking shooters seriously. You're right, Kel. In Ark, you're massively at a disadvantage. It's a bit unfortunate because even if you peek to say throw a grenade, you know, the second you peek, they're gonna peek and shoot you. So if you're peeking to throw the grenade, they're gonna shoot you. Well, that doesn't mean that it's not fully outplayable, though, because you could do something like, say I'm holding this wall, and that guy is holding that wall over there, and if I peek to throw a grenade, right? If I peek to throw a grenade, he's gonna fire at me. So what I could do is potentially, like, go to the back of the room like this, and hit it with, like, a different peek to the nade. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there is outplays, but it's like at the same time, it's like the advantage goes to those who are willing to wait. And I'm never typically the guy who's willing to wait. So even inside of the stress test, we found ourselves in quite a few situations where I put myself massively at a disadvantage, starting the fight off on a bad foot, just simply because I moved and tried to engage into an area that they were already wall hugging. Like, for example, over at the power plant where they can stand on top and look down. They can wall hug that, and they can see me come out, and they don't have to peek until they know they have a shot on me. It's just kind of fucked. It is just kind of fucked, I agree. I don't know if first-person Arc Raiders would be the solution, but... That being said, that was most definitely not even close to a deal breaker for me, in my opinion. Honestly, Eurism, as do I. Could we potentially get back to some good sports games? Fuck, wouldn't that be nice, dude? Wouldn't that be nice? Like a 2K, like a WWE 2K game with some real sorts of like actual story. Fuck, dude. God, I can't remember what wrestling game I used to play back in the day, but it was peak, bro. It was peak. Or like God, I remember me and my boy used to play Madden, bro. Damn, you used to like earn trophies and earn monies and shit via your contracts from your career that you could then use to like upgrade your house and decorate your house. Fucking peak, bro. Just peak, dude. And now what do they focus? They focus on their stupid cards, dude. That dumbass fucking card game. I hate sports games now. And it's more so because of the audience that plays the sports games, because it's those sons of bitches who are just constantly consuming the stupidity that is the whole, I can't even think of the name of the stupid mode that they play, that dumbass mode. Fucking waste your money of a mode each and every single year. Spend money on card packs to waste your fucking money. It's insane. It's actually levels of insanity that should be studied, I feel like. Chuji, my man. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing fantastic. No, you're right, Psych. The third person needs to be done over there. But I agree with Cal. It's definitely going to lead to some points of frustration. I didn't experience it much inside of the test, though. I mean, obviously, just inherently, you know, the advantage goes to whoever's holding the wall for the longest. But you know, it didn't feel like that was leading to my death as often as would make me frustrated. Over on the Do Gap, Chuji. Over on the Do Gap, we're shoving it all into the bank. This is gonna take one thing off of my plate because this is a server that I mean, when we rolled on Harmony, we were supposed to continue coming back to Dugap to raid, but there's not enough bases over here, so it was just 45 minutes of flying around the deep desert, actually, so it's about time we moved this into the bank until they come out with some sort of server merges, and then we're also setting up Harmony's power to be functioning for longer. We're not walking away from Harmony or anything like that, but we're just getting all that set up so it's like, power is not even a thing anymore, because previously we've been kind of keeping the power on like almost like a 3-day timer. But we got some things coming up that might put us out longer than 3 days. I never got into any of the NHL games, Eurism. But honestly, I agree. I've got a bit of hopium for the new EA as well, but I'm curbing my enthusiasm because I don't anticipate too many changes actually happening. I wouldn't know who that is.
Welcome. How much Thalaris would you like to with? Welcome. Would you like to dip?
All right, we're not even halfway done on the volume or the storage. All right, that's what's up. Oh, looks like somebody bought gold on Dugap. We have cheaters on Dugap. We have people real world trading on Dugap. Can you believe that? Oh, this guy's in shock. He cannot believe it. I'm telling you, yes, you ponder what to do with those dirty, dirty, dirty real-world traders while I continue to load up my bank. Good luck, sir. Ooh, he made Medal of Honor, huh? Sheesh, bro, that's taking me back. That's taking me back, Eurism. That's like the first war games that I ever played was Medal of Honor, back when I was super young and did not mind playing through campaigns. Bit of a handheld type game, or handheld story type game, but that's all we had back in the day. We didn't have multiplayer back when I was playing Medal of Honor, you know what I mean? Fuck yeah, Medal of Honor was a solid game. I think there was a couple of them that I played that were both fantastic. I never played at Titanfall. And I think when I was playing Call of Duty, I didn't start playing Call of Duty like until the multiplayer was already like well established. And even then, most of the time I was playing at my... So I grew up playing old school RuneScape, but when I would go to my boys' house, those guys didn't play old school. They didn't play RuneScape, so we would get down on like Call of Duty, or we'd be playing Halo 3, Halo Reach. Oh, he co-founded Respawn, huh? Damn. Fucking hell. Is this before Apex Legends? Co-founded Respawn and then dropped Apex Legends? Man, I wonder if he was the guy who came up with the brilliant marketing strategy of shadow dropping Apex Legends. Because I will never forget that day. Fucking so good. I was just getting ready to say that, Bar. The shadow drop of Apex Legends, I will never fucking forget. It was so damn good. Me and my boys are, you know, balls deep in enjoying some Fortnite. Fortnite was like the least, you know, it wasn't super polished at the time, you know, it wasn't fantastic. The audio was kind of scuffed. Also, you know, we'd been playing a lot of it, so somewhat getting stale just in those regards as well. Boom, Apex Legends shadow drops, and it is clean, bro. It is clean. It is smooth. The gameplay is functional. Like you said, the servers are solid, bro. Fucking, I remember it was the first thing I said when playing Apex with my boys. I was like, holy shit, this feels finished. This feels like a finished product. Since then, Apex Legends, I think, has like almost overbloated itself to a point where it's got more jank now than it launched with. But damn, that game was so good at the start. So Apex Legends fell into the same hole that Warzone fell into for me. I just became too cynical to play the game anymore. I convinced myself... What the fuck? I convinced myself that there was a cheater in every single lobby. And as soon as I convince myself that there's a cheater in every single match, bro, it just absolutely kills the game for me. Now, I'm a bit cynical when it comes to the amount of cheaters in video games. I'm fully willing to admit that. But The second I feel that there's a cheater in every single game, whether it be one person using walls, a little bit of soft aim, little bit of this, a little bit of that, whatever the fuck it might be, the second I feel that there's one in every single game, it absolutely just totally destroys the experience for me. Especially ranked. There is. I'm fully willing to admit that I'm cynical, but also at the same time, I'm right there with you where I say that to kind of like stem the argument that some people will bring up, whatever, when you start to talk about cheaters. There's not as many as you think, whatever. There's more than I think, and I think there's a shitload, so that's the way I look at it. So yes, I would say every single match of Apex has a cheater in it. It's just killed the game for me, unfortunately. Warzone as well. Warzone's what really kind of like sparked all of that off, because they do absolutely nothing to stop the cheaters inside of the game. They almost like facilitate an environment where they thrive. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like I was talking to Grey Wolf earlier, there's nothing you can do about it. There will be cheaters day one in every single game, no matter what. There will be rage hackers day one. There will be soft cheaters day one. Cronus cheaters day one. Soft aim day, a little bit of ESP day. It's all gonna, you know what I mean? There's nothing you can do about it. It just fucking sucks. Nonetheless, when I feel like there's nothing being done about them and there's one in every single game, kills it. I know there was cheaters. I know, Kel. That's what we were talking about in the beginning of the stream. That's what I was telling Grey Wolf. There was cheaters in the Battlefield 6 test. There was cheaters in the Black Ops test. There's cheaters in every game the moment the game drops. Period. End of story nowadays. You won't have a game that drops nowadays that doesn't have a cheater in it. It's just the unfortunate truth. Free to play especially, but a game going pay to play doesn't put up as big of a wall as some people give it credit for doing. People just take advantage of regional pricing, and then they pick up accounts for pennies on the dollar. You know what I'm saying? So people are buying $3 accounts. So people will take advantage of regional pricing and pick up a game for fucking $3 a piece, and then that company will have 100,000 copies that they then resell for $5 a piece. So the cheaters aren't paying $40 a piece for the game like Arc Raiders. They're paying $5 a piece. This is why Rust being pay to play has no effect on the cheater base. Like, there's still endless, limitless amounts of cheaters in Rust. Battlefield 6 is cooking with the cheaters right now. I mean, it's just the way the industry is, and it sucks. And if we're being mega cynical about it, you could probably say that every game of Battlefield 6 has a cheater in it. You could probably say that every match of Black Ops 7 has a cheater in it. You could probably say that every instance of the Deep Desert has a cheater in it in some way, shape, or form. I think that's a fair bet. But when you get that cynical about games, you start to turn yourself off of games, which is why I typically try to talk myself off of that cliff as much as I possibly can. There's only been, like I said, 2 examples of games that I will not play anymore because I'm convinced that there's cheaters in every single match, and there's no convincing me otherwise, and that is Apex Legends and Warzone. Black Ops kind of falls into that same category as well. Well, which is another thing we were talking about earlier, how I feel like these console platforms should be obligated to divulge player counts on games. Like, it should be just obligatory. I think that the same thing goes. Call of Duty shouldn't be able to lump in the campaign players with the multiplayer players with the Warzone players. I'm so fucking tired of this shit. If they didn't lump in all of those numbers together, what you would see is 90% of the player base playing Warzone and 10% of the player base playing multiplayer. So people would be like, what the fuck? There's only 20,000 people playing multiplayer right now. And they'd be like, what the fuck? They'd probably flip out about it. But then those same people will argue that battle royales aren't the future, bro. We don't need a battle royale. Well, fucking if 80% of the player base over in over in Call of Duty is playing the battle royale, so much so that they have to lump the numbers together as to not shame the multiplayer, I think it's safe to say that these games need to launch with a fucking battle royale. I'm not gonna forgive 343 in Halo Infinite, or who the fuck did Bungie, whoever developed it this time around, for not launching it with a battle royale. Biggest mistake of that game, I believe. And there was a lot of them. Desync was shit. The servers were shit. There was a lot of mistakes with Halo. Not enough maps to play, not enough game modes, and the one game mode it was most definitely missing, a battle royale. Fucking hands down, not even. I won't even accept an argument. Oops, somebody's real world trading. Somebody will be trading that bot farm later. I mean, Yurizum, my problem with cheating in video games is it's not rage hackers anymore, and it's like that's what a lot of people like immediately. That's the conclusion that they jump to as soon as I say that cheaters are in video games. They're like, I don't see any cheaters. What are you talking about? Like, okay, bro, you don't see any rage hackers anymore. Sure, that's not the form of cheating that's popular in 2025, my friend. Wait, get out the fucking, open the blinds, buddy. I've got some bridges to sell you, pal. I've got a bridge over in fucking Moonlandia that's worth 3.2 million. I'm willing to let it go for 48,000. So, quite the investment, I'd say. That's quite the investment. What's crazy, Eurism, is people going so far out of their way to run virtual machines to cheat, to get through the kernel level anti-cheat. It's just, that's not even the only way to get around kernel level anti-cheat. It's just, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. The closet cheaters are what get me. You know, the people who just a little bit of soft aim. Just a little bit of some extra sense, whether it be ESP or whatever shit where they're canceling out all of the other noises and only having the bullet noises, or these console players who cheat with the Cronus and then think that they're fucking good, even though their Cronus is literally handling any and all of the recoil for them. It's just it's a conversation that literally could never end and will never end, to be honest. You'll have to deal with it in every game. Like Kel is saying, there was already cheaters inside of the Arc Raiders server slam. The most you can hope is that the company actually like does something about it. Like Battlefield 6, for example. As many cheaters are on that game already, they seem to be doing a pretty damn decent job at banning them quickly. Like, even Cronus users on PlayStations and shit are reporting getting banned. Is the gaming chair comfy? Oh, it is the most comfy, Dakota. If you haven't tried sitting on hard wood yet for 8 hours, I highly suggest doing it. You're gonna want to do something with the downstairs region. Otherwise, you're going to end up pinching a little bit here, pinching a little bit there. But other than that, absolutely fantastic. Perfect on the posture, I would say. What's funny, Eurism, is my wife is not here and she won't be here for another week. So it would be absolutely only a one-way trip for at least a week where I have to move that chair. I just don't want to do it. So it's a mixture of laziness as well. And kidding aside, if I'm being entirely honest, this helps my posture, believe it or not. Like, I'll be sitting like a shrimp sometimes, bro. Especially on that other chair, I'd be sitting like a shrimp and shit. You know what I'm saying? This This forces me to straighten out my back. And I'm not sitting on just wood either. I've got a little cushion to my bushin', you know what I'm saying? We got a little juice in the caboose down there. we got a little juice. We're juicing. Oh, fucking demolished the wrong thing. All right, well, shit, man. We got most everything moved out of this, which is good. Let's go ahead and take a quick little peek at the subfief here. 10 days. Not bad. Am I going to let the storm take this base? I mean, probably not. I mean, realistically, we'll be in and out of Dune Awakening enough to where I think, you know, coming back to just put the power up in this is going to be no problem. That being said, now that we don't have to worry about whether or not the storm does take this base is definitely worthwhile, in my opinion, considering we've got about, I would say, 90% of the shit unloaded from here. The rest of what's in here is kind of, like, worthless for the most part. Well, there you go. Dugap's broken down. Good. We still have 5 hours until this reset. And what's fucking just so shitty is this reset means nothing, so... The weekly reset used to mean something. It used to mean something when we were chasing down gear. It used to mean something when we were chasing down nodes to claim so people couldn't build over top of them. It used to mean something, these weekly resets. And now they literally mean nothing. It's just a location change. I'm just trying to think of where a base would cause the most problems. Like, over here in F5 is probably going to have people in and out of it all week long. The problem is, it's literally right next to the safe zone, so what fun is it going to be fighting people fucking inches from the safe zone? Especially considering they could just easily set up a base right here and mount an attack on us, which would be opposite of what we're going for in the sense of we want people to set up base versus base combat. This is a control point right here, so we would only be able to build like right up on this outer skirt probably. Maybe like right... Where's that other ship? Oh, there is only one ship here, and then the... land's rad, so like, yeah, we'd have to set up like right here or some shit. Dang, Cal. How do you know exactly how much volume that you have inside of your base? Would you go through chest by chest and calculate it? You're a madman. You're crazy, you're crazy. You can barely even fit half of it. You could fit just over half of your base in there. Oh, the thief tells you now. Okay. That's better, because I was like, damn, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I hate searching through the chests anyways, let alone searching through the chests to calculate each one of them. Did I search chest number 43? Fuck, I don't know. Wipe day sucks, man, because the storm, nobody's out gonna be out here to raid. And then for the last hour of the wipe, the Haga Basin becomes completely unplayable. And for a lot of people in the last 10 hours of the wipe, even me included, the Haga Basin becomes hard to play in. Yeah, let's take a little peep see here at the Steam charts. $13,000 24-hour peak. It goes up and down. It weirdly goes up and down. It hit 13,002 3. It hit 13,000 3 days in a row. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. It hit. No, because it almost hit 15 that day. 13-3 in a row, then almost 15. Then it peaked over 15, and then back down to 13. It's got a weird ebb and flow where, again, it's just kind of balancing out between the 13 and 15,000 mark on the peak 24-hour concurrent. If we go over to Dune status, Dune status says that there's only 4,000 players online, whereas in the Steam charts says there's 6.5 thousand. Now, people think that the Dune status website is only calculating the players who are inside of the private servers is a really good note, because this is calculating private servers as well. People speculate that Dune status is only counting players who are inside of the Haga Basin, which would mean that out of 6.5 thousand players, 4,000 of them right now are in the Haga Basin. I don't know if that's been confirmed or denied yet, which would mean 2.5 thousand players are in the deep desert between all of the regions. And you gotta keep in mind that, like, Europe's deep desert is reset right now and shit, so you don't really have to worry about your stuff getting wiped. Oh, let's look at Eurism's base. Does he have power? Oh, he's out of power. He's out of power. Oh, you fucked up, Eurism. You fucked up big time. Guess what you gave the old man access to? Indeed, your flower is mine. Yeah. Oh. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. My flower now. My flower now. Fucking lag out here when the storm is going is so bad. Let's make our servers unplayable for 9 hours, and then let's really make them unplayable for an hour. I wonder why our Haga Basin performance is bad. Is it the base count? No. No, it's not the base count. Let's add in 450 of the same copy and pasted turret that spits out the same copy and pasted noise. We'll call it an event. Like, I hate to talk so much shit, but you let me know when I'm lying, all right? How about that? How about that? You let me know when I'm lying. Because I'm not talking shit if what I'm saying is the truth. I'm pointing out facts. I think collectively everybody hated that event. People were absolutely dying for the oh fuck, I didn't mean to come out. People were dying for the that's not what I came out here for. People were dying for the damn turrets to get taken out of the game. Yeah, a microphone or a coat hanger, a picture hanger, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I still dream about that sound sometimes. It still enters into my dreams on occasion. Yeah. On repeat. A copy and pasted repeat. We're all collectively suffering from PTSD right now. Great. Another thing console players won't have to deal with is those fucking turrets. I hope just to spite the console players that they add those turrets in for a week. To give them the full experience. Ah. I don't know what it is, but fucking searching through the chests absolutely drives me insane. Well, who did that? Oh my god, is Hug a base rating back? Are you seeing this? I mean, that makes no sense. The power's down on this base. That's excellent. That's excellent. But you're telling me this one piece right here busted? These are all excellent. Well, now that's fucking interesting, isn't it? Did it get Did I delete it by accident? You know what, Kel? You might be right. There used to be 3 chests right here, and I very well could have deleted it by accident. Yep, Kel might be right. Matter of fact, I think he is right. Good, good. Nailed it. The base building I would appreciate more if it wasn't just fucking up the server. Even our mega base that we have going up over there, it's just like, damn it, we're contributing to the problem. Oh, this man worked. Smart. Wars was a smart man. What's happening on the 30th, Cal? Are you jumping into the Raiders of Ark? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm right there with you. That's why we're breaking down Dew Gap and whatnot. Because when Ark Raiders drops, I'm gonna be putting a pretty fucking thick grind into Ark Raiders for probably like a week or two, if we're being entirely honest, at least. You know, just popping in and out of Dune Awakening, maybe to go look for a base to raid, like, you know, kind of scattered throughout. That's why over on Dew Gap, I'm like, let's just clear this thing down. And over here on Harmony, what I'm focusing on right now is just getting as many of these fuel cells into the damn thing as possible. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's definitely the devs trolling this game, I think, is a really excellent way of putting it, to be honest, because it's genuinely 99% of what's killed this game is entirely the developer's fault. It should be studied. Like if I was putting together a studio, I would make them study in depth exactly the life cycle and the process that Dune Awakening went through, just as like a cautionary tale of like what not to do, you know? Here's how you don't handle a game. But you shouldn't have to do that if you even have like semi-competent devs. Like they're gonna see the problems that Dune was making and be like, oh yeah, it's common sense. Oh yeah, it probably didn't help they were working with spaghetti code. Let's make sure we don't do a big old spaghetti code base. What happened to the giant tower in Odham? Oh, there it is. I'm like, damn, bro, they took down the tower for real? See, and this is disheartening. Like, this is just starting to get disheartening. You know what this reminds me of? Dew Gap. This was maybe one of the main things that made me decide to re-roll onto Harmony, was just the sheer amount of bases that we would see on Dew Gap that were just completely and totally abandoned. Just straight abandoned bases. And it was a lot of them. And it's happening over here on Harmony as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish they would have given us a little bit more to work with inside of the test, to be honest, Kel. A little bit more of a taste of the progression system. But regardless, I'm gonna be well hooked on Arc Raiders for at least a couple of weeks solid, and that's almost leading us directly into the Deadman mode launch, which again just absolutely kills the viewers, but is something that I'm mega passionate about. We're gonna be pushing hard in Deadman mode this year. Typically, it's a seasonal PvP game mode where the risk versus reward is ratcheted up to like 12, and typically in this mode I play for the finals, so we can get down to the finals where like prizes are handed out. However, recently they've turned the finals of this game mode into like a shit show, a joke of the finals. So what we're going to do this time around, the game plan this time around in Deadman mode, is to start PKing as early as possible and as often as possible. So the entirety of the game plan is going to be from hour 1 to the final hour is going to be how can we get almost immediately into dropping some PvP. Hell yeah. What made you sad was you can often tell by what was in the base the moment Mini left. They got an Ornithopter, had a few deep desert mats, but mostly Haga, saw what endgame was and left. Exactly. That's exactly what was happening over on Dugap Taco. And that's why I was telling all there were so many PvE players. There's been such a weird fight between PvE and PvP players in this game where the PvP players think that they completely stand on their own player count-wise, and then the PvE players also think that they completely stand on their own content-wise, when in reality, PvP players rely on PvE players in the game in order to keep the game fucking functioning. 90% of games require a solid PvE player base to facilitate a PvP player base, period. You have your games like Tarkov and Extractions and shit, but those are so specific in the types of games that they are that I wouldn't consider them the normal. But the PvP players are convinced that they don't need the PvE players at all, and then the PvE players were convinced that the endgame content in Dune was good enough to fuck over the PvP players. Because what happened was there was a decent PvP endgame loop that could have, been worked on and fletched out and been functioning properly, but the PvE players wanted access to the mats, they wanted access to the schematics, and then they got a taste of what the endgame PvE actually is, and they left the game. I kept telling PvE players, if you're a PvE player in Dune Awakening, the fun that you can have in this game ends in the A section of the Deep Desert, because after that, the PvE is artificially inflated difficulty, and it's not fun. It's not creative and it's not fun. So if you're a PvE player only, your game ends in the A section of the Deep Desert. End of. But no, they wanted to get out into the PvP zone, but they wanted to do it safely. And when they finally got out into the PvP zone, they said, I don't want anything to do with that PvE. That's not any sort of like actual PvE endgame to grind for. So they bailed, which makes sense. And then the PvP players who just wanted to gank the farmers with no risk and no reward, they can't function in that format either. And I think that what's funny about that is these guys want to gank resource farmers, and then the PvPers complain when the PvE resource farmers call it griefing, which I think you could call it griefing, but it's the only PvP Funcom incentivized. That's a whole other topic. But the PvP players complain when the PvE farmers call it griefing, yet the PvP players are the first ones to bitch out and back down the second that their gear starts to actually suffer durability loss. It's like, is nobody seeing the irony in that sort of fucking dynamic there? You're totally willing to steal the resources from this guy, but not willing to take any sort of fucking damage loss, you only want to go PvP, risking a fuel cell. Like, I don't fucking get that. I don't get that dynamic there. Yeah, what Funcom should have done is they should have kept the deep desert all PvP. They should have moved a bare minimum amount of schematics into the A section of the deep desert at a super rare drop chance, and then put the titanium and stravidium inside of the A section of the deep desert while leaving all of the deep desert PvP, and then twisting that system from there. Because Funcom did have a problem with players refunding the game even after like 200 hours. Well, Eurism, Funcom literally can't. They fucking can't. It took them 2 months to get the deposit all button. You guys, we're dealing with incompetent developers. Like, these people, they have to be some form of like unqualified hires. That's the only thing that's possible, is there's a bunch of unqualified people in positions that they should not be in. Joel, I think, is probably position number 1, but I've said this before, and it's not the most popular stance, but I'm of the stance that if you're going to get rid of somebody like Joel at the top, you've got to get rid of everybody else below Joel as well, because I blame all of them as well. If you're going to blame the top, you got to clear the team. Aside from maybe like 4 fucking people, but those would have had to been the 4 best, clearly best people. Aside from that, clear the team. Well, you know what's after like 2, maybe 3 weeks into the game, Eurism, we started to see the flaws inside of the game, and we would have people in the chat come in, because we would talk like, hopefully, Dune will do this, hopefully Dune will do that, maybe they'll get their act together over here, maybe they'll do this over there. And time and time again, we would have people come in the chat and say, don't hold your breath, Dune away, they got their bag, and they're going to leave it as is. Welcome, Evan. Welcome back, my man. Good to see you. Good to see you. It also doesn't help that the game launched with like 1,000 servers. Like, it should have launched with half of the servers and just forced players to deal with a queue. I think players would have rather dealt with a queue knowing that they were on a populated server than now knowing that they fucking put all of this effort into a server that died off. Like, they could have cut the amount of servers in half at least. If not more than half. And what's funny for PvE players, I kept telling them, man, I was like, PvE in this game is meant to funnel you into the endgame PvP loop. So for all intents and purposes, your PvE journey ends in the A section of the deep desert. But they would be like, no, the tier 6 stuff, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, there's no reason to farm tier 6 because you would farm tier 6 to do tier 6 PvE. But I'm telling you, the tier 6 PvE sucks. You're not going to have fun with it. It's no end game for a PvE player. Oh no, and then they get to the end game because Funcom makes the end game free as fuck for PvE players, and what do they do? They leave. And by this point in time, Funcom's already shit on PvP players like 10 times. That they've been leaving in droves as well. So basically, Funcom is killing off their audience at both ends, which is why I almost tend to agree with Eurism. They're trying to pull the attention off of this game. I don't know why. I think they're trying to pull the attention off of this game, and there's not even a whole lot of bad PR. I think I'm the only one who's fucking talking shit about this game. Are all the other streamers, is everybody else talking shit about this game? Like, we're all on the same page, right? We're all saying the same fucking thing? Because I feel like other people and other streamers probably just be, like, glazing this shit. Because we'll have some people who come in here sometimes and be like, well, why don't you just talk positively about the game? Well, I'm not going to sit here and fucking lie to you. Gonna sit here and lie to you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat how I feel about things just to make you feel a little bit better, a little less upset that I'm shit talking a game you're enjoying. Enjoy it. There's hundreds of hours of content to enjoy here. There's also mega problems. For me, it all ends up working out because, like I said, at the end of the day, we can always just pop in and do some raids. Bada boom, bada bing, easy as pie. If they kill raiding off, I'm going to be devastated. And they've already made several updates to kill raiding off, actually. I think Joel's a major part of the the lack of creativity inside of Funcom. I agree entirely with that. Joel's a massive part of the lack of creativity, but also just like functionally, there's a lack of competent devs over at Funcom because these motherfuckers took 2 months to get the deposit all feature into the game. It's been like 4 months now since the launch, and they've acknowledged the guild finder issue and have yet to even get close to that. They were talking about they said, you know, passively that they were going to address server merges like a month and a half ago, and they said they would address it in 2 weeks. Well, we're now a month past the 2-week time limit when they said they would address. It's like there's so many things. Like, honestly, the game just is almost better off shipped to another studio. And I would, if I was Tencent, I would shut Funcom down today. I would shut Funcom down before I even found a buyer for this IP. I promise I would. But and it's such like a backwards statement to make because technically Dune Awakening was a financial success. So how can you even make the statement I just made where it's like shut down the studio when technically this was a financial success? But I don't think that's the core of the problem. Unfortunately, Tencent isn't going to have their finger on the pulse enough to even care to make that decision. You know what I mean? They see financial success. That's an end of statement there, basically. So Funcom will be fine. And you know what kind of pisses me off even more, but at the same time I'm thankful for it because hopefully it's going to mean that some actual real development gets funneled into it, is the fact that the console players are going to eat this game up. This game is going to be so massively successful on console. Just wait. They don't have to deal with 80% of the problems that we had to deal with within the first 6 weeks of the game. They're going to launch with that mid-game content there where you get that stupid sword and you go down that quest line. They're going to launch with that mid-game content. They're going to launch with Titanium and Stravidium being able to be gathered inside of the ARO, so all of the PvE mass collectors are going to be able to do that, mass collect their tier 6 materials. This game's going to be a fucking massive hit on console. So in the same way that I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it and glaze the game for no reason, I'm also not going to ignore reality, which is the fact that this game is going to be a mega hit on console. It's going to absolutely just fucking it's going to do so well. the drip feeding, bro. What's funny is we, when we were first, early into the Dune Awakening days, a lot of people would talk about how they really, really drip-fed content with Conan Exiles. That they're just notorious for drip-feeding content, And, at the time, you're sitting there and you're hopeful. You're like, hopefully it's not going to be just a bunch of drip-fed content. But man, dude, man. Man, old habits die hard because I tell you, they're drip-feeding it as hard as they possibly can. And I think that's a mixture of, I think it's a mixture of they prefer to drip feed it to extend the content, and they're having a problem with the code base. Because if I'm not mistaken, the people who initially did all of the coding for Dune Awakening, like the base code for Dune Awakening, I'm pretty positive that they either got fired or left. So the people who did the initial base, foundation coding for Dune Awakening got fired or left, and the new team is left to decipher their code, which can't be easy, especially if that code is one gigantic spaghetti strand. So a lot of the complaints that I have with these incompetent developers could very much so be better directed at whatever previous team was on there, but I think all of that's besides the point. I think the real point is that, I mean, it's been 4 months here, and we've not seen any sort of reason to be giving these guys the benefit of the doubt on anything. So cautiously optimistic is where I'll continue to stand here. Honestly, Kel, I have no idea. I fucking don't know, dude. I don't honestly know. We've been out of it for a week. Let's take a look. I mean, look, dude, I'm still seeing a lot of 1020, 1020, 1020, 1017, 1014, 1016, 1016. So a lot of people in the guild are still getting on on a weekly basis. Whether or not anybody in the guild has used this, I have no fucking idea. I have no idea, Kel. I always push people to kind of make their own little spot to kind of help mitigate inciting. But we're on a different playing time as a good chunk of these people, so I feel like there's a few people online when we're offline, and then there's a few online when we're online. Are they active, or are they just jumping on, and are they just, filling out their power on their base and doing a little run around and then I have no fucking clue. I don't know. We've never been a guild to, keep track of who's doing what where. I have no idea. Oh, you know what? You're right. I could turn some beds off. We do have 16 days, though. We do have 16 days. It's not like turning beds off is going to make it to where I use power less, is it? They're gonna last 17 days regardless, no? Yeah, it still says 16 days. So whether they're powered on or off, I don't think matters. there might eventually be like we overpass a threshold where it bumps that up though. Keep these like central 8 on because those are probably the easiest to hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, good. And it still says 16 days. I think it's because my power... I don't fucking know. Oh, right. So now we're only using 9,000 power. I can cut... Yeah, no, Chuji's right, and that would extend the time. Indeed. That's a good point, Eurism. With school picking up, excellent point. But like we were just looking at, you know, most people are still popping in and out. So whether or not they're using this place, I have no freaking idea. Oh, you know what? That's another thing that's on that's probably sucking down a lot of power. I should have made like a handle or something that you could use. Oh wait. I'm an idiot. It's right here. Nah, we'll leave that on. So I can knock down 6 of those. Yeah, yeah, I probably could. To be fair though, I'm just gonna leave those up. I know I know J Show has been grinding it out. I don't know what sort of production he has set up on his base, but if I disable this, is it going to put it into the storage automatically, do you think? I suppose we'll find out. Wabam! Oh, fuck. I think it spread him. It spread him again. Shit. Shit. I'll be right back. No, yeah, we're not shutting it down, Leah. No, no, no. Oh, change the circuit, the storage to other than one. You're right, Dakota. Nice. I'm not going to have to split it into 6 stacks. Now you're thinking. Now that's some good thinking. Some really good thinking. I just rolled out into the living room and my kid's out there doing some fucking, he comes walking up to me while doing some sort of dance and he's like, "Hey, do you know what dance I'm doing?" And I'm like, "I have no idea what you're doing, okay? Like, no, I can't predict at any given time what you're doing." And he goes, "It's the, what do you call it?" I think he called it like the glizzy or something like that. He goes, it's the glizzy." And I'm like, "Oh, is it?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'm hitting it. I'm hitting the glizzy. I'm hitting it." Fucking just to hear him say, "I'm hitting it. Damn it, there's not a, I'm hitting it," he says. Fucking weirdo. Oh, well, that sucks. There's no thing. There is no, circuit. Yeah, if I put it on the storage that I added to, it's still just going to shove it into whatever. I can't add a circuit to these, so it won't know where to put it. I want it to take the fuel cells, but I wanted to put the fuel cells in the remaining active generators. Instead, it did not. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 7 stacks. Yeah, I know, I'm gonna. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1,000, 1,500, 1,615 divided by what is it, 7? 230? Nope. Hell yeah. That's how you do math. That's called problem solving right there. Jen, neither do I. Could not agree with you more. I don't really like the old school PVM. I am not a huge fan of the old school PVM, and I just, it's just too much. It's just too much. I don't have fun dealing with all of that shit, and then the prayer flicking, and then it's just too much. It's just I don't know. It's too much. But I was never a big fan of like old school RuneScape's bossing. Like even when it came to like God Wars Dungeon back in the day, I was never somebody who did God Wars Dungeon. You want to know what I did? If I wasn't killing steel dragons, I would go and kill aviancies in the God Wars dungeon, where at the time they were dropping noted adamant bars. So I would go kill aviancies for basically free range training. Oh shit! What the fucking hell? What the fucking hell is going on? You guys are fucking maniacs. I tell you what. What the hell even was that? Jeez, just jump scare of my life. Where'd he even go? Oh, there he is, there he is, there he is! Who is it? Kel, you absolute maniac, you scared the shit out of me. You guys always come popping up at the, most inopportune times. I think I'm all by myself, I'm walking around. I didn't even know that door opened, so I'm like, has this guy just been living in here for days? We did all of that work, and we squeezed, the reason we only squeezed one day out is because our other generators are not full. Right. I know, that couldn't have mathed out even more perfect, could it, Chuji? The 230 kicked them all to full, left me with 5 hanging over. Indeed. Almost like it was planned. Everything is planned. Nothing is by accident, okay? Every goofy thing and every mistake you've seen me made, trust me, we made it on purpose. Especially that error in grammar right there. Don't think you caught me slipping. That was intentional. Okay. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to respec my skills over Chuji? Is that what you want? See, now look what you've done. I can't even move forward or backwards now. You've bugged the game out. Hey, here we go. There we go. There we go. I'm sick of respecking my skills every time I need to go and mine something, you know? Spend 3 minutes mining fuel cells. And they want me to respec. But this is gonna push it up to 31 days as well, isn't it? If all of those are maxed out? Or does it stop at 21 days? Because you make a good point. Yeah, 21. Oh, fuck. Excellent point. I'm telling you, we were mega bonking last night, and I think I gave myself motion sickness. It could have had everything to do with the fact that I had been up for so long, and I was dehydrated, and I had a headache. There was a whole lot of things going on. But I'm pretty sure that game gave me massive motion sickness last night. I was lied to! I was lied to! You dirty dogs, you dirty, dirty dogs. That's fine, I'm just gonna have to refill one of them things. Give me that. Yeah, we'll get it, we'll get it. Directionals 31 days as well. Interesting. I mean, we already have the spice gens made, so I guess to get 31s on the spice gens, it's fucking 500 spice shit, isn't it? Yeah. Good point. Good point. That'd be another 15 million out of my pocket, and I think there's no more for sale. Oh, did you? Hell, my man, coming in clutch, coming in clutch. Oh. Well, now, there you have it. That should say 31 days on the sub-fief now. Fantastic. Fantastic. We'll see what happens after the next... Can I make some, Dakota? I could if I had harvested any spice on this server, but I've not harvested one tiny iota of spice on this server, unfortunately. We haven't needed to because the dupes absolutely shredded the market. they kind of duped themselves out of business as well, which is funny, but... Oh, and the fix that they decided to make they decided to implement in order to fix the dupe, I'm still kind of pissed off about. Because it's just such a simple fix. Just doesn't even make sense. "31 days, 4 hours. As to what we do after that 31 days, we'll totally see. We might end up swapping off of the spice. We might swap off of the spice and transition into kind of like what Chuji has going on, more of a minimalistic maintenance type thing. Yeah, so Dakota, we were doing that math earlier. So inside of the market, spice-infused fuel cells were for sale for $30,000 a piece. If we used spice to get the fuel cells, if we used spice to get the residue to get the fuel cells, we would be paying $90,000 a piece. And if we just purchased the residue, we would be paying $70,000 a piece. So like I'd be paying either 3 times the amount per battery to do it with spice, or twice the amount per battery to do it just from residue. Like Chuji's saying, selling the residue on the market makes more sense. You could sell a stack of residue. You could sell a stack of 1,000 residue and basically buy a stack of 500 whatchamahoozits. And a stack of 1,000 residue does not get you 500 batteries, I don't think. Yeah, 1,000 divided by 65 is 15 multiplied by 10, so it gives you 150 batteries. It's unfortunate that today's reset day, we can't even like realistically go out and look for bases because there's going to be nothing out in the deep desert at all. So with that being said, we had a little bit of weight left inside of the bank over here on Dew Gap. I might as well move some of the titanium over. I might as well move some of the stravidium over. We have 45,000 water as well, and so maybe we can catch the power at 31 days here also, and I won't have to move that shit over. We'll just keep it here. Realistically, this account right here is in complete and total hibernation up until they do something about merges. Hopefully they merge sooner than later so we can run 2 deep deserts, technically 4 deep deserts, searching for bases. That would be a perfect world opportunity right there. Regards, my man. Yeah, we didn't go live yesterday. My bad. We put a post out on YouTube's and through the Discord. I had some housekeeping I needed to take care of, as well as that video I needed to make, and I still have another video I need to make. I don't remember what game it was. There was another game of Arc Raiders where I was like, that'd just be a decent video to put out. And what's funny is last night, I basically spent all day... So I've got the kid, and I don't have the wife here to bounce back and forth of, which is typically how we run these things. So I run homeschool up until like noon, and then the wife takes care of the kid while I go sleep until the next live stream. But she's not here for like another week. So holy shit, it's been all over the place. My sleep schedule's all sorts of fucked up. Just beat ass tired. And we had to, so basically it was my wife and my kid gone for a week, and then it was my kid back. So basically the week that my wife and kid was gone, I did no housekeeping. Well, I didn't clean the house at all. I did nothing. Nothing got done. So I had to do some housekeeping as well as like some content and shit. And what's funny is in the content that I posted, I meant to do like an intro to the video, like, hey, this was a crazy game that we got into here, where we barely made it out with basically 0 seconds on the clock, yada, yada, yada. That's how I meant the intro to go. And I posted the video, and then I go to watch it to quality check it. There's no intro. I was like, oh my god. I was like, whatever. If the analytics on it end up doing really badly, I'll just pull it down, record an intro, and then re-upload it. But whatever. The analytics didn't do so terrible, so we'll just leave it. It is what it is. Exactly. Bank everything important. If I manage to make it back, cool. But if I don't, honestly, no big deal. Agreed. 100%. Now the guild base is a bit different story, which is why realistically, if I'm bothering powering up the guild base, then realistically coming over here to power this up isn't that, big of a stretch. But it is fucking not. It's not that it's like a no task deal either. So forget about it. Hopefully they talk about merges sooner rather than later, so we can realistically figure out what this account's even going to be for. Because if I can't go and, look on a populated deep desert on this server, then for all intents and purposes, this account is useless. Oh, fuck. Also, this account's skills, like, we are lacking, bro. We are lacking, and I've got basically none of these final skills unlocked either, so if they do end up doing server mergers, we'll have to do a stream where we come back over to this server and knock out, like, the quest line and shit. Yeah, it's hard to tell, Chuji, if this is things like that. It's hard to tell if that's Funcom's idea of immersion, or if it's their idea of just another way to suck the time out of the player. Are they going for immersion, or are they trying to suck the time out of the player? It's so hard to tell. Did they talk about server merges? No, not yet. Not from what I understand. Apparently there's some rumors going around that the merges have been confirmed, but they've yet to say anything about them, or how they're going to work, or anything like that, so. And I'm pretty sure they've been talking merges, not transfers. It'll be interesting. Chuji, I'm not surprised. That's how it is on DoGap as well. If there's players on DoGap, man, they are few and far between. It would be a complete and total waste of time for us to search the deep desert every week here. Yeah, we've got 9 more days here of just me and my kid at the house. So the stream schedule might be a little bit sporadic. You guys keep an eye out for like a YouTube post if we're going to end up not going live any specific night. It's going to be a bit sporadic. And then on the 30th, Arc Raiders launches, but we're going to be gone. We're going to be gone, but should be making it back Friday night. And I say should because I'm not 100% sure how the schedule is going to end up looking. So we'll be having to do like a 24-hour catch-up stream inside of Arc Raiders for sure. Keep an eye out for that after post 30th. I'm telling you, Chuji, I'm telling you, there was a shitload of people on today. That's what I was saying when I was first talking about the player base. I was like, yeah, we say all this, and then we look at Harmony, and it's fucking popping off at 467 players. And I'm still not certain if that's only tracking the... Oh yeah, I'm not certain if that's only tracking the or the Haga Basin, or if that's also Deep Desert, but that's a lot of players to be inside of the Haga Basin, kind of chilling, waiting for this reset to happen. And it's funny, all of their players are quitting the other servers and coming over to Harmony right on the heels of these guys getting ready to announce server merges, if they're going to do that. So it's like the whole server merging thing isn't going to work anyways, because it's going to be too little too late. I don't think they're going to let you move your account over, but it's just going to be a Deep Desert merge regard, like you're saying. And I don't think that's what players want. In a Deep Desert merge, you may be able to somewhat merge Haga Basins as well if you ran it in such a way that, let's say, 3 different servers merged together into one Deep Desert. And now when you go to the Haga Basin, you choose between leg 1, leg 2, and leg 3. So potentially you could be like, yo, my guild's on leg 2, come over to leg 2. And you could swap from 2 to 3, though you'd have to move. That could be something that they do as well. Can they pull that off? Are they good enough to pull that off? I don't know. No. But yeah, there's still that ebb and flow of players over on Harmony, which is definitely something to take note of. And if the ebb and flow stops and all of a sudden it turns to a bunch of flow, as in flow out, we're in trouble. You really think they would do that, Chuji? I'm trying to think in my head if that would be a good or a bad thing. And I think that would be a fucking amazing thing, actually. For us, in particular, for me in particular. That would be fucking peak. But I think that would... Oh my god, if they merged all of... That would mean all of the auction houses are merged as well. Wouldn't it? Is that what you're saying also? So an auction house merge also? Oh my god. Talk about an oversaturation of schematics. If they did, I don't know if they would do that either regards, but if they did, that would be peak for us, because we would, on one account, be able to search 20 different deep deserts. You know what I'm saying? So on one account, we'd be able to search 20 different deep deserts with all levels of people in there. What in the do gap? What in the do gap is that would never ring more true, because it might actually be a do gap player's base. You know what I'm saying? You never know. You never know. No, not merging Hagas. They would have to merge auction houses, though. If they merged all of the deep deserts, they would have to merge auction houses, you would think. Could you imagine if they merged and Harmony actually had some servers merge into Harmony? That would take me by surprise, to be honest. I'd be surprised. We've got 3 hours and 50 minutes remaining until the reset here. We know what deep desert we're working into. I'm still not positive where I'm thinking we'll decide to put any sort of like bases in the deep desert. It's either going to be right in that safe zone or all the way up in the I section. I think we'd be better off on I2 over by that PvP ship, just strictly because it's so far out that it might incentivize other guilds to build out there. Whereas if we're built up by the other two ships, which admittedly is probably going to have more foot traffic, if we're built up by those, chances are people are just going to build right on the safe zone and then just come pester us, which is kind of opposite of what we're going for here. Juji, but you crack me up. One last time. One last refining base. Oh, fuck, dude. Refining almost has just become pointless. Now that the repair glitch is gone, it's like those materials will start to get chewed into a little bit more. But even then, it's like, it's so fucking easy. It's so pointless. You could just take an assault out there, fill that inventory up, and as a solo player, you fucking got all of the plastanium you need for your gear out of that one assault trip, basically. That's one thing that's changed on the weekly schedule that's actually good, is this whole base system. I feel no need at all anymore to bring a base into the deep desert at all. When it comes to production or like forward operating base is about the only thing, and even then it's like it needs to be so minor. Like I've been bringing out the fuel crafting station. That's not even fucking necessary, to be honest, because then you got to bring out the water storage and the water and the blah 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 blah. Typically just go get a fuel cell from something. I just don't know what on my wish list, like what on my wish list would bring this game back into like peak. Because for me, it's always been the rating I've had the most fun with. So some sort of expansion on that, and really to expand on that, they would have to somehow incentivize and breathe life back into the deep desert, which I just don't think that they're going to end up doing. So I think realistically, what I enjoy in this game is just going to keep getting whittled down and whittled down and whittled down. But I could be wrong entirely. Watch us roll into this first expansion and watch it actually be a new planet that kind of functions similar to the old deep desert. Like, watch us roll into the new expansion and it functions similar to that. Gore, my man. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're ready for the 4-hour downtime that they have planned. I'm just playing. There's no downtime. Not that I saw. Not that I saw. Oh, you're away for the next 3 weeks. Right, that... That's... My God, that's why there's no downtime then. They know that you're away for the next 3 weeks, so they're holding off. They're waiting for you to get back, in which case there's going to be a 21-hour downtime to catch up. They're holding off for you. Pretty nice. Pretty nice of them. Chuji, you bring up an excellent point. But their DLCs are so bad. And if that's... God, I think I'm gonna get sick. If that's what's genuinely, like, holding back development, in my opinion, bring on the MTX, bring on the cosmetics, start selling building cosmetics, start selling player swatches and variants, start selling ornithopter skins. If that means some real development is gonna get put into this game, do it, and do it now. You know? Yeah, Funcom's always got you in the back of their head, Gore. They're always thinking about you. Oz, my man, my man. I hope you're doing fantastic. Zero chance anything else will bring the players back. So you're right, Oz. Oz, you're 100% right. Which is why I've been saying for weeks now that the very first expansion is going to be 85% PvE and 15% PvP. They're basically going to neglect the deep desert, turn that into like a shameful part of their history, and they're going to... the PvP that we will get will be like a battlegrounds or something, which the PvP players that this game has cultivated will absolutely eat up a battlegrounds. They'll love the battlegrounds. Now, when it comes to what that 85% of the PvE is going to look like, dude, we've gotten a taste of how creative these guys can get, and I'm not impressed. So, like, I'm not holding my breath that these guys can come up with any sort of creative PvE that's going to bring back any sort of PvE player base, if you will. Tiptoe, tiptoe, old men coming to your window. That was the last song they ever heard. Dune Awakening has gone full horror game. Ugh, Oz. Console players are gonna eat this game up. You know what, actually? Oh. You know what actually might fix this game and breathe some real new life back into the game, Oz? And they're not going to do this, but it would be so good if they did. It would be... yeah, they do need to hire some new people, get rid of the creative team and hire on a competent creative team. I agree. Because I've looked at Conan Exiles PvE, and it's lacking just as much creativity over there. So it's just as copy and paste over there as it is over here, and it's actually disgusting behavior that should be immediately punished. It's fucking insanity. But... what was I saying previous? I was saying something previous. Fuck. Console's gonna eat this game up. And they're what would fix this game is if Console had fresh wipe servers that also allowed PC players on them. Like Console PC shared fresh wipe servers. Because I would run a fresh wipe on Dune Awakening. I'd run a fresh one. Yeah, I would for sure run a fresh wipe, but I don't think they're gonna put console players and PC players in the same lobbies. And if they do, it's gonna be because console players decided to join a PC lobby. I don't think they're gonna allow PC players to join console lobbies. So, but yeah, especially considering now that they've taken care of the dupe. I mean, for the most part, I mean, not really, but they've somewhat taken care of the duplication glitch. Like, there'd be a lot of reason to go and push console, push a console playthrough. But Like Gore's saying, I doubt they'll end up combining the two servers. The most we could hope for is console players to come onto a PC server, which is only going to happen if they're joining up with a friend or something like that. That's exactly what they would do, Gore. They would make all of the current servers cross-platform, and then they would drop console-only servers. And the console-only servers would obviously be your fresh start servers. Yo, Backpack, I couldn't agree more, and the fix that they employed, which took them over 2 months to employ, the fix to stop the duping in its previous form was they just disabled the respawn button while in Arakeen or Harko Village. That could have been done day one. I will not let that go. That could have been done day one and proves the incompetence of the entire team. The entire team from fucking top to bottom. If I was Tencent, I would get rid of I would close this studio down so fucking fast. I would close it down before I sold the game. You know what I'm saying? Console players are going to eat this game up, Gore. And thankfully for console players, they're not going to have to deal with the shit that we've had to deal with in the sense of all of the changes. Like I was saying earlier, console players are going to launch with that mid-game DLC content. You know, they're going to launch with the titanium and stravidium being inside of the A section of the deep desert. They're going to launch with this weird-ass loot pool system that we have now. So they're not going to get a taste of what the good life was like when the whole deep desert was PvP or this, that, or the other. So they're not going to feel shat on over and over and over again. They're gonna eat this game up, and for good reason. Like Oz was saying, for good reason. They're gonna absolutely eat this up. They will eventually, after probably 300 or 400 hours, especially considering that you can get titanium and stravidium out of the A-row. If you could have gotten titanium and stravidium out of the A-row when the game launched, all of the PvE players that quit as soon as they got to titanium and stravidium would have played for another 200 hours, I guarantee it. Last Funcom game you played was original Age of Conan. They did the same thing, limited beta to Starter Zone. Starter Zone was incredible. Rest of the game was bare bones. Dune was the same with the South Haga. You make a good point, like you're saying. After you cross the gap, the narrative falls completely and totally off of a cliff. You're just kind of thrown in between trial and trial and trial and trial, which more so are just like tutorials than any sort of like actual narrative direction or anything like that. Granted, I'm a mega scene skipper, so I wasn't paying attention to any of the scenes anyways, but we are the playtesters 100%. We're the testers for console, and thankfully for Funcom, it's gonna fucking be another massive financial success, which is why it's like, it's backwards of me to say if I was Tencent, I would can this entire studio when this studio pumps out a financial success. But at the same time, we've also pointed out that a lot of this feels like a modded Conan Exiles. There's like a lot of copy and paste code. There's some malpractice happening at Funcom, period. There just has to be. We have got to figure out something to do for the next 3.5 hours here. We have 274, 284 more decorations that we can put up here. No, 184 more decorations that we can put up here. We got these bases settled quicker than I thought. We do need to pop back over to Dugap real quick because those things are probably close to done crafting. Why are we waiting? The reset, the deep desert resets tonight. The servers reset region by region, starting with Oceania, then Asia, then Europe, then NA. I think something like that. Isn't it so gross though, Chuji? They bait and switch people with this shit. It's just a churn and burn. It's like fucked because they came up with such a good progression system. If they had just put in just the fucking tiniest little bit of extra effort to fletch out and be creative with their AI, but a lot of it seems fucking directly copy and pasted and then reskinned. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Like, I just don't understand. And it's like, what's even more fucking mind-boggling, it's like, do you really expect these guys, Tencent, to like punish Funcom? They're not. They're not going to punish Funcom because Tencent sees Funcom drop game, Funcom make money on game. That's what Tencent sees. That's all they care about as well, which is fair enough. But it's like, fuck, dude. It's borderline neglect, and it should almost be. It should almost be like fucking punishable. Fucking borderline neglect. It's crazy. And we're like also discounting the fact, and I don't know if this was a rumor, or if this was like confirmed, but apparently the people who coded the main code base for Dune Awakening got let go or quit not too long after they finished the main code base or something like that. So these new devs have come in on a completely foreign code base trying to piece that together. That can't be easy. So as much as I don't want to like give the devs any benefit of the doubt because they've given me no reason to do so, just playing devil's advocate here, if that is true, that's got to be a complete total pain in the ass, especially if those devs that previously left the code base just fucking copy and pasted it from Conan Exiles, like fucking turned it into like a spaghetti strand code. Craziness. It's not just the Chinese regards. There's European, African, American, South American, Mexican. There's cheaters everywhere. I agree. I agree. Do you consider the late start of the U.S. servers an advantage or a disadvantage? I mean, I'm nowadays Antio. I mean, previously, when the Deep Desert's loot pool was rotating week by week by week, it was obviously an advantage. For example, like this week over on I-2, that PvP ship, that might have been like the disruptor pistol or something. So we know exactly where the hot spot's going to be and the spot we want to roll to right away. Nowadays, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the deep desert. Well, they could spit any layout into the deep desert at all, and it's not going to make a difference. They might as well just not even fucking wipe the deep desert anymore. They might as well just turn that into a permanent zone. Because no matter what they do to swap it up, it's literally not going to make a difference. You can get the same loot out of the same areas doing the same thing. Previously, yes. Now currently, all I use the map for is to potentially figure out where the most foot traffic's going to be. So figure out where I could potentially, how much on taxes do I owe? Figure out where I could potentially set up a base where there's going to be a lot of foot traffic. Yeah, why even wipe it every week anymore? I agree. There's no use. This week you hit that spot where you just feel like there's nothing left, no challenge left, just constantly looting things mindlessly and without challenge. Just isn't satisfying. Couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. The game's... It's pushing itself into a weird spot. And previously, like I said, I think the main thing right now that's just... I think maybe the most frustrating is they keep taking away the weekly things to do. The weekly scheduled format of things to do. Like when we first started on Harmony, we would roll out into the deep desert right after the reset with as many people as we possibly could, trying to claim nodes. And for like the first couple weeks, we were rolling out there fucking 15 people thick, trying to claim nodes in the safe zone. So we were disallowing people to build over top of them. It gave us something to look forward to doing each and every single week. Then the schematics being on the rotating loot pool was another thing where it's like, oh, they got rid of that. They moved the nodes into the A zone, into the safe zone, and they got rid of our weekly thing to do. Then our weekly thing to do was, okay, well, at least we know what lab is going to be the most popular lab to go to this week, so we kind of know where to base up in the E-zone. We know what lab we want to push. If we push it right away early in the morning, we might be able to get a cheeky early grab at it. Now what the fuck is the point? What's the point? What point do we have to be up for the reset when I could go out to the lab and get the same thing right now that I could get 3 hours from now? So there we go. There's another weekly thing to do that just got stripped away. It's just there's no more weekly thing to do anymore. For me specifically, it's like, okay, on a day-by-day basis, we can roll out into the deep desert and look for bases to raid, right? The only time that what I do in a day-by-day basis on this game gets interrupted is during this stupid-ass Coriolis storm. Bro, I swore I saw fucking monies in one of these containers. Oh my gosh, the land's rad too. I've never given two shits about the land's rad. Ever changing, it's actually incredibly repetitive. All the tasks are the same week by week by week. All of the rewards are the same week by week by week. Yes, indeed. Another system that is just not well thought out at all, very poorly implemented. Adam spent like 6 hours of his life turning in like 6,000 spent like 6 hours of his life turning in 6,000 of the one things, those sync charts, to the person that one time. And it's those kind of changes that should and could be fixed immediately, but instead take weeks and weeks, if not months, to fix. Oh, we finally get a deposit all button 2 months later. Oh, we finally don't have to do 20,000 sync charts to get 14,000 points on that fucking task. Good. 2 weeks, or 2 months later. It's crazy. There's no taxes. They bugged them, so they paid all of them. Did they bug the taxes, so they just auto-paid them? Oh, good job, good job. Oh my god. Who moved the 0 in the code? It just bugged everybody's taxes. Oh, just set the taxes to just turn the tax system off. Just shut it down. Shut it down. Unplug it, plug it back in. It's alright, I think I have 20,000 in the bank. I just don't know that for sure. I do. Cowboy, yeah, I've seen a couple of, I've not seen anybody actually take it down, to be honest. But even when we were out there with Syl and Adam, and we did the puzzle, dude, I was, you know, getting attacked by the Queen for probably a solid 3 minutes there, and it is just... It is just too much, almost. It is just too much. It has me interested for what other, like, bosses that may possibly be inside of the game. Like, what else could we possibly have to deal with? Because the Queen is no joke. The Bison, even the Bison, the Buffalo, that thing is no joke. Oh my gosh, isn't that so messed up, Cowboy? See, that's another thing. That's another thing with that game. That would infuriate me to no end. And what's funny is those guys who fought the Queen and then got taken down by another squad, the other squad was probably just watching them fight the Queen the whole time. They're at no risk. They're just watching these guys fight the Queen. Oh, they got the Queen. And then they go in for the kill. Damn. And Chuji actually brings up a really good point, man. Could you imagine being a solo trying to take down the Queen? Fat chance, dude. Fat chance. I don't think those bosses are balanced for solo, Chuji, to be honest. I think those are balanced for teams of 3. Even like the Rocketeer and the Buffalo as a solo are basically impossible to deal with. Good luck taking down a Rocketeer as a solo. A Buffalo as a solo is going to require multiple of those Grey Wolf grenades, Grey whatever grenades. You know, I've seen clips of people organically teaming up, and then I feel like that's so opposite of what the realistic experience is going to be 99% of the time.
What now?
But even in our playthrough, even in our playthrough, we ran into 2 instances where the person did not want to fight. And as a matter of fact, both of those instances probably could have turned into a team-up moment. So one of them was in solo, where some guy must have been hiding in a bush, and as I walked by the bush, he goes, "Hey." He scared the shit out of me. He goes, "Hey." And then he comes out of the bush, like, with no weapons out, and all he says is, "Are you gonna shoot me?" And how am I supposed to just shoot this guy? You know what I'm saying? He didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing to me. As a matter of fact, he gave me ample warning of his presence when I didn't technically deserve it. And if I was him, I would have shot my ass. So there was that situation, though we just ended up parting ways. And I think a little bit even further down the road, we ran into that guy who was running around with somebody else. So I think that guy ended up hooking up with somebody else. And then once when we were in trios as well, we had a whole team roll up on us, and the same thing happened. You know, they were like, "Don't shoot." And we just kind of sat there awkwardly for a second. We chit-chatted, and then we went our separate ways. But that easily could have turned into a moment. Well, everybody's got to start somewhere. We'll start with selling 1. Solos do get matched with other solos. That was actually something I was incredibly impressed by, Chuji. It actually seemed like duos were getting matched with other duos as well. Now, I don't know if they'll be able to continue that matchmaking system all the way through, like, because all of these games launch with hype and then they die off. That's why when everybody was like, Dune Awakening's lost 50% of its player base, in my head, I was like, that's entirely natural, especially with a survival game. Completely and totally normal. As a matter of fact, it's par for the course. I'd be shocked if it didn't lose half of its player base. And the same thing kind of goes with these games as well. So the game's going to start off with a lot of hype. There's going to be a shitload of people inside of the game, so it's going to be easy for the matchmaking system to divvy those people out into the proper groups. But 1 month, 2 months down the line, when there's less people to choose from, is that system still going to be functioning properly? And I actually had some people in the chat saying that even though they were running solo, they got ganked by a team of 3. But at that point in time, it's like, were they a team of 3 or were they people that teamed up? Because it's a not zero possibility. Oh my god, Cowboy, we did the Harvester puzzle. I hated it. I actually hated it. I think they need to tone down the amount of times that thing spits out damage at you, whether it be shield or fire damage. I kind of get it now. I wasted a lot of shields there. And basically the shield drain mechanic is just to make it to where while you're doing the Harvester, you have to do it without a shield. I was wasting a shitload of shield while I was there. I did not need to keep recharging my shield because it was just going to keep getting drained. So I could imagine if you go in there with intent and you know how the Harvester puzzle works, you should have no problem taking it out. But I did not enjoy that puzzle at all. You know, Chuji, just in my opinion, I don't know why their monetization strategy is this way. They're missing out on a big fat stack of cash. Like, what is already a financially viable product could be even more so if they would just sell cosmetics like every other fucking game. And if they sold cosmetics and then didn't push that money into extra development, then we have a problem. You know what I'm saying? If they just take that as extra profit, then we've got a problem. That's like once human levels of shittery right there. But once humans PvE is actually creative, so I don't fucking know. It's like comparing apples and oranges almost, even though they're the same exact genre of game. But I agree, their DLCs, what comes with the DLCs, and their extra content plans are just, it's not extra content. No, it's nowhere near enough anything to keep, not only, it's not even enough to keep people going, let alone coming back. I think, honestly, we'll fully understand what the whole entire 10-year development cycle is going to look like for Dune Awakening when the first expansion launches. And that'll really be the make or break point for me. Like, for me personally, I'm holding out until the first expansion launches because it's entirely possible that they launch the expansion and it's good, it's creative, it's got fun PvE, it's got an interesting PvP. I don't fucking know what could actually make it good, but it's possible that it launches good. But chances are it's going to launch and be very similar to what we're already dealing with right now, and at that point in time, I'll probably be jumping ship. You really hope they bring out something like a hardcore server for Dune. That will be fun. I don't think the PvP players in Dune regard backed down the second that their gear durability started taking durability loss. So I don't think a hardcore server would draw the player base that it would need. Bro, Antios, my man. I never played Dark Age of Camelot, but every time I talk about RuneScape's wilderness system, a lot of people compare that game to what I'm talking about. And I've said that before. I've said that I wish the Deep Desert was more like RuneScape's wilderness. I'd like to even see like single-way combat zones, multi-way combat zones. I'd like to see a sculling system. And Chuji brings up a really good point. People typically do put games into rotation, and unfortunately, Dune's not slotted to be a game of rotation because it doesn't bring anything to the table when it comes to rotation. Well, the black market lasgun is still holding its price, surprisingly. I bought all of the schematics, I think, but I didn't check if they came back. Did we already lose access? Yeah, we lost access. Fuck! There's so many types of cosmetics that they could sell, and they would sell so fucking good in this game, Cowboy. That's why it's like, look, I understand people don't like MTX and the cosmetics and this, that, and the other, but like, if we're realistically at a point where it's like we're looking for development to get put into the game, and that would be an answer to funding that development, dude, we got to get that going ASAP. ASAP. Bro, the Sardakar's Intimidators all the way down to 12, I guess that didn't pan out. That weapon didn't pan out like people thought it would. I don't know why the fuck they thought it would be good. It doesn't even break, it doesn't even like do good shield damage, so I don't know what the hell. Oh my god. Carterizer for 8. Oh my god. What the hell is a Scorch Bolt? Oh, it's duraluminum. Agent, we're on a hyperinflated server. None of these prices are real. People would pay for all sorts of swatches. People would pay for building schematics. People would pay for variants. Dude, it is a massively untapped... This is like the one thing where it's like Tencent should step in and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Especially because Tencent is about making that money. They're leaving so much money on the table It's shocking. 4 million for a seethe? Dear God. Well, that's a lie. Oh my gosh. Oh. 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 I'll take a lot. Oh. No, thank you. Uh, I'll take that. What else on my fucking thing costs money? I forget. Oh yeah, pincushion. Helmet. Not a huge fan of the forged boots, if we're being honest. Ew. I don't need those. I already have 3 pants. I need fucking boots. I know about the symbol in the top right? This symbol right here means something? Okay, let me get to tier 5. What's it look like on tier 5? Oh my god. Yeah, because that's so obvious. Is that a 4? I swear, if that's not a 4, I'm going to fucking flip out. If that's like 3 or some shit, I'm gonna freak. What is that? Is that 6? Oh my god, what is that supposed to be? U? It's U tier. It's U tier. It's U tier. I'm done. I'm done. No, I didn't know the symbol means anything, and it's actually stupid. Good job, stupid game. The 6 symbol is the only one that makes sense because it looks somewhat like a 6. The one with the dot is tier 5.5. I quit. Stop. I can't, dude. I can't. I can't. I'll be right back. Circuit gauntlets, power harness, and then pincushion, and it's like the Holtzman shield. I got a couple of those. Everything else, it's like worthless and going down more. Circuit gauntlets were inside of the pool this week and really easy to get. So now's a good time to stock up on those. Well, 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 if it isn't entropy. Having a hard time seeing through those goggles, I'm sure.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or... Welcome. Would you like to...
I don't know. I know, it's not right. We can't pet the banker, but we can sit on his lap. Oh, excuse me, sir. Oh, don't mind me. We can gyrate for him. He likes that. Get a taste of the old man's gas, you foolish banker. Bet you're having a hard time smelling that through your mustache. Oh yeah, get it, old man. He's hitting it, he's hitting it. This is the dance move my kid was doing earlier. He's hitting it. I think the main thing that I don't like backpack with this guy is big mustache. You know, banking, yeah, whatever. Federal Reserve, yeah, it needs to go, whatever. But this mustache, that's unforgivable. It goes all the way below his bottom lip. Excuse me, sir. Are you growing a mustache or are you growing a wig under your nose there, pal? Also, I'm pretty sure it's against the law to have that much facial hair and no head hair. The stash has got to go. It's just too much. It's just too much. Hey, Backpack Coded dropping the follow over on Twitch. Oh, welcome. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. Exactly. And this guy gets a chair. He's the only one we can speak to. He's all hoity-toity. And look at him. And hear his voice. Like, his voice is irritating as well. Welcome. Listen, buddy. We know you shave your head. You don't have a mustache like that and not grow any head hair. So the fact that that was a style choice, should be shamed. I'm gonna see somebody with a mustache like this in real life one of these days, and I'm gonna have a visible reaction. I'm gonna have a visible reaction to seeing it in real life. I'm serious. I'm fucking like, oh my god, it's real. It's real. Watch them be bald too. If we find the banker in real life, oh my god. Oh my god, yeah. Yep, this is gonna be the next starting soon screen. If we all didn't love the banker enough, strap in, because we gotta sit here for about 3 minutes.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Exactly, the bristles on that mustache, that's all he needs. He just takes a bite of that thing. It's like a floss almost. It's like an Insta floss. He's flossing. He's flossy. Xena, good to see ya. Hope you're doing fantastic. Xena, good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. I think this is gonna be my week, Dragon. I think we've discovered my new pastime favorite thing to do inside of Dune Awakening. And it's just gaze upon. I hated his mustache at first, but it's growing on me now. It's magnificent. He must put, I would probably reckon to guess 3 hours or more, even possibly, or more, into this style that he's got going on here, and it's incredible. It's actually immaculate. $495 in Battlefield, nice. Does it look like I'm picking his nose? Oh. Get in here. Oh, we're in. Oh. Nailed it. Sam Elliott in Tombstone, that's so funny. Typically, I would not understand references like that, Dragon, but I've got grandparents in Tombstone, so I've hit up the old Tombstone a time or two, and I know fully what you're talking about. I'm even a bit surprised, to be honest. Definitely straightens it. Yeah, for sure. He's for sure got like hours of a regiment put into that thing. Hours of grooming. It's magnificent. Now this guy over here. This guy's something else.
What now?
You just see the old man's face creeping in the background just like a tiny little bit. It'll be a two-part starting screen. You know, we'll transition from one into the other. This guy's beautiful hat is something to behold as well. Ha! That's the money shot. Nuh-uh, regards. He's got his head's under that hat. That's why he wears the hat. It's deformed. Damn, Eurism. 495 meters. That's nasty. That is nasty. One thing I'm not a huge fan of inside of Battlefield is the zeroing mechanism. I don't like it. I don't fucking like it. I feel like it takes the skill out of landing a nasty sniper shot. Now, you still have to account for movement and lead and timing. So maybe I'm being like a bit, you know. No, I want the bullet drop. I want the bullet drop. There's nothing better than sitting in Apex Legends, pulling out the longbow with the 4x8 scope that gives you the range meter, locking somebody in at like 350, and then moving to the right tick and just fucking drilling the shot. Like, it just feels so good to know where on the line that you need to take it in order to land the shot. The same thing inside of Arc Raiders. Like, we hit a couple of shots inside of Arc Raiders, bro, where it's like, you fucking just led them and led the drop so perfectly. So good, dude, so good. The projectiles, the fact that all of the weapons are projectiles inside of Arc has me actually pretty damn excited. Like, if we take away bullet drop by adding in the set distance, I forget what it was. The set distance thing that they have inside of Battlefield. Basically, if somebody is standing dead still at 400 meters away, it makes your sniper hit scan in a way. Not literally hit scan in the sense of right when you pull the trigger, damage is going to be dealt, but hit scan in the sense of you're aiming at them and the bullet's going to make it to them. You know what I'm saying? I like being able to line up my drop. All right, I appreciate the B film, sir. We will see you in the starting soon screen. Indeed. That's crazy, man. Well, we've got 2 hours, 50 minutes remaining here until this. Reset. Killa, coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Welcome, my man. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well. One more thing I should have checked on the market before we bailed. Paracompass, due to the instability of the field, or the magnetic field of Arrakis, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's just flavor text. Good. The load time is absurd. Alright, let's see what the good old agave seeds are selling for here on the market. My God. My God. We'll take them. Yeah, Leah, I complain about a lot of games with the text that they decide to put inside of those load screens. So, I used to bitch about Fortnite all the time doing this. I called it like Fortnite Fast Fact, and then I would be like number 384, using a shield cell restores your shield, or some fucking stupid shit that it would say inside of it. Just the dumbest levels of things. That shit pisses me off. If they're not going to give you like a solid tip or a solid piece of information, they should just give you some random fact about development, or just no text at all. Like, if it's going to say something completely and totally irrelevant, or some really stupid low-level fact about the game, they might as well just put in like 480 developers worked on this game and only 6 of them are left, or something like that. Whatever they want to put in. Alright, well, we should have like 800 agave seeds to work with. Let's go slap some decoration down. Yeah, but I mean, do you really need a tip telling you that the compactor compacts? Because I agree, I don't mind reading something either, but it would be much more interesting if they were like, we held the company picnic inside of this national forest this year. I don't fucking care what they put inside of it. It's just some random interesting bit of information or something, you know what I mean? Because I agree, having it say something dumb like, if you're running low on water, fill up a decaliter, John. Or fill up a liter, John. Like, okay. Thank you, game. Hadn't pieced that one together yet. Hadn't even thought about that. Hadn't pieced that one together. Oh, is that what I should do? I just kept running out of water until I died. Might as well just consume all of these. So, what do we have planned for this week? What do we have planned for this week? Aside from the fact that the streams might be a little bit more intermittent than they normally are, basically, we're just going to be jumping in and out of Dune Awakening each week. Let's go ahead and pull up this map one more time so we can map out again exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Bear with me. Dear God. Oh my days. Oh, hold on, hold on. Hold on, we've lost the plot here just a little bit. We'll get there. There we go. That looks a little bit more normal. Let me scroll down. Okay. Just looking at this map here. Realistically, I think obviously most of our foot traffic is gonna be right here. Hold on. I feel like realistically, most of our foot traffic is going to be right here in the F5, F6 region. That's because these ships give you probably the juiciest loot as well as the easiest loot inside of the game. Now, I don't know if this week had the mole people problem where they were meshing in and out of labs. PvP cave at F3. Oh, so Regard's already on a new one. So this has... F3 has schematics as well. So realistically, people will probably roll into the deep desert from here, hit up this, 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 and then roll out. That'll probably be their loop. If there's like a crashed ship or something here or here, they might hit that as well. But I think the point stands that this and this are going to be the most populated this week. Now, I'm wondering if anybody's been playing on Harmony this week, if they know mole people. Juxt, my man, good morning. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing fantastic. I'm wondering if we had any mole people who were rolling through these labs, going from one lab to the next under the map and without having to do the labs. Unfortunately, if there are still mole people in the game, us having a base like right here, or even like right here, isn't going to be able to prevent these mole people from doing what they're doing. Because they can get in and get out all underground and then fly out underground. So if there are mole people, there's realistically nothing that we're going to be able to do about it. So I think for all intents and purposes, labs are kind of off of the table when it comes to a POI for us to even decide to care about. I don't know if there's still mole people for sure, Jux. I don't know that for sure. I know that last week it was incredibly easy to turn mole person, and therefore everybody was. I don't know so much this week. I know that you can get yourself under the map. You've been able to get yourself under the map every week. You just have to find the right spot. So I know that. As to whether or not every week these labs are accessible from the outside, that I don't know. Chuji, there's dozens and dozens of rocks that get you under the sand. All up on this zone right here, there's dozens of rocks that get you under the sand. And even up over here. You're right, though. Getting under the rock does not mean that you're under the sand. You could still very well hit the floor. Getting under over here on A8. Oh, we can't see this. Can't see that on the map. I just marked 3 spots on the map that nobody can see. Over here on A8, where the hole used to be, like right here on A8. Oh. Like right here on A8, there's a hole. Right up in here, there used to be a hole. But right up on this back wall right here, you can get shoved in, which basically puts you in the hole. And there's several spots throughout the entirety of this bottom zone that have that same process going. Well, now, how is this so perfectly lined up, but none of these are properly lined up? What the f did we do? You tested it on PAX, but you struggled to get in? You struggled to get in... You struggled to get into the lab, or you struggled to get into under the ground? Because that's the number one question, in my opinion. The way I look at it, getting under the ground is just a matter of finding the right spot to get underground. That's all it is. Once you find the right spot to get underground, the next main question is, can you get into the labs via the meshing problem? And also, if you remember in that one lab that was on F7, you could go into the loot room from the top and out of the loot room from the bottom. Does that only work if you go into the loot room from the top, or does anybody who went into that lab have access to just fly out of the top of it? You know, how often have any of us, like, flown in the air, even though we just went into the loot room? Like, say we did the F7 lab completely normally, and then went into the loot room, would we be able to fly up through the mesh just the same? Because if that's the case, there's another hole. There's another way in. You just have to complete the lab one time. If you have to, yep, so yeah, you just need to know this one. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. But like I was saying, it doesn't even matter if there are still mole people, because if there are, there's nothing we can do about them, which just basically means these labs are going to be dead content. And they're not going to be worth, like, building around or even trying to harass people around, because it's just going to be dead content. Yeah, we got in and we got out. That's what I'm saying. So if we just went into F7 and did the whole lab normally, and we were in the loot room, would we be able to just fly out still? Well, we found out the other day as well, if you are behind certain meshes, you can shoot out of them. Because somebody was under the ground on F7 and they shot an ancient way up out of the wall and at us. I don't know, again, if that's just, like, specific meshes in specific areas. I don't fucking know. All I know is labs are basically dead content because of the mole people. So most of the foot traffic is going to be over at the ships. And, like, honestly, we could set up a base, like... We could set up a base, like, right here. And keep an eye on this. And keep an eye on this. And pester anybody going in and out of those. But realistically, what would end up happening is team number 2 would just set up a base right here and attack us. And then team number 3 would set up a base right here and attack us. And what we want is for us to have a base right here, pester people so much here and here that team 2 decides to come set up a base right here, so they can pester us. And then team 3 sees the action and says, fuck it, we're gonna come and put up a base right here and pester everybody. So now there's like a 3-way triangle of combat where we're fucking with these guys, as well as this, as well as this, as well as them, and then these guys are hitting up these guys, as well as this and this. And it's basically like, you know, last base standing type deal. Unfortunately, with this being so close to the safe zone, I don't see it playing out that way. which is why I'm still somewhat leaning towards placing one down here. But with 2 PvP ships over here, are people really going to bother to come all the way out to I-1 just to land a ship? And this is a control point right here. That island is a control point. So we would have to set up a base like right here, or like right here, or like right here. So that way we can watch here and then guard any sort of like exit. And then possibly mess with that spice field. But this is, I think, going to be a lot less foot traffic over here. And since these labs are basically dead content, us being like right here to also pick at the lab is kind of pointless, because if anybody's doing the lab, they're going to be doing it from underground. Which I don't blame them, because the PvE in this game is terrible. So, we've got 2.5 hours here until the reset. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I should have made, like, I need to make, like, a grappling hook ledge. Grab the wall, man. Grab the wall, old man. Oh, great. Just bounced off of the wing. Perfect. I don't know, because the PvE in this game sucks, and people don't want to lose durability fighting the PvE in this game would be my, like, initial, immediate, knee-jerk guess. They don't want to lose durability fighting the dumbass PvE in this game, which isn't fun to fight in the first place. I don't think it has anything to do with difficulty, because, you know, guilds and stuff were clearing it no problem previously. It's just a matter of durability now paired with just, oh my god. Paired with, like, use case, like, I don't know. Beautiful. Perfect. We're running low on lights, but there's a couple of things we can do to work things around. Figure out the whole lighting situation. Oh, fiber, good. Hit it with a little bit of the ornaments. Why not a little bit of a turret? We don't use these very much. We might as well slap it down. Slap it down. Beautiful. What do we have that can go on the wall right here? Not enough support, sure. Okay, sure, not enough support, good. Okay, fuck it, nothing on the wall right there. Oh, you know what we do need to decorate? I keep forgetting. What are we gonna do here? Benches? Okay, nice. Jeez. I don't know about that. Some sort of table? Oh, that might work. Fits in there nice. Yeah, I like that. And then we can go with a couple of these. Hit that like they're sitting out, also enjoying the table. Bada boom, bada bing. Needs more terrariums. I think you're right. About like 100 more, perhaps. We might be able to drive all of the other people out of Odham. Yeah, I'm curious. I should have asked Entropy when he was here what the Deep Desert... Oh, yeah. Entropy said he just focused on death races this week. What the fuck, dude? What exactly is a death race? Like, what exactly are people doing in a death race? Are they firing rockets at each other? Are they just driving until the worm turns up? Like, what are they doing? Perfect. Slap it down. My base. Oh. Oh, they give you help. They give you massive warnings for your base nowadays. That's like not even my main base. That's nice. That's a nice quality of life. Okay, you gotta give it to them. You gotta give it to them when they do something right now. You might have hit the permanent wall for Gridmaster. What's that? What's that? What boss is that? There's a carrier with a rocket buggy attacking the lead racer, and the rest can use rockets to attack each other or attack the carrier, but it's better to use your heat on boost. There's a... Okay. These people are crazy. These people are crazy. That actually sounds fucking insane. Hold on. There's a carrier with a rocket buggy attacking the lead racer. Okay, I'm following. The rest of them can use rockets. What are they attaching rockets to? Rockets, can you put rockets on the... You can't put rockets on the tread wheel. You can't put rockets on the... Okay, so it's two people then. Because you can't fire the rocket bug. Can you fire the rocket buggy just while you're driving it? What is SO? What is Soul? Is that a new boss? Inferno is one thing. I probably couldn't do Inferno either. I could, but not in 30 minutes. I mean, Beats, right now we're kind of waiting in between games, you know what I'm saying? Right now we're kind of, you know, just chilling. You know, like, for all the shit that I'll talk about Dune Awakening as well, I do thoroughly enjoy the base rating. Like, today and the reset days are honestly the worst day for me to play because there genuinely is just not shit for me to do. You know what I'm saying? We're just waiting this out. I'd rather be, as crazy as this sounds, I'd rather be flying around the deep desert right now just looking for a base to raid. Just with the opportunity of something random happening, anything. So, like, I do enjoy that, and there are still those random encounters inside of Dune Awakening. Oh, right. You're right. The Varlamore guy. The big boy in Varlamore. Yeah. Shit. Shit, Jen. I couldn't do that guy either. Yeah, right. I wouldn't even be able to get to that guy, I don't think. I don't even know if I'd be able to get to the end of the Inferno. Yeah, Fortis Coliseum. Yeah, nope. Yep, those would be... Did you finish the 92 agility? Oh yeah, awakened bosses, it'd be a wall for me as well. Did you do the 92 agility thing? Oh yeah, good. Good. I'd have been like, how, Jen? Because I'm pretty sure that's actually physically impossible. I see people make videos explaining how to do it, and then I do what they do, and I lose every time. Pointless. Pointless trying. So... you know, Beats, you're not wrong. Like, I feel it. Like, tonight, of all nights, like, I feel it. There ain't shit for me to do aside from wait for the reset, and then we can go and kind of start to prep to set up for the upcoming week, you know what I mean? But aside from that, it's like we're out of things to do. There's literally nothing that I could do right now. You want me to go do PvE and run labs or some shit? That sounds awful. I'd rather go give myself motion sickness again with Mega Bonk, and I'm nervous to play Mega Bonk anymore because I think I gave myself motion sickness and it just completely and totally debilitated me. I'm like scared to play that game again. The same thing happened on a VR headset, though I brought that upon myself. I like won't put on VR anymore, bro. Yeah, PvE Dune. I'd rather go play main game old school RuneScape on my hardcore Iron Man shit. And believe me when I say I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. Though I've almost completed all of the free-to-play quests on that account. We made decent progress on that hardcore Iron Man back when I was taking that seriously. What did I end up thinking about Arc Raiders? Bro, I'm so excited for Arc Raiders. Do I see myself becoming addicted? I don't know. I think what I did, Leah, was I was playing the skeleton skateboard guy, and he has ridiculous movement speed, and if you get like 5 jumps, you can just like constantly be in the air. So it was like this constant wave of motion, and a lot of the times you're like spinning in circles with the mobs spawning. Oh my god. I wasn't feeling good last night in the first place. But oh my gosh, I'm almost positive I gave myself motion sickness because it damn near shut me down. It wasn't as bad as when I was on the VR headset. When my kid got a VR headset for Christmas last year from his aunt. It was her old VR headset, and she had Beat Saber on it. So I was playing Beat Saber and massively, thoroughly enjoying that game. And then we ended up wiping her account and setting my kid up his own account, which got rid of Beat Saber, so I was bummed out. I didn't have anything to play on the VR anymore. My dumbass decided to play some roller coaster shooter game, and it gave me like 10 warnings. It was like, if you're bad with motion sickness, don't fucking do that. Do not do that. And I was like, am I motion sick prone? I don't know. So we did it, and oh my god, I thought I was gonna throw up for like 4 hours, and I just had to lay down but could not sleep because my fucking head, I was like spinning. I felt like I was drunk. I had the spins. It was so fucked up. It was not okay. What happened with Megabonk was like a quarter of what I experienced with I'll have to do that Eurism actually, because I wouldn't say that I'm seizure prone, but I'm not at zero risk. Does that make sense? Yeah. The game does not hold back. They sure do not. Oh, let's go take a little peep-see at the total build piece count here, because I'm running out of areas to decorate. Surprisingly, we've been able to decorate most of this damn thing. And I'm running out of areas to decorate. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've got something up almost everywhere. You know? Good evening. 'Tis I, the eldest of the men Jenkins. Hello there. Oh. Wait. Yes. Menacing. You know, Beats, we only had access to that first map. We didn't even get into crafting the tier 2 or the tier 3 workbench. That's what's got me really pumped up about Arc Raiders. I had like 6 keys. I had like 6 keys that we could have used on like all of the different maps, dude. Man, I'm pumped up, dude. I'm really pumped up. Whether or not it's going to be a game that, like, fully hooks me, I'm not sure. Because, like you said, like, it might get a bit repetitive. It might turn into, like, It might turn into a situation where it feels like they don't have a very good handle on the cheaters. There's a lot of things that could go south that would turn it into a situation. Oh, that's what I meant to look at. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Leah, I appreciate you. I want to see how many decorations we have left. 151 more decorations to place. For this being the Storm Knight, though, I will say that surprisingly, the Haga Basin performance has not been overwhelmingly terrible. With any engine, Cowboy, any game, any engine, any thing. Yes, Unreal Engine definitely doesn't help though. You did see some cheaters or maybe some bad bugs in Summit stream? You know, Fuza, there's definitely clips rolling around of cheaters that were even inside of the server slam, unfortunately. It's just the unfortunate reality of the world we live in these days. Cheaters will be there day one in almost every single game, if not every single game, especially multiplayer in any sense of competitive. You know, Beats, I actually really liked how Arc Raiders kind of helps with extract campers. So, like, because we got extract camped a few times. But guess what? We made it out each and every single time. Because the people, now granted, people may start to understand this and then just push at a different time. But people were not starting to push you until you started to call in the extract. And at that point in time, it's too late. Because at that point in time, even if they down you, you're already going to continue calling in the extract. There's no way they're going to full kill you before you've already called in the extract. And at that point in time, you're good. So eventually these extract campers may, you know, wisen up to that whole situation there and then start to obviously push you a little bit earlier. So they can possibly down you before you get the call in set off. That could definitely become a problem, but I mean, there's extract campers in every extraction game. Not really a whole lot you can do about that. Yeah, Leah, I don't know what's going on, but today's been solid inside of the Haga Basin, surprisingly. And it's the storm day as well, so the Coriolis storm is just constantly, should be just shredding the FPS over there, but it's not bad. What's crazy, Jen? Oh. Oh, Hackers day one in Arc. Yeah, they're day one in every game. Bro, it's not even day one, technically. Hackers pre-day one in Arc running the server slam. Just like it was Hackers pre-day one in Battlefield 6 running the test. Hackers pre-day one in Black Ops. I mean, they're fucking everywhere. It's such a problem. That's why, honestly, the only way this problem gets solved, and I fucking hate saying this because it's a solution, it's a route to solving this problem that I'm not willing to go down. But genuinely, I feel like the only way this problem gets solved is like literally the law and the government steps in and fucking puts a kibosh on this shit. But the only way that that could actually happen is and this is where I'm not willing to go, is if some form of online identification system was required. Because you would have to have online ID so you could peg somebody to the account that was doing the cheating. If they got convicted of cheating in court, they should be sent to jail for a year. They should be put on a dirty, stinky, dirty cheaters list that they have to register their home address to, so that every Halloween the kids can egg their house, and every time you walk by it, you can take a shit on their fucking sidewalk. On their front lawn, actually, just because fuck dirty, stinky cheaters. You know what I'm saying? But in order to get to that point, we have to have online identification, which I am just not willing to quite step that far yet. If online ID becomes a thing, then the fucking very next thing that needs to happen is cheater accountability. So that's what I'll be pushing for. Beats, yo, I think people are tripping, Beats. I think people are tripping. I think they're tripping, Beats. And honestly, I was coming into this test, look, in a PvEVP game, a PvPvE game, whatever you want to call it, I cannot stand when I'm fighting PvE and I get third-partied by a player, or when I'm fighting PvP, this is what I can't stand even worse, when I'm fighting in a PvP fight and I get third-partied by ARC. That shit is what I was worried about. That would piss me off. From what I felt inside of the server slam, the arc was very easily avoidable. You could just, you see a Rocketeer there? Well, you basically just need to pay attention to your surroundings so you don't walk immediately under a Rocketeer and you're going to be fine. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You just walk around the Rocketeer, and this actually goes with most arc. The one thing I'll say is the snitch. The snitch scanner may be a little bit overpowered, maybe just needs to be toned down a little bit. I think it calls in the reinforcements too quickly. You don't get enough of an opportunity to take that thing down. Like, if that thing's going to call in AI, it should be like 1 shot, maybe 2 shot max. And if it's still going to call in AI as quickly as it did, what it needs to do is it needs to only call in 1. Because right now it was like calling in 2 basically immediately. If it was just calling in 1, that would have been fine. Or if it just died quickly or took a little bit longer to call in, which gave you more of a realistic chance to take the thing down, that would be solid. Because we got screwed over by a snitch during that one solo raid because we couldn't do anything. Right. So PvE, so the snitches, I think, would be the one form of AI that needed to get toned down. Aside from that, I felt like they were all incredibly easy to avoid. Not only incredibly easy to avoid, but if they did manage to spot you, they were easy enough to take down, where they shouldn't have really been something that you had to be concerned with. Like, they should have been and were easy enough to take down that even if I got spotted by one of the smaller ones, it wasn't that big of a deal. The snitch was the one AI that would actually bite you in the ass. Or a bison or a Rocketeer. Like, if you get caught out by a Rocketeer, you're basically done for.
Sandstorm is approaching.
So I think I've seen people saying that, Beats, and I think it's crazy. They're like, tone down the AI, and I'm like, the AI I think was fine. And as a matter of fact, I thought it was a little bit too easy to avoid the AI, to be honest. There was a couple times where the regular bots, I was like, ooh, they should have for sure been able to spot me. They just didn't even notice me. maybe tone down the Rocketeer a little bit, because we were in a match with Syl and with Adam, I think, with Syl and somebody else, and we were doing the Queen puzzle. And after we finished the Queen puzzle, I went running out. The Queen chased me down. Adam and Syl stayed inside of the puzzle butt, we'll call it. And the Queen chased me down, and then they fired at the Queen, so it went back to them, and then I fired at the Queen, so it was chasing me down for a bit. And we were able to dodge the Queen's attacks fairly easily. Like, we were able to dodge them fairly easily. We only died when the frickin' Rocketeer that was hovering in that area targeted us. As soon as that Rocketeer caught wind that we were there, it was game over. Leah, that's why I said, so like I don't advocate for online ID, but that's most definitely the route that the world's heading in. And unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if sooner rather than later that's a reality. And the second that is a reality, I'm going to be advocating for cheaters to be absolutely criminally punished. 100%. 100 million%. They're dirty. They're dirty, dirty, stinky, stinky folk, and they deserve to be punished as such. Is it confirmed that those are the only archetypes for every map, or will there be maps with their own certain archetypes? Honestly, so look, I don't know. So in Tech Test 2, they had access to several different maps. They had access to the progression system. That's why we can go on the wiki right now and figure out what it took to get into Tier 2 Arc Raiders. In order to get into the Tier 2 workbench, why does the wiki look different? What website was I using when I broke down the workbench previously? I've already broke down the workbench. So to get to the level 2 gunsmith, you need 3 rusted tools, 3 mechanical components, and 8 wasp drivers. And to get to level 3, you need 3 advanced mechanical components, 3 sentinel parts, and 5 rusted gears. Oh, I'm so fucking excited, dude. Ooh, I'm so pumped up. Dude. I'm honestly so pumped up. Oh, baby, I'm excited. Hayden, my man, good evening. I hope you're doing fantastic. With how smoothly the server slam seemed to roll, Hayden, I'd imagine that it's a little bit better than some spaghetti code, hopefully. And also, the tech test, between the tech test 2 and the server slam, they completely and totally reworked the skill tree. They moved skills all over the place. They shifted this here. They moved that there. If Dune Awakening were to take Death from Above from the Trooper skill tree and put it into and swap it with Poison Tooth, do you know how catastrophic that would be to this game's code? Do you know how much that would break this game? You probably wouldn't be able to launch the game. It would just like error out. I'm telling you. Well, Arc Raiders, they basically did that. They basically took this tree here and they swapped it with half of this tree here while putting half of this tree here, back over here, this up over here, that over there. And by the time the game fully launches, it might end up being reworked again. I'm not planning on moving any sort of farming base out, Leah. I can though. I mean, we just don't have any plans to. So realistically, the plans for the week are every time we hop on Dune, we're gonna pop out to I2 or I think it's F6 or something like that, and pop up a base there and just pester people. That's kind of the plans that we've got going on. But I mean, realistically, by farming base, do you mean like production base as well? Because I haven't been bringing out production. I know Chuji was possibly talking about taking a production base out into the deep desert. I'm not sure if he's gonna, but I haven't been doing production in the deep desert. If you need, I would suggest farming in the deep desert and then bringing the raw materials here, processing them here because there's a shitload of water here, and then taking those processed resources to wherever you need to take them. You know what I'm saying? Or if you have ore refineries at your base in the Haga Basin, even processing it there and grabbing water from here if you need it. Hayden, I know pre-Coriolis Storm is the worst absolute day for me to play, to be honest. Genuinely. It used to be better because, like I was talking about earlier, previously, it's like the Coriolis wipe, and then we would go and we would race out, and Juxt would be claiming an ore as faster than anybody else in the entire game. They would find 2 titanium ores and claim them. Or we would be going out and setting up and trying to grab a schematic from where the best schematic's going to be that week. They've taken every sort of like weekly fun thing to do during this wipe completely out of the game. It's weird. So yeah, and now we're basically waiting for the Coriolis to reset for what? There's no new schematics. There's nothing. It's just going to be a different looking deep desert. Like Chuji and I were talking about earlier. They might as well not even reset this deep desert anymore. Why even reset this thing? You know? I'm gonna go get some water. Yeah, so even after the storm, I don't have shit to do in this game even after the storm. Because like I said, like what I enjoy doing in this game is the base raiding, and I think the base raiding I enjoy doing because it leads to the random events. And the random events remind me of the random encounters that I would have inside of the wilderness, you know, of RuneScape. So it's like the random encounters, random events, fucking the not knowing what's coming around any of the corners, like that's what excites me. And right after the Coriolis, it's at least a day before there's any bases out there. So tomorrow, thankfully, we're both going to be able to go build. Oh, speaking of which, okay, I've got 12,000. So tomorrow we're going to be able to go build in the deep desert. Well, finally, that was the plan last week, but we had a lot going on last week. But we'll also be able to look around for raids. Brooks, don't worry. I don't have my commands set up, Brooks, but don't you fear not. I am the command answerer. I will answer your command for you. We are on the Harmony server. Exclamation Siege. Oh, well, that would be the leg server. Oh, nope, sorry, leg Siege, as they say. The pre-storm, you just stock up, refuel power, and guild player bases, normal Dahaga. So typically, Hayden, I don't even bother, but that's kind of exactly what we've done this week. We broke down the Dugap base. Dugap's been completely moved into the bank for the most part, and then set up with 30 days of power. We actually finally set up the Harmony Guild base with 30 days of power, so there's that. Are you guys seeing the words on the bottom of my screen turn blue? Weird. You'd love to be able to bring stuff from the deep desert to the Haga Basin, but your loading screen's 4 to 5 minutes long each trip, 15 to 20 minutes of wasted time. Oh, shit. That is actually brutal, Leah. It like makes me feel like when I'm trying to load into Arcane, it takes forever, dude. Oh, there's bots here too. Somebody. Oh. Somebody's real world trading on Harmony. Dirty, dirty dogs. Dirty, dirty dogs. Put some clothes on, ma'am. At least put some clothes on. Or hold sprint. Don't just walk. Ugh. That's a big glass. It's a thermos. Where do you live, Leah? Where do you live? Yeah, also, yeah, what the hell's a deciliter? My God, there's so many so many questions have just stemmed from that statement. My God, my God. It's a thermos. I find it hard to believe that you live in a country that does not have big cups. Sweden. I knew it was. I was gonna say Norway, but that didn't feel right. I knew it was up in that area. Okay. What store do you go to in Sweden? What is a Swedish store? Swedish store. Swedish store. Nope, not near me. No, not store in Sweden. Mm-hmm. Okay. Cup. Oh my God. There's only small cups there. You live in a land of small cups. I don't understand. Has the technology not reached Sweden? We need to call Sweden and let them know that the cups can be bigger than 1.3. They can be bigger than that. Have they heard of Texas? Have the Swedes heard of Texas? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, so yes, that's what I was starting to figure is that you were out somewhere with like a small shop. No, I get the small town living. I couldn't buy this cup in any of the shops near me. I would have to order this cup online as well. I'm sitting here saying, don't your stores? I wouldn't be able to put. None of my stores have cups like this. I don't think. Guess I don't look. I don't look. It's basically just a thermos. I don't know. It's called Zulu, is the brand. I got it from Walmart. Whether or not any of that ships internationally, I don't know. But when I worked at Walmart, I used to be able to get like first eye on some of the good clearance items. Right. Like Hayden says, we've got we've upgraded, Leah. So you're gonna need to get titanium and stravidium. Turn that into a plastanium ingot, and then you'll be able to craft the tier 6 deciliter, John. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. What did I come here for, even? What are we here for, old man? Oh. This is 30 ounces, so there you go. I have no idea. Like 2.5 cups, those are cooking measurements for me. We've paid taxes. What did we come here for? My God. The disc on his head? It's so flat. Impressive. Oh! This is what I came here to look at. I just came here to kill time, and then we saw the bots, so I wanted to look at this. Oh, God, that's just... It's like, when does the bot come in? If there was a bot, it would come in there. But that was 4 days ago, so not even there. So 16 hours ago. Or no, this has 16 hours remaining. They probably put it on for 24 hours. So 8 hours ago, a bot farm started kicking on here, is what it looks like. And they're selling this melange. And this price is going to continue to go down until that bot farm gets the amount of money that it needs to fill whatever order that it took. I mean, we could check the prices. We were looking at it earlier, and... Oh, I always spell circuit wrong. Circuit! It's a circuit! Fucking English language. Freaks. Bunch of freaks, I tell ya. The market's not good, man. It's really, really bad. I'm trying to find when do we finally get into tier 5. Oh. Okay, well that's dumb. That's still tier 6. I don't know why these are on for 5 mil. Somebody's an idiot. I mean, look at this weapon. I don't know who the fuck keeps putting these steel and duraluminum items up for so much. They're idiots, but look at this market, dude. 3 million. 3 million. Bro, perforator. This is a gut punch that console players are never gonna have to take. This is a gut punch that they will never have to take. And I'm telling you, it's the lack of gut punches that console players are going to get hit with is going to be what makes them really enjoy this game. Like, it kind of pisses me off to no end how much we're the testing subjects, but this game is going to absolutely kill it on console. It's going to do so good on console, it's probably going to be put up for Game of the Year in 2026. Holy, I know, we're down to 13. Him says, we need to get him back in the chat. Steam. Him says it's going to be down to 8,000 on the 24-hour peak player count by December. And with all of the updates these guys keep putting out, it might be. Now, the 30-day average is at 12,000, which is bad. And the 24-hour peak is all the way down to 13,000, like Holy said. And I predict the game... I predict the game is going to ride between 12 and 15,000. all the way through till the expansion. Half a liter is apparently 16.9 ounces. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Damn, that's crazy, because I'm pretty sure the large sodas in America are, in the United States, is 32 ounces, I'm pretty sure. That's crazy. When does it come to console, Rocky? I mean, that's the question of the day, isn't it? That's the question of the day. Because there's a couple things that could happen when the game comes to console that could absolutely be game changers. Like, if they launched fresh start servers, that console for PC, even if they, okay. There's a total wish list here, but what's gonna, let me tell you what's gonna happen, and then I'll tell you what I want to happen. What's gonna happen is the console's gonna launch, and they're gonna have console-only servers. Boom. End of. But then the console players are gonna be able to have access to the PC servers. So if they have PC friends, they can join their PC friends, but it's not gonna work the other way around. Their PC friends will not be able to join them on console servers. That's how it's gonna work. Now, best case scenario, console launches and fresh start servers come out. Even if there was a fresh start PC server, I think I'd be down to grind out a fresh start PC server. You know what I'm saying? Just to hopefully not get hit with this hyperinflated economy where melange is useless. Because if we had melange to fight for, like maybe that would take away from the redundancy that this game is turned into and kind of add into the loop. But melange got duped for so long that it's just fucking worthless. Best case scenario is that it would launch and there would be cross-play servers that are fresh start. I doubt that we'll be able to call the Dune Awakening the release build when they drop it on console. I think it'll still be just as broken. The console players just won't have to deal with all the gut punches that we've had to deal with. They'll just have a whole nother set of gut punches coming their way because let me tell ya, these guys are nasty. Dude, the oversaturation of schematics happened so much faster than I thought it would. I wish I was keeping track of everybody who was saying that the fact that the repair glitch is gone would help mitigate this, because it was a solid argument, but sure as fuck did not play out, bro. Sure as hell did not play out. Let me tell you, this has gotten insane. Oh! Where the hell did somebody get the Chosen from? Where did somebody get Chosen pants from? Dude, that's badass. This is the tier 5 version of Pincushion. I really wish they had this out when we did full loot. That would have been the go-to set. I can't see to guarantee. Whoa, not 9 million. I can't see to guarantee that these are, so let me buy. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Well, that's cool. I'm assuming that's coming out of the A-row, and that's badass. Should have been in the game way earlier. Again, another gut punch that console's not going to have to deal with. Alright, let's pull this up one last time so we can figure out exactly where we're going to go about building. Alright. Shit. Like I said, I think that... Well, damn it, hold on. Like I said, I think F5 with these two PvP ships and then I1 are going to be our best two bets at setting up a base where we are going to be able to see foot traffic and pester people. That's kind of like the whole point, is to hopefully, just be a nuisance, right? Like, just be a nuisance as much as humanly possible. This cave right here on F3, Regard pointed out that this cave has juice inside of it. So, this cave might also have some high foot traffic paired with the fact that there's a spice field here. Might also be high foot traffic. And I'm leaning towards... So, I don't like this area because it's so close to the safe zone. But we'll probably end up building here sometime throughout the week. But I don't like this area as much because I don't think it's going to facilitate the combat that I'm looking for. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to roll out and build on the E3 section. We're going to put the forward operating base right there on the E3 section. This is going to allow us to push this cave and loot this on loop if we want to, and kind of like suss out how much foot traffic's going to be in and around this cave. This allows us to hit up this lab and get the loot out of this lab fairly easily from the base location itself. It also helps us obviously keep an eye on this spice field, but I think more importantly, it gives us a straight shot up to this location, which is where I think we're going to be putting up the main base inside of the deep desert this week. This will probably be where we spend most of our time dicking around this week, up here inside of H2I1. It might have a little bit less foot traffic, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think this place will be better facilitated to have other people try and come build up around us. But this is a control point right here. So we literally cannot build on this. This whole thing is going to be boxed off as a no build zone, but it's entirely possible that there's some spots where we can build a base right up here and still be on the land. If that's the case, we'll build up right up here and then obviously pester the people right here. Realistically, we're probably going to be building right up here, and then pestering it here. This will also give us access to looting this spot, but also going through and possibly looting this spot as well, though I do not care for the PvE, so I'm not even going to bother doing that. And there's going to be a big spice field right here as well that we'll be able to keep our eye on also. So maybe something like taking our scout ornithopters with rockets out this week could potentially be something that's worthwhile, or maybe because these bases that we build right here, anybody who's online as we build these bases, I'm planning on anybody who wants to, I'm planning on giving build perms to, and we can just make this like a mega base, right, where it's just this huge ass base, right, big old base down here, boom boom boom. And so maybe there's room for us to hold assault ornithopters, because those would be able to, keep up with these guys more. But realistically, at the end of the day, this whole base here is getting wiped, because after we get off the live stream, we're going to no longer be defending the base. So anything that we did manage to get from here, or from here, or from up in here, obviously has got to get cleared at the end of the day. And hopefully this spurs some people to, build up a base right here or build up a base over here to kind of like fight us off. Because what I'm hoping is we have like spots where we can sit here and like snipe down at these people. Or we're sitting on top of a safe zone in our base and some ornithopters come flying in, and we come flying out, and we go boom, 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 boom. Day ruined, you know what I'm saying? Day ruined. That's what we're here. Let's see how many enemies we can actually start to build over here. F4, let me pull it back up. The problem with F4 is we're so close to the safe zone regards, it's not gonna... So what the whole point of this is to hopefully develop base versus base combat, right? Like, that's what we're trying to develop here, is some base versus base combat. But if... Ooh, F4, you know, it's like not a bad idea. If we were going to build up by this, so if we get no foot traffic over by I-2, which is entirely possible, we would end up building a base probably right here. Worried less about the cave and more about pestering people here and pestering people here. The problem with this location is we're so close to the safe zone. If we really started to piss people off, they would probably just put a base here or here or here and just attack us that way. But reality, what we want them to do is we want them to put a base here and attack us this way. So now we're defending the raid while trying to take their raid, while also looting this and pissing people off there. Maybe guild number 3 comes in and says, hey, what the hell's going on? We're building here. But if we're this close to the safe zone, it's entirely possible that nobody even decides to build up over here. But if we've got literally no foot traffic over here on H2, I mean, obviously, we're going to have to do something. Like, if we spend an entire day at H2 and get no foot traffic or no sorts of, like, action going on, we're obviously going to have to do something. But I don't see that happening. I really don't. I don't see that happening. There's been enough people still playing on Harmony, I think, that we're going to be able to start causing a problem. Even if it means something like going in and... Even if it means going in and just butt-ass naked so we're not losing durability on our gear with Regis missile launchers. Yeah, I got you, Lee. I got you. God. It's so flat. Oh, do I see a curve in your hat, sir? Ugh, shameful. Don't worry, they don't mind. They can't tell I'm this close. They can't see. One hour, 20 minutes remaining. We're going to be building up, what did I say? E3, something like that? Forget what I even said. That's where we're going to be putting the forward operating base, storing the plastanium that we're going to use for the plastone that we're going to use for the week. Well, let's go prep the base we're gonna move out. Because we're gonna need to set up that forward operating base. And honestly, the forward operating base itself can be where assault ornithopters with rockets were held if we decide to pull that out. But if we put a base that close to the spice field, it might be more realistic to have pocket scouts with rockets. Mm-hmm. Like, that's another reason that I2 might be a bit of an interesting pick. Totally dependent on whether or not there's a worm hole. Is that what they're called? Wormhole. Honestly, I don't know where Chuji's putting his base. I've got 2 sub-fiefs left, and the one's going to be the forward operating, and the second's going to be... But the forward operating base will have storage at it. It just won't have production. You know what I'm saying? So you'd be able to mine and store and mine and store and mine and store. But Chuji did say something about setting up a production base in the deep desert this week as well. I just, I don't know. I don't know where or if he's going to end up doing that. What do you need at a forward operating base, realistically? I mean, honestly, all we need is storage. The fucking chemical refinery, I don't think ever gets used to make gas. And I keep forgetting to bring water out there in the first place. I don't know what I need. Give me some of that, give me some of that. Oh, I'll take those. Yeah, Leah, yeah. I don't mind that. That might be a pain in the ass because it's like power and then filling the power and then water and then fucking filling the water. So it might honestly be worth waiting to see what Chuji's gonna do, and then because if Chuji gets on and he's gonna roll out, I'll probably help him move shit, or you could help him move shit as well. But with the assault ornithopter, twice the storage, because he's kind of got you know all of that like down to a fucking science at this point in time. What am I looking for over here? Yeah, honestly, I don't mind. I'll give you build perms. If you want to bring all that shit out, not a problem. Like I'll have some of the shit as well. What, Jen? Jen, what are you doing wrong? Do you have any of the combat masteries, Jen? I made it to 35 in the Inferno. Psh, it was a piece of cake. Were you using Barrage? Jen, what are you doing? What are you doing wrong in there? What's funny is in the previous league where I was using the blowpipe, what the fuck are you doing using Water Wave in there, Jen? What, have you lost your fucking mind? Do you not have the Grimoire yet? No, Jen, no. Ice is water. Ice is water in that. Ice is water inside of old school. You maniac. You maniac. You maniac. You're fucking crazy. You're crazy. You're fighting all those little... You're fighting... No wonder you lost all of your pillars. That's exactly what happened to me in the previous league. I had the blowpipe. I don't think I had Ancients unlocked. Or if I did, my magic was weak as hell, and I just didn't feel like doing all of the swaps and all of that nonsense. This league, I did Barrage. I didn't lose a pillar at all. I, like, barely lost health on a pillar, and I was like, oh, I'm starting to see it now, too. Yeah, I used to think the same thing, Jen, until I used Barrage this league, and I was like, oh, okay, I see now. I see the hidden tech. I see. Barrage is necessary. They should make that a little bit more apparent when they talk about it. And they just kind of like, oh yeah, whip out Barrage. Like, oh, no, they should be like, Barrage is necessary. Fuck. Chinchompas doesn't even work proper. I mean, you can maybe get away with chins, but... Yeah, I did the same thing with the blowpipe, and I was just running the blowpipe to try and take all 5 of those down, Jen, and with the blowpipe's attack speed, it's like boom, 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 boom. and you can consistently knock those down, but having to deal with all of the swapping and all of the other shit, bro. No, no siree. Yep, yep. Yeah, barrage, and you'll probably be like, oh, you know what? I probably could at least get to the 3 Jads, because I could for sure get to the 3 Jads. I could have gotten to all 3 Jads. I think I would have embarrassed myself. But also, we absolutely blitzed Jad in the first run. Like, we smashed Jad so hard inside of the fight cave, it was comical how fast it took. You could probably, if you were able to get past the 3 Jads, you could probably take down Zuck. But doesn't he have a one-hit mechanic? See, that's the problem. If I got all the way to the end, I don't know how that boss works. I know that people mark tiles and then they walk in between these tiles at specific times, but I don't know the times, and I don't care. I don't care to like sit there and practice the times on it either. I think that's a bit crazy. Yeah, they follow the pillar, but they mark the tiles to know what tile they're... There's too much. There's just too much add-ons going on. Is it a guaranteed one hit? Or, you know, can you tank it maybe if you get lucky? Can you get a lucky tank in? Wonder if I have access to the water from here. No. Oh, wait. I do. Bro, I don't like the tiles. I don't like them. Like, there's some... There's some that just take the fun out of the game, in my opinion. And some people might have that opinion on quests, and I'll tell them to go fuck themselves. So somebody might have that opinion with the quest helper, and I'll kick them square in the nuts is what I'll do. We are Rochambeau for that fucking thing right there, Some of the end game PVM inside of Old School doesn't play around. To Old School's credit, like, I don't like the prayer flicking system, but it's in the game, and the player base is well aware of it. So to Old School's credit, they take advantage of that. Let's just call it like I wouldn't say unintended game mechanic, but it is kind of like unintended in a way. Definitely unpredicted, I would say. You know, if you go back to 2007, nobody was killing Bandos without taking any damage, because they were swapping from mage to range to melee to mage to range to melee to mage to range to melee range, whatever fucking step under three tick. People are crazy in this game. They're crazy. They're crazy, Jen. That's why I was saying. Those sorts of crazy PVM people had a massive advantage this league, and for good reason. You know what I'm saying? If you've developed the skill to be able to do those type of bando skills, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Those tiles were piece of cake for them, even without the extra power that they were getting. Because even inside of Bandos, when I was farming Bandos, Jen, I had to sit there and just eat constantly. Obviously, I wasn't prayer swapping or whatever. The guy who did the tile did it in 14 hours. I told you, Jen. Psh. I told ya. So it was 14 hours, and then how far behind were the other two? 8 hours. God, those are PVM freaks right there, dude. 17. So 14, 17, and probably like 18, something like that, 17. Damn, so before we even ended the first live stream, it was already completed. I told you some PVM monster was going to get that shit done. Like, there's people who can do bandos with probably just like a fire staff and no gear on, you know? I've got relics working in my advantage, and I'm still having to power through my corrupted shark to where if it was real food, I'd have gotten 1 kill per trip. Yeah, you know what? This league, there were some RNG tactics to it, which fucking suck, dude. Yeah. Some people could have gotten hard stuck at Bandos or hard stuck at Vorkath, but none of the RNG was too crazy. It's not like the task was equip a full set of you know, equipment. Or like get a draconic visage from Vorkath. It was just the 50 kills and you should probably be getting something from Bandos or Armadillo within 50 kills as well, but I guess that would depend on when you decided to go there. Oh, that's what I meant to look up like 6 times over. Jen, I'm so glad you came in and said something. March, April, May, June, July, August. Oh god, this came out so long ago. Oh, this was the roadmap.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This base building PvP that I'm trying to build up, Jay, is that what you're talking about? It just says winter 2025. Motherfuckers. What month does winter start? It depends on whom you ask. Old school's in UK or Britain. Are they the same thing? What month does winter start in UK? By meteorological calendar, the first day of winter is always December 1st, but Google says Sunday the 21st of December through March 20th inside of UK. Well, that's fine. That gives us time. That's good because, man, it's been back to back to back to back to back here, man, I swear. RuneScape 3 leagues, Arc Raiders, Dune Awakening shit. Gridmaster mode, back into Arc Raiders, bro, and then if we were swapping right back into Deadman mode, it'd be like, it's just a little bit too much. You understand what I'm saying, young lady? Young lady, can you hear me? Oh, geez, Louise, I didn't want to kiss, ma'am. Jeez, you make an old man blush, lady. You make an old man blush. We seemed destined to have met here, Kiwi Matt. I like your goggles. You know what your goggles remind me of, Kiwi Matt? They remind me of another eldest of the men, Jenkins. He's more of the extraction type, but either way, nice goggles. Small spice that can be built over that would give a lot of purpose to battles. So, I mean, like, that might work on your regular server, Jay. Unfortunately, over here on Harmony, and it's less a problem nowadays, but it is still a problem, Melange is duped to hell and back. So Melange is incredibly cheap compared to the amount of inflation on the server. So it's like farming spice is worthless on this server. Yeah, Jen, honestly, that it woulda, because I need to prep for Dead Man mode. I need to prep. I need to get in prep mode. We need to jump in. We need, oh, Matt, good evening. Welcome back, Matt, my man, oh. You're a busy man. Shopping, oh. That is not a man. Those are gazongas right there. My God. Well, that man has tits. Tits and goggles, as they say. Yeah, oh, like I was saying, we need to train. We need to get prepped. We need to get ready, Jen. So my style of PvP has always been... My style of PvP has always been range tank vengeance PvP. I get down on the vengeance timing PvP where you're running in there as a range tank with a bit of a special attack weapon. Back in the day, range was kind of lackluster with the special attacks, and they are nowadays as well. Back in the day, we would use the hand cannon, which had a pretty nasty special attack. You would sit there and charge it up for a second and then blast like 2 cannon shots at them that could hit like upwards of 95 total damage. If you timed that with a vengeance properly, it was an instant KO. Nowadays, people will be pairing range with like an AGS or magic short bow to G-Maul combo, something like that. Either way, we were always the range defense, range tank, vengeance type PKer. Back when I was doing PvP, you used to get made fun of for farcasting. It was like a form of griefing. Nowadays, no honor PKing is the type of PKing, so we got to practice our tribrid leading into Dead Man mode, because you got to know how to freeze somebody. It's your #1 main way of escape. Catching the freeze. Oh, right. I forgot Dune becomes unplayable the last hour because you can't see shit. But hey, check this out. Even in the last hour, dude, previously, I would be rubber banding like crazy. So I don't know what sort of update they made here, but whatever they did, I mean, good on them, dude, because this used to be bad. Bro, look how smooth this is. I'm gliding like a regular ornithopter in the middle of the worst part of the storm. Dude. I mean, a bit of some lag, but honestly, night and day. They made the update, nobody's on the server. Oh, Fuza, you dirty son of a bitch. You're right, you're right. You're right, though, you're right. You're right. They made the update, yeah, I'll tell you what update they added. The kill the game update. The nobody's playing anymore update. The you're alone over here, old man update. Yes indeed. Good point. Excellent Excellent point. Have I tried New World? You went back after 2 years, having fun so far? You know what? I don't know what it was about New World. Maybe I should give New World a second go. So the only time I played New World was during the test phase that they had. We bought the game, we played the test phase, and before the game fully came out, we refunded the game. So we did the public test, if you will. It wasn't much of a public test because you had to pay to play. But we paid to play, didn't like it, decided to pull the plug on even trying to play the game. Thank God we did. I don't even remember exactly what it was. The game just didn't hit right, you know? It was just missing something. Maybe it'd be worth checking in on. I was bummed out too because when New World was coming out, I was really, really desperate for a new solid MMO. That's why I'm excited for Ashes of Creation, but Ashes of Creation is turning to a point. Summit's streaming it. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Summit's a real one. Summit is a real one. I often get him confused with Shroud for some reason, but that's because I'm an idiot. It's because I'm an idiot. If I had to pick Summit over Shroud any day, for sure. For sure. But I'm skeptical with Ashes of Creation, both with the open world PvP. I'm down for, but you know, I think it's gonna be weird, become a bit zergy. I'm a bit concerned with it. If it's balanced, I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. But I'm more so concerned with the amount of testing and open testing, if you will, that's gone into Ashes of Creation. Is gonna basically make it to where the game is already figured out before the game even launches. And half of the fun of Dune Awakening has been riding the wave of the meta shifts. You start the game off and melee is king in PvE and PvP, and then you shift into fucking the a dart for every man meta, and then you shift into the Regis Disruptor meta, and now people are using fuck, I forget what they're using now. They're using a lot of Regis pistol now, but the shifting meta back into melee for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the game's already figured out, there's not going to be a shifting meta. There's already going to be a best way to go about doing things that you should already know about if you put research into the game. And it's just like, I want to go through the experience of learning things with the community, kind of like we did inside of Dune, which was solid. You used to do that too, confuse Summit with Shroud? Yeah. I'm assuming that's what you were saying. I don't even know why, because their personalities couldn't be more completely different. I think it's because their talent, I would say, is probably close to the same. Also, their nonchalant reactions. Like, I don't know how you fucking blast somebody with a snipe and you don't go boom. You know what I'm saying? You don't hit him with the wow 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 wow. You know, I don't know how you don't get jumping around when you start taking some people down inside of the shooters. Both of them have that, like, oh yeah, got him again. Got him again. He's down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. J-Wolf's base is getting cooked. I'll be right back. Ah, yes, the agave seed. We can even steal an agave seed. In fact, from another private garden who's let their guard down. Not much of a garden if you're not guarding anything, am I right? Eurism caught slacking. Give me that. Give me that seed. Wait. Wait. What? Oh. There we go. My seed now. My seed now. Oh. Are we still live? Holy shit, my power just blipped. Whoa, what the fuck? How's my computer still on? Are we still live? We might not be live if the internet just fucking cut out. Yep. Okay. Well, what the hell was that? The power just blipped so fast that it shut my AC unit off for a millisecond. And it shut my TV off over here for a millisecond. $45 remaining. People still watch TV yet, and so instead of a second monitor, it's a television. Yep, that's not a second monitor, that there be a television. Kato, good morning, good morning, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope that you're doing fantastic. We've got 45 minutes up until the weekly reset. We're gonna go build a base, I believe, in Sector E3, which is going to set us up to put out PvP bases all week where, you know, we're going to go live and kind of go build crazy inside of a PvP base. Surprisingly, the server's not on fire right now. Let's go ahead and take a little quick peep-see at... Dune status here. Oh, okay. Says there's only 122 players online in Harmony. I don't think the players affect the server's lag. There could be no players on and the server would still be lagging like fucking crazy because of the build pieces. So I'm still going to give Funcom credit here if they did something to their servers to alleviate the base lag. It feels like they did. It genuinely feels like they did. Because we are at the peak apex of this storm right now. And the Haga Basin's not crashing. Like, watch this. This is going to blow your mind. Oh my god. We're not a PowerPoint. Do we even dare jinx it and try going by Sentinel City? Like, that's gonna cause us lag, surely, right? If we fly by Sentinel City and don't lag, already starting to get some pop in. Already starting to get some frameage. But that's alright. If we get some pop in, frameage drops as the frames or as the bases are loading in. That's one thing, but as you can see, they popped in, and let's fly around here for a second. Because, I mean, still, all in all things considered, smoother than it usually is. So it's like, after they load in, maybe they stop calculating. So maybe they're not, maybe we're no longer calculating every fucking base in the entirety of the map, and it's just section by section. I don't know. Let's fly by Sentinel City and see what happens. So I'm assuming we're going to get hit with some pretty heavy lag as we get there. The lighting never knows what it wants to do. The lighting never knows what it wants to do, but we're probably going to get hit with some pretty heavy lag as we get over here. But it might stable out. Also, I mean, like... Okay, this is what I expected. Give it a second, though. Let's do a couple laps around this mountain. Just to give it maybe a little bit of time to load in. Oh, it's fucked, though. Just give it some time. Give it some time. See, it did the hard load, and now maybe that it's loaded in. Dude, honestly, I think they did something. I mean, it's still... Okay, let's be real. Not pretty flying over this thing.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I know, Leah, I know. So maybe it's like a me thing. Maybe it's a me thing, and my connection finally has stabilized. But I honestly don't think so. I think they've done something. 2 potatoes, thank you. We plugged in the second potato. We're on leg, Brent. Well, we were on leg until this whole thing turned into a fucking slideshow here. Just as I was giving this game so much credit. What's funny is my CPU and my GPU not getting hammered at all. Like, the game is just fucking up. My god, why did we fly to Sentinel City? That was a mistake. Oh my god, I wasn't even flying that direction. Oh, we fucked up so bad. Oh, good. This is my favorite thing. Love getting stuck in Jello. Oh, my. Ornithopter. Behave yourself. Flew to prove a point is worse than I imagined. No shit. I know, right? Aiden. I was trying to give the devs credit, you guys. I was trying. Okay, to be fair, before we even tried to load in load in freaking all of the Sentinel City. The game was running pretty damn smooth. It broke after that, though. It definitely broke after that. Exactly. Brent, we're on the leg siege, though. Do we dare even try? Vampire the Masquerade, The Bloodlines 2 releases today. You're 50-50 on that game. Been in developer hell for years. My God, what a name for a game. That name needs to be cut into like a quarter. Oh, it's an ARPG. Interesting. Images? Hmm. Oh, Brent, I feel ya. We almost did the same thing. What decided to make us swap over was we flew around the DoGap server, and it was just base after base after base after base that was in full-on abandoned decay. And it was just so disheartening. It was like, seriously? And I was like, I was like, they're never gonna allow character transfers, and it's probably gonna be forever before they decide to do a merge. So I was like, we might as well re-roll. But yeah, if you need some help getting set up with like a shield, a power pack, a sword, an ornithopter, I've got no problem helping. I'll swing through sometime after the reset or sometime during the next stream or something like that. Gross, I hate story-heavy games. I hate story-heavy games. I skip the story, so... ARPG, though, has me somewhat interested. That's like Path of Exile-esque, is it not? Diablo-esque? Those are both ARPGs, aren't they? Am I crazy? Or is this one not top-down? Because, like, a vampire underworld fantasy style top down. This is a first person. Oof. You know, there was a game back in the day that I rented. There's no fucking way I'll figure out what this game was called. There was a game back in the day when I was a kid that I rented from my local video store that was, I want to call it an ARPG, but we'll just go ahead and call it an RPG. It had several characters you could play from. It was basically like a Path of Exile. You would play through map by map by map, defeating enemies and leveling up your character and getting items. It was basically like a ARPG, but it was for the PlayStation 2, and you could play between like a dwarf and a wizard. That's about all I remember. And I remember I had to rent that game for like 3 extra days because it was just so good. I played through it on each and every single character. It had that power fantasy where you just kind of, it was not first person, it was more top down. It was more of a top down game. It was not first person. Vampire Guy Simulator, exactly. Vampire, the guy. Sounds like a game title. Which game was this, Jen? Honestly, I can't remember. I wouldn't even be able to remember. PS2 ARPG with dwarf and wizard. Oh. It might have been Gauntlet Dark Legacy. But, oof, this looks like way janky compared to what I played. Oh shit, bro, it might have been Gauntlet Dark Legacy, dude. It might have been Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Might have been. Bro's got 4 characters. It's got a wizard and a dwarf. That's kind of like a ARPG, isn't it? You're right. You're totally right, Holy. This game looks like shit now. Like, looking back at it now, I'm like, oh my god. But you're right. Playing it back in the day, I was like, oh fuck yeah, dude. But I'm just looking at like the title art looks really, really janky. The in-game looks more familiar. I think that was it. Oh, good, perfect, awesome, Brent, good. Well, thankfully now, Brent, the Plastanium is free to get on the A-row, and unfortunately for you, you're now inside of Harmony's economy, and Harmony's economy is hyperinflated. You're also catching the weird tail end of the hyperinflation with the schematics. You used to be able to sell perforator schematics for 65 million easy. Easy 65 million, and then you'd be able to buy melange for 2,000 a piece. But even now, you can sell Plastanium for 20,000 a piece, and you can buy melange for 10,000 a piece. So you can turn your Plastanium into melange, essentially, and Plastanium's easy to get. Neverwinter Nights. Hold on, because that sounds familiar as well. It might have been Neverwinter Nights. No, because this looks like more like a RPG. The Dark Age Gauntlets was like level by level based almost. Less... Oh no. Yeah, no, it wasn't Neverwinter Nights. This almost looks like an MMO. Yeah. Alright, we got 30 minutes remaining. Let's take one last look at this map because I forget where I want to set up as well. Surprisingly enough. So the main spot that we're going to be hitting this week is probably going to be right here. Also possibly right up in here. So I'm thinking we're going to set up right here on E3, but Leah is pushing for titanium and stravidium. Yeah, I think we're going to set up right here on E3. Because even then, if we set up here on E3, there's titanium and stravidium right there, and all sorts of titanium and stravidium right here. And then we have a straight shot to go do F6 if we wanted, or right up through to H2 if we wanted as well. So we're going to be building on E3. As close to the tip as possible. Oh, okay. Good, good, good. D&D games. I don't think I've played any of those. How's the deep desert here on Harmony? A lot of PvP. I mean, Brent, you might have joined at the absolute worst time, my man. Give me a minute. I need to go get some noodles cooking, and I'll explain what I'm talking about. We're going through some weird things here on Harmony, but even then, the player base still seems to be kind of funneling into here, which just inevitably is going to lead into some form of PvP, but it's getting into a weird spot. Give me a minute. '30s way higher. 74. 74 years young, as they say. Bro, I'm not 74. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. In his 30s, correct. 31 if I had to guess. 31 sounds right. I've been married for coming up on a decade, and I've got a almost 9-year-old kid, so if you combine marriage years and father years, we're getting close to 74. We're getting close. We're getting close to 74. Brent. So here's what's up. Like, Harmony's PvP was in a decent spot previously because the schematics were rotating week by week. So each week there was a most sought after set of schematics, and then you can guarantee that PvP could be found on any of the instances at that most sought after spot. With this new loot system of the deep desert, there is no longer a most sought after spot. Kind of. There's not a most sought after spot for a specific schematic like there used to be. People seem to be gravitating towards the PvP ships, the crashed PvP ships, the big ones, because you don't have to do much of the AI PvE in order to loot those. Those are the easiest to loot, so people seem to be gravitating towards those. That, as well as the tiny itty-bitty crashed ships, but obviously, it's hard to jump to somebody at one of the itty-bitty crashed ships. Now, when it comes to PvP in, like, dogfighting and, say, jumping on somebody who's farming spice, that's hit and miss as well, because you're now dealing with 3 separate instances. So the people, if it used to be on Harmony when it was all one instance, that there would be fights going on at Titanium Island, and there would be fights going on at Stravidium Island. Nowadays, if there's fights going on Stravidium Island Instance 1, people just move to Instance 2, and then to Instance 3. They just move instances. So the resource PvP has kind of been completely and totally shut down with the separate instances. For a while, when we were still rotating schematics, there was still the schematic PvP, but now that's kind of been killed. So we're in a weird spot. For the first week of the schematic loot system, a lot of what people were doing was just in and out and in and out and in and out and looting and leaving and looting and leaving. And then they were going under the map, and they were flying from lab to lab to lab under the map, and now there's a whole system of mole people every single week. It's a weird, so this is the highest population server in NA, so you're gonna fucking run into the weirdest sort of behavior just sheerly based off of population. And so so the people popping in and out was still happening here on Harmony. This last week, I missed this entire week of the deep desert, so I don't know what it was like out here last week in the second week of this everywhere loot pool, if you will. I don't know what the PvP was like this week. We missed this week. We had Arc Raiders, we had Gridmaster mode, we had all sorts of things going on this week. And even in this upcoming week that we're moving into, it's probably going to be a bit of a sporadic stream schedule. Unfortunately, we've got, it's just me and the kid up until the 30th, at least. Maybe even past the 30th. So a little bit harder to bounce the schedule around when it's just, I can't bounce it off of my wife. Yeah, so even the streams this week are going to be a bit sporadic, which is kind of unfortunate, because I want to start to try and spark off base versus base PvP, and at the bare minimum, just be a nuisance to people while we're out here. Just not maybe make some enemies along the way. It sounds fun. And then the 30th comes around, and we'll be diving back into Arc Raiders as well, and bouncing back and forth between Arc Raiders and Dune. So, 100%, I'm, fucking well. So when it comes to the 30th, unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town. But as soon as we get back from taking care of family business out of town, we'll be running a 24-hour catch-up stream inside of Arc Raiders because I'm pumped up for that game. We had a whole slew of things happen leading into the test of Arc Raiders. I was supposed to have a 24-hour live stream for that, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. We've got a lot going on around here that we're kind of juggling, so the streams this week are going to be a bit sporadic as well. But when we do go live, what we're going to be doing is building in the PvP zone, you know what I mean? Joker, no, we didn't get the hole-in-one. We did not. It doesn't have the distance. It's missing the distance just a little bit. Best bet is I could get like a bounced hole-in-one. We didn't quite get there. It was close, it was close. Man, holy, I thoroughly enjoyed the game. I wish that we had more access to the tier 2 benches so we could have at least done a little bit of progression inside of the server slam so we could get a taste of what the progression system is. But even then, I'm still like, I want to try out the other maps, dude. I want to grind out guns. The matchmaking seemed to be really freaking good in the sense of when I was queuing solo, I was fighting other solos. When I was queuing trios, we were fighting other trios. It was fucking solid, dude. Like, just all around. Oh my gosh, the Pharaoh snipes. The Pharaoh snipes. My God, the Pharaoh snipes. Boom, 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 boom. I am pumped up for the snipers in that game, I tell you. The projectile bullets, they hit so hard. And not in the sense that they do a bunch of damage, but man, when you land a shot on a moving target downrange, so good. So good. The spider bot? Really? Just the little itty bitty one got you? Oh, no. You mean the buffalo. I'm assuming you mean the big spider bot. Man, Apex Legends, holy, I tell you what, do not let me get heated with a longbow in Apex Legends. You won't like me when I'm heated up with a longbow inside of Apex Legends. Let me tell ya, we turn into a monster. Oh, fucking, I was so good at sniping in Warzone, too. Oh, I was so good at sniping in Warzone. Oh, damn, we were fucking good. That guy blitzing on the train, that's why I still play that intro. That intro more so gets me pumped up than anything else, bro. Fuck yes, dude. That snipe on the train was disgusting. Where's your friend at? Does he want to peek on the train? He shouldn't. And right as I say he shouldn't, bow, he peeks his head, bow, we take the shot, slam, he's gone, he's done, he's dusted. Get the fuck out of here. Adios. Adios, muchachos. Oh man, I tell you, I get a little bit too animated when we play these games sometimes, and that's why with like Shroud and Summit, it's like I don't know how they keep their composure. My bad. My kid is still up. Both of us have been feeling sick, and yesterday, I don't know what it was, you guys. Dude, I slept for a ridiculous amount of time and then just continued and continued and continued to sleep. And, him too. I mean, we just slept for so long today. I think we're both just sleeping off like a sickness. So his ass is still up out there gaming, fucking grinding. But that's fine. That's gonna help me out when it comes to juggling my schedule and shit with his school.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
What I think it is, Holy, is Shroud is just a robot, obviously. Obviously, Shroud's not real. Like, he's just a robot. Some fully mechanized robot. And then Summit. Summit's just zonked, bro, so he's not even... I'm just playing, bro. I'm just kidding, alright? The eldest is from the good old state of Colorado, so you can logic for yourself what that means. Shroud used to be real, but he was replaced by a robot back in, I want to say, like 2018 or something like that. That's when they brought the robot in, and he retired. That's a widely known industry secret, though. I don't think I'm really divulging any hidden details there. Exactly. That's when he took his leave. Oop. 9 minutes remaining. 8 minutes remaining. Oh, Kato, you know. Not really. We're sticklers, just like any dad, typically. But, his personality is a lot like mine, so I understand him, you know what I'm saying? I understand. And it's not an easy brain. It's not an easy brain to understand. But I get him. We're on the same wavelength. Exactly. Hayden's got it. Yeah, I don't know how other streamers don't be, like, fucking bouncing all over the place, for real. Like, what do they just have, like, a fridge or something, a microwave right next to them? Like, what the fuck? Do they not have kids that they need to go check on? Like, do they not hear a bump out somewhere out in their house and in their head they don't go, What the hell was that? I should go check on that, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand it. Do they not have to pee? I gotta pee all the time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta pee. It's just a thing. I gotta pee. Back when I was younger, because I fucked my insides up when I was younger. If we want to do story time in the last 6 minutes here, I was put on diversion for breaking the law. And on diversion, you have to take drug tests. They were random drug tests, but diversion happened on Thursdays. So here's the high school logic of a high schooler. Diversion happens on Thursdays, which means Friday, Saturday, and Sunday morning, we can smoke all that we want. Smoke and party. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is nothing but downing water as much as possible. And I'm talking like 3-4 gallons of water per day. Pissing fucking 60 times a day. Thursday, drinking less water so we don't piss dilute if they call us to pee in. Now, this strategy worked, I want to say, twice. I want to say this strategy worked in passing a piss test twice. But it was not consistent. It was not a consistent strategy, and it had long-term ramifications. So not suggested, don't suggest. 0%, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, the tier 6 Leader John paired with the Red Bulls for sure is definitely it. Indeed. But you guys you won't even know what I'm drinking now. Complete total mystery. I'm not even drinking anything. How long have the resets been? From what I understand, these have been kicking through pretty damn quickly. I was just thinking that it was a total relief jumping in playing Arc Raiders, which is was just a game with the PvP felt functional. It felt like when I increased my maximum stamina, it actually increased my maximum stamina. And also when I did the passive ability that said, use less stamina when moving, it felt like it was working. You know? Fully and totally working. Oh no, it's a Red Bull. It is a Karuba and elderflower Red Bull. I love the flavor. I stopped questioning Red Bull's flavor choices the moment that they did like a cinnamon. I was working at Walmart. This was last year, I think. They did a cinnamon peach? What the fuck was it? Cinnamon pear Red Bull. And I was like, no. Dude, I want that back so bad. Can we please petition to bring back the cinnamon pear Red Bull? It was so good. And I said, I will never question it again. And then they came out with, after the cinnamon pear Red Bull, they came out with the Karuba elderflower. And I was like, what is that? What, are we putting flowers in our drinks now? But I was like, whatever, I'm not going to question it. I'm just assuming it's great. And I bought it, and it's fucking fantastic, dude. It's actually good. You know, I need to stop drinking energy drinks wholly. What the fuck did you replace it with? I need some form of caffeine. And when I do coffee, it's too much. I drink too much caffeine. With these Red Bulls, I can literally track it. I know exactly how much caffeine I've ingested. If I do coffee, it's like I make a pot of 12 cups and I drink 8 cups and I've had like how much fucking coffee? I don't know. The flavor, actually, they came out with the flavor this yearly flavor that they came out with, that was like wild berry. I was like, man, now they're playing it safe. I was like, give me something spectacular. Give me something crazy. Give me something wild. You guys come up with like wild berry and it tastes like, it was good, but it wasn't no cinnamon peach, bro. Cinnamon pear. Oh my god, the cinnamon pear was so good. If you guys missed cinnamon pear and it ever comes back, I'm telling you, it was like eating a apple pie almost. It was so good. It was so good. Holy. You are a trooper, let me tell you. Lance, good evening. Good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. 1 cup is 1 Red Bull, and that's a problem, Fuza, because I can hammer a cup of coffee and no problem. But I'll sip on a Red Bull. Give it a nice little sip. We'll ride the Red Bull out for a little while. Coffee, it's like, pow, 1 cup down, pow, 2, 3 cups, and now I'm like, oh, I think I've had too much caffeine, bro. You know, like when you've had too much and now you're like, I'm tired. I'm tired. I think I need to lay down. Replaced it with water. I need to do that. I'm gonna go get more water. You know what? Soda might actually be something that I can use to replace caffeine, because you get a decent amount of caffeine out of a soda, and that might be just enough to curve like the fucking... I get migraines, dude. I can't focus. My whole day cannot start until I've got like a sip of caffeine in my body, and soda might actually be the thing. Ready to place 10 staking units with 2 advanced sub-fiefs next to each other. Very nice. Very nice. Caffeine pills, I haven't, but I'd imagine that how many milligrams? The problem with anything like caffeine pills or caffeine gum is I also do enjoy the flavor, and like I said, like with Red Bulls, you sip on it, so you're getting that caffeine in little doses throughout, let's say, like an hour. I like that. And if I take a caffeine pill, I'm sometimes still going to want to sip on that, and now I'm fucking overdoing it. Like, back when I was working at Walmart, I was drinking 4 Rockstars a day during my 8-hour shift, which is fucking 800 milligrams of caffeine. and I forget when I looked it up, but there's a level of caffeine that's toxic. $1,200 milligrams of caffeine or less than blah 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 rapid consumption. Hmm. Hmm. I read something where like 800 per day was just fucking absurd. It was an absurd amount to be drinking, let alone in an 8-hour shift. Oh, thanks. Good. Good. Holy, have you tried melatonin, my man? My man. Might be not like the avenue that you're trying to go down, but I typically sleep like shit also. Like I'm a massive insomniac, and I've got this thing where I lay down and I'll toss and turn. Even if I'm exhausted, dead beat, tired, been up for 28 hours, I will lay down and I'll toss and turn for like an hour and a half, like guaranteed. Um, I took melatonin one time. It knocked me out like I've never been knocked out before, to where I've now convinced myself that my body might not even be producing melatonin. I've got like a melatonin deficiency or some shit. I'm like not producing it because I slept like I never slept before. But all things in moderation, because I kind of did the same thing with melatonin as I do with everything else. And it like started off with like one pill would knock me out, but then one pill wasn't quite doing it. So it was two, and then it was like three. And then all of a sudden I was taking too much melatonin. So I just cold turkeyed that. I was like, nope, I'll be an insomniac. Thank you. I'll be fine. We'll be fine. It doesn't help. Brutal. Man, melatonin will shut me down quick too. It's like very rapid. Also, what's a cup? Like, see, we were talking about this earlier with Leah, and they were like, "This is 2.5 cups." Is that like a literal baking cup? Because when I hear a cup of coffee, I put a cup of coffee into a mug, and I don't know if that's one literal cup of coffee. It's a fucking mug of coffee. I'm not fucking. I don't know how many ounces of coffee, like how many ounces are in a cup. Are we talking literal baking cups? So, like, one baking cup of coffee is the same as one Red Bull? That seems insane. Oh, that sucks, Holy. That actually sucks. Because that would actually, I don't know. Like, for me, that wouldn't work. 8 ounces? That's it? That's all that one cup is? Yeah, one cup is an official measurement for, like, one cup of flour. 2.5 cups. I'm thinking 2.5 cups of flour. But when I drink a cup of coffee, it's way more than just one cup. It's way more than 8 ounces. But 8 ounces, I would bet 8 liquid ounces fits into one cup that I would use to measure flour with. Weird. Damn, bro. Server resetting fast. Server be zooming. I mean, server resets used to be Joker. Kel and I sat here for 45 minutes one night waiting for the server to reset. 45 minutes we sat here one night waiting for the server to reset. And now they're like maximum 15 minutes. This one reset in just over 5. Though it didn't let me on, so. Yeah. That's so weird. First off, a deciliter it just sounds so weird. That sounds super weird. But yeah, ounces for me seems to be the easiest because cans are in ounces. That's why I'm like 8 ounces. That's it. That's it. It's like a baby Red Bull. That's like an itty bitty baby Red Bull. I don't know how many cups are in a baby Red Bull. I wouldn't say 1 cup. Fucking weird. Have I heard about the game PAX Day? I have. In passing. I've heard of its name. Oh, see, now Eurism's using milliliters. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Probably 1 below a deciliter. I don't fucking know. One released 5 days ago. What type of game is PAX Day? Like I said, I've only heard its name and only heard in passing. What? Oh, shit. Is this the one that, is this the game where Asmongold was building a castle with these motherfuckers? Was building a castle with a shitload of people? No fucking way, dude. Why is it only a 6 out of 10 on Steam? Oh, uh-oh, dude. Seems kind of like a Dune Awakening levels of problems with the end game content. Definitely an interesting concept for a game, though. People are not happy with the monetization system either. Yeah, people are not happy with the monetization system. I'm like into survival building games, but I didn't when I saw this game back in the day, I didn't see any sort of PvE inside of the game. I just saw people build fucking ridiculous sized stuff. I've played Valheim. I've never actively beaten Valheim. As a matter of fact, let me look up the Valheim regions and I'll tell you which one I got to. When I was playing Valheim, I was trying to put together a YouTube series called Valheim Hardcore Mode, where basically, if I died inside of Valheim, I had to delete the map, but not the character. So I had to delete the map and the items, but not the character, because your character levels up as you do stuff. So like your wood cutting levels up, your defense levels up. So I get to like the Black Hills or whatever the fuck it's called. I get to like region 2, let's say, and I die. I go back. I have to start the game back over, and my progress is reset, but my character starts at a stronger spot than it did previously, and that was kind of the thought process I had. But I wasn't live streaming any of that, and putting together a coherent video from 6 hours of gameplay footage that you weren't live streaming is not the easiest thing in the world. So just every time we ended up trying to put together that series, it always just fell apart. I'm going over to instance 3, Aaliyah. Voyant, good morning, good morning. I hope you're doing well. Muttley says that PAX Day is junk. It's a junk. I can get down with the base building PvE grind games, but if it's gonna be PvE, there's got to be some like realistic end game. I don't remember seeing any PvE stuff inside of PAX Day. Fuck. I just realized I forgot maybe like one of the most important pieces of material, which is fucking salvage, which is metal. That's fine. That's fine. It's not really a race anymore, is it? I suppose unless we end up getting in Lance's way, but... I think the furthest I got in like the hardcore series, I'm having a hard time finding. Oh, I think the furthest I got in the hardcore series was into the plains, right in the beginning of the plains. I got fucking beat down or some shit. Something stung me to death over in the plains. Inside of the main game, I think I got a little bit further than that and maybe like beat the plains boss, but I didn't play much more than just that, you know what I mean? Definitely, I never beat the game or anything like that, and none of the hardcore Valheim series that I tried to put together ever came to fruition. It all kind of fell apart. Does it normally take you 10 hours to take somebody out to dinner, Hayden? 10-hour dinners? Because typically the game becomes unplayable in the Haga Basin for like 9 hours, and then it really becomes unplayable for the last hour. Though this week it was seemingly much more smooth. You're not really into sandbox survival games. Dune is probably your first. Interesting. See, I thoroughly enjoy multiplayer, especially multiplayer, but it doesn't have to be multiplayer because I got down on like Valheim. I got down on like Pal World. But I enjoy the sandbox survival games, especially when they are multiplayer. Like I have like 390 hours in Dune Awake, or I have like 390 hours in Once Human, which is very, very similar to Dune Awakening, except for Once Human has a piss poor PvP mode and piss poor PvP combat and terrible PvP balance, but it has a crazy, amazing, and entertaining PvE end game and mid game and game. You know what I'm saying? I can get really down on the survival games, especially multiplayer survival games. Yeah, it seems that way. Holy, you kind of my friend was a lot like that as well, in the sense of he really enjoyed solo player, single player story mode. He loved The Last of Us. He was fucking in love with The Last of Us series. I'm talking magazines, posters, fucking merchandise. He was pissed off at The Last of Us 2. He was a mega fan. He was so hyped up for Cyberpunk. You know, he's like real into those. He tried to get me in on Cyberpunk so hard. Also, Back for Blood was the last game he was trying to get me like in on, and I was like, Back for Blood ain't it. Not for me. Guy scared the shit out of me. Thought he was a piece of salvaged metal. Oh, I need metal! Oh, there we go. Take that! Oh, wow. He is not gonna be happy. Yeah, we'll take it right there. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, you know, competitive online games are getting harder and harder to get into. It has a lot to do with the prevalence of cheaters, in my opinion, but um, like real-time strategy, I'm not a huge fan of, actually. but I can get down on like turn-based games, like for example, Dofus is a turn-based French MMO that I've played a decent amount of, and I like that's probably as close as I get to like a real-time strategy-esque game. Is with the turn-based ones. Mm-hmm. I do need like a form of competition in my games though. Like even with Dofus, I didn't play the game for the MMO aspect of it. Oh, my voice is turned off, and I'm assuming he's just bitching and moaning that I put my base here, and we're not even gonna fucking entertain. We're not even gonna entertain it. You can cry, you can bitch, you can moan, all that you want. There's maybe one person. If we were in the way of this one singular person, we would move. And that's Lance. If we were in the way of if this is Lance, if Lance comes into the chat and he's like, "You fucker," we'll move our base. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But other than that, it's not happening. It's not happening. I'm on instance 3 as well. That's why I said Lance would be the one person, because I know you're out here putting up some sort of mega base. If we were in the way of that, I would scoot on over. But I'm assuming this is just some mega crybaby doing mega crybaby things. They like to do that. I was gonna build here. I was gonna build here. Well, fucking go ahead and go write me a letter in story form. Make it like a storybook. Pop-up book even, if you don't mind. Make me a little pop-up book that explains to me exactly how you felt when I put this base down. And then we can talk. See, I've always been mouse and keyboard, holy. I've always been a mouse and keyboard type guy. And, we started off playing Medal of Honor. Realistically, is like the first game that I remember playing. And then we kind of bounced around here, there, and wherever. Eventually ended up playing RuneScape. But we would play... I mean, like, we got the Xbox when the Xbox first came out, and I played Halo 1. Like, that's a pretty core game of memory as well, is getting the Xbox and playing Halo 1 peak. But that was before multiplayer came out, so that my, like, competitive gene hadn't been unlocked yet. It wasn't until I was playing RuneScape and we discovered PKing when it was like competitive switch just turned on And then even inside of Dofus, like I was saying, there's a Coliseum mode where you basically set up and do like PvP, but it's turn-based and it's real strategy style game. I can get down on strategy, but for some reason, real-time strategies have never been something I'm into. Oh, I see. Early 90s, I was just born. I was a baby in the early 90s. Have I ever played Stellaris? No, I haven't. I feel like I've heard of it, but I'm still not even positive of that. Oh, that's what we need. I don't know. I think it's just because I grew up on controller. You know, I was playing PS2 when I was playing Medal of Honor. I was playing, another game that I used to get down on. I fucking can't remember. This might have, like, been kicked on, like, the early competitive genes, but I just hadn't realized what was going on yet. Unreal Fighter. Did any of you guys play Unreal Fighter? I think that's what it was called. Bro, is that what it was called? I thought I was playing multiplayer, but I think I was just fighting against bots. Unreal Fighter. That's not what it was called. Unreal Tournament. Fuck yeah. Wait, was it Unreal Tournament? Bro, I think it was. I think it was Unreal Tournament. We used to get down on Unreal Tournament, dude. And I think it's just because I grew up playing controller. It's just what I'm comfortable with. Jeez, why is Atreides fighting so hard? Did we make progress on the racetrack idea? Honestly, Joker, we can't race the tread wheel. Evan in the chat has been doing races every week, and the tread wheel does not turn on sand. It doesn't turn properly on anything. Hey, Bonafide coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Oh, welcome, welcome. Thoughts on light, no fire? Oh. Is this out right now? Oh, from the makers of No Man's Sky, really? I think when I saw the trailer for this, if I remember correctly, my interest was piqued. When I saw the trailer for it, my interest was piqued, but from what I understand, it's kind of like a co-op survival game. I'm not a mega fan of just like the 4-player co-op games. I would realistically probably just play that as a solo, if that makes sense. I prefer if it's going to be co-op that it be just full-on multiplayer. Buggies and bikes is something where a racetrack would fit in really nice. The damn treadwheel is impossible to race with. You'd have to maybe build up some sort of weird track that has, like, integrated curves. You need that battery? You can take it. What the fuck is he doing? Is he gonna take the battery or not? What the hell is he? Alright, I'm taking the battery. I've got no time for your goofiness, sir. Also, don't stand in the middle of the sand. It's not safe. It's not out yet? Okay. Is it just a co-op or is it multiplayer? Like, what is it? Seems like it's a survival game. I could get down on survival. I don't know if we have any hanging around, Kato, but you could probably craft some at the base probably, or it won't require many resources if it does require like fuel cells or something. The only fuel we have running the base right now, Kato, is the spice-infused cells, which is why I'm not sure if we have any of that just lying around. But you should be able to craft that at the... Oh, that's not what I meant to grab. You'll be able to craft that at the chemical refinery at the guild base. Fantastic, fantastic. Infamous, my man coming in clutch, my man coming in clutch. I said, good job, Leah. Good job dying out there. Good job. Also, that sucks. Brutal, brutal. And then I was also saying, I'm well aware that you're probably going to have to reorganize this this base, Leah. Especially like the top of it in order to make yourself room. And you're probably going to need to put down different power other than just these little itty bitty generators. If this is where you decide to put up the production, that is. But I'm going to put you on the perms, so feel free to do whatever you want here. To this thing, you know what I'm saying? Feel free to do whatever you want. It's basically just a spot. I don't know what that person's doing. It's basically just a spot where I'm going to be storing the plastone that we're using to go and build out in the PvP zone all week, so we won't be doing much here. Spice Melange is only 5,000 on your server now? Damn. I mean, it's dropping on this server as well, but that's just totally dependent on if the bot's on duping. These guys are still duping in some way, shape, or form. They don't have to dupe as much as they used to because not as many people are ordering money. They're still out here running dupes. We saw them in the bank today. So, all right, we got storage. Oh, let me get Lee on these perms. I set that chest to co-owner, Leah. It has a bunch of materials in it you should be able to build with and put stuff in. It should be a storage that only the two of us have access to. Yep, so you've got build perms, and you should have access to this chest here by the chemical refinery, which, again, has resources. Feel free to use all of these. And all that jazz. And all that jazz. It's located on E3. It's kind of in the middle top of E3. Just your typical square base next to a mountain. Oh, let me make sure. Oh, you know what? Since Leah's co-owner, I don't even have to worry about. I think she'll have access. They'll have access to those. All right, cool. All right. Fantastic. All right, so we've got the forward operating base. Probably not what it's gonna finally look like in its final form. Did those people leave again? Oh my god. Do you think we had the same fucking crybabies as last week? Oh my god. Okay. Some people, bro, I don't understand it. Some people are just so weird, dude. Weird folk, I tell ya. Anywho. we've got the forward operating base set up right there where all of the plastone is going to be hanging out. And basically throughout the week when we run live streams, we're going to just be going out and building and being a nuisance in the deep desert as much as we possibly can. So if anybody's on when we're ending up doing these live streams, they want to jump in and jump in on, anybody on in the guild wants to jump in with build perms and come slap down the base out there and then just cause some problems, feel free to do so. The base or the stream schedule this week is going to be a bit sporadic, you guys. It really is. We've got many things going on which are going to kind of mess with the schedule. Though the kid's kind of on my schedule, you know, he's kind of shifted his schedule onto my schedule. Neither of us have been sleeping or feeling very well. The fucker's still awake right now. Yeah, driver, this week we're going to be slapping down bases inside of the PvP zone all week, just kind of messing around. So, just kind of messing around, getting into some dirty business. Atreides, oh, dear God. Everybody wants the crafting cost reduction, huh? Is that what everybody's after? That's a weird thing to fight for. That's a strange thing to fight for. Oh, we shouldn't need anything crafted, driver. We got everything set up. Actually, in tonight's stream, we set up the guild base. It has 31 days of power. And we moved most of Dugap's items into the bank, but that also has 31 days of power. Oh, I got what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, Leah might want to take advantage of that for sure. I forgot about that. That 75% crafting time reduction is crazy. That's better than the 25% crafting cost, depending on what you're refining, in my opinion. I think that what the times are with the 75% reduction is what the times should be. You know? The Landsrat is a boring system, I tell ya. I tell you what, I can't believe they're still wasting melange fighting for that shit. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy, bro. I mean, like, I guess melange still gets duped, so its price still gets knocked down pretty far. Like, even 14,000 apiece for melange on a hyperinflated server like Harmony, not that expensive, but still, what's it, like 300 melange or something to bribe a tile? It's not even worth it. Yeah, the times that it takes to craft with the 75% reduction is what the times should be, just regularly, to be honest, in my opinion. I think it's a nasty, nasty time sink that they've developed into the game, and I don't very much appreciate the artificial time sink. Like, just like the artificial difficulty, it shouldn't take fucking 8 hours to process aluminum. That's crazy. That's just crazy talk, you know what I'm saying? Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are in fact going to be ending the live stream here. The very next time we go live, we're going to be diving into the deep desert and building a base in the PvP zone, hopefully getting into some shenanigans. And that's kind of the plan throughout the entirety of the week. We're just going to be looking to get into some shenanigans, building bases inside of the PvP zone. Thankfully, reset day is over, so we can start to get back into some base raiding action and what we enjoy doing around here. Again, I've got a lot going on around the house. It's just me and the kid right now. Wife's out of town, so I'm juggling dealing with taking care of all of that and having all of that schedule still work out with the homeschool and whatnot on top of all that. So the streams are going to be a bit sporadic. Keep an eye out on the YouTube for and the Discord. I'll be sure to post a notification if I'm not going to go live. 9 days remaining till Ark's full release. Fingers crossed they release it early. That would be huge because I'm going to be not here on the 30th, unfortunately. I was going to be running a 24-hour live stream, but, you know, you can't always schedule everything. Time sometimes dictates itself. So we'll be coming back, though. And when we come back, we'll be running a 24-hour catch-up live stream inside of Ark Raiders. I'm incredibly excited for. That sword is awesome from the construction reward. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, AO3. Inside of RuneScape or inside of Dune? Hold on, before we exit out of here, I need to know what AO3 is talking about. Over on the Twitch was an excellent night. Several followers coming in. We got Holy in the chat. We got Driver in the chat. We got Eurism swinging by. Bonafide coming in, dropping it. First chat. Holy. Here for a while. Lance here for a bit, building a mega base out there. Jen, per usual, as well as Big the Big. Oh, we missed Big the Big's first time chat. My man. I hope you're doing fantastic. The sword is awesome from the construction reward. Oh, yeah, the Kopesh. People loved that sword inside of the last league. Hell yeah. We're right around the corner from being able to unlock that, but hey, my man, YouTube was fantastic as well. We got Endless Mystify coming in at number 1, followed by Chuji, and then Kato at number 3, and then we've got Psych and Hayden and Sil and Evan and AO3, Long Inspiration and Antios coming in, dropping out, following in, rounding out the round 10 or the top 10. We appreciate you guys. Keep an eye out on the channel for the next live stream, which presumably is going to be tomorrow, but I can't guarantee anything. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day.